It's a new week and a new year, and I'm still damaging my brain cells. This music should help any hangovers you guys have, right? Thank you, Zach Harrington. I see you've sent a super chat already. I'll get to that as soon as possible. Oh, String News 1 gifting 10 memberships. What a beast. Beat bulk to you too, Rach.
We're living on a disk, floating through space, with a tiny sun.
Hey, I'm FTFE, and welcome back to the channel that does to stupidity what the passage of time has done to the year 2022. I hope you all had an amazing Christmas and a new year, and I'm here to help you make your hangovers worse by making you listen to some Flat Earthers. And joining me in this endeavour is the one, the only MC Toon. Hello, my friend, how are you doing?
I'm good. It's actually not me. It's just Penguin. Penguin's going to be debunking the Flerfs tonight. So
I mean, let's face it, his IQ is considerably higher than all Flat Earthers, right?
Yep.
So, I've had an interesting day. I don't know about you, but I've had nearly 100 emails from one of our good friends. What's his name now? He's got an elf that's with him all the time. He's got a big beard.
Yeah. Well, this guy doesn't have a big beard.
Oh, wait, no, he's too scrawny to have a big beard. Yeah, anyway, Santos Bonacci. I was just sitting in the kitchen, having a look on YouTube, just finished the dishes, and looked at notifications on my phone, and it was just full, completely full of emails from Santos Bonacci. And I haven't opened them all yet, but I can only assume that they are all wishing me all kind of happiness and health and, well-being and stuff. What do you reckon?
That's you know Santos well, don't you? Well, yeah. I was jealous. You told me that. I'm jealous. So I sent him an email too. And guess what I got?
What did you get?
I got all the emails you got forwarded to me.
Oh, he loves you just as much.
Yay! Santos is such a kind gentleman.
Simon Dan felt jealous. He was on Twitter. He's like, I want the emails. So I told him to email Santos. And I bet Simon Dan also has all those emails.
Santos, all he does is he has memes, and these memes are these are like the 2015 memes.
Yeah.
That somebody that's not a Flerf made to mock the Flerfs. That's how bad they are.
Yeah. Right, anyway, let's not keep the Cosmology Tartaria Discord waiting, because once again, they're kind enough to host whatever it is that we're happening. So I'm going to mute Toon on Zoom, because Toon is also in the Discord, but I'll leave his lovely face up here for everybody to see. Wait, how do I mute you? Oh, he's muted himself.
I'll mute myself.
Yeah, excellent. That works. And let's go in and join the fun. I've got to press the button, haven't I? Right, where is it? Up here. Good evening, Cosmology Tartaria Discord. How are we all?
Hey, is that Satan? How you doing?
Satan? Yes, this is most definitely Satan.
FTFE, you just cut out someone who was speaking.
Oh, I do apologize.
I was about to read about to read the missteps from Newton to Einstein, the 6 missteps.
The 6
about
missteps
to read
from Newton to Einstein.
Yeah, it's a paper. It's an astrophysics paper for understanding the argument. And so the first one I'm about to read is called absolute space, and this is the first misstep. The notion of the universe being static overall was embodied especially in the teachings of René Descartes and his vortex theory. Absolute space, largely being Newton's distillation theory, it is primary misconception as it reintroduces a universal plenum, denying that all motion is relative. The absoluteness of Newtonian motion reflecting the absoluteness of oneness of his Aryan God. However, Newton could not absolutize or linear. Let me rephrase that. Newton could not absolutize linear motion by demonstration. So instead, by invoking centrifugal force upon a spinning bucket, leading to a parabola water surface in said bucket, could he only claim to demonstrate that rotational motion was absolute and relative to space itself. By the end of the 19th century, however, Ernst Mach had found the way around this Newtonian misconception. Let me rephrase this here. Found a way around Newtonian misconception that all rotational motion was also relative, and that the spinning bucket was not rotating absolutely, not rotating relative to space itself, but rotating relatively, i.e. rotating relatively to the cosmos, to the fixed stars, a claim that was nevertheless ambiguous to the early 20th century mind. In this way, Mach perhaps unwittingly restored Galilean conceptions through the primary insight, since motion is between entities made of matter, not rotations between matter and space. Thus did Mach reaffirm the ontological distinction of matter and space, not treating space as material ether, a diffuse universal medium, a universal absolute reference frame, ARF, relative to which objects rotate. While Einstein would later take advantage of this observation when deriving general relativity, upon separate considerations from special relativity, Mach's insight stands alone without superimposed Einsteinian misconceptions. Such misconceptions notably fostered by Einstein's alternating invocation of the ARF, which is the Universal Absolute Reference Frame, at one moment of the argument, and then denial of said ARF at the next. Nevertheless, Mach's insight was gravely impaired by the fact that he regarded atoms as fictional entities. As it will become clear as we discuss the atomic plenum later on. So this is the first misstep.
So what's the point of all this?
Yeah, let's unpack it. I mean, he read through it. FTFE, do you have any things you want to point out that you might disagree with, agree with?
I mean, there is no absolute reference frame. We know that because the speed of light is constant in all reference frames. So that would, negate a universal or absolute reference frame of any kind.
Okay, that's a good answer, but I'm lost. How does the speed of light establish that? Like, you stated it, but can you explain why?
Because there is no absolute reference frame to compare anything to. The speed of light being absolute in all reference frames shows that there is not absolute. Sorry, the speed of light being constant in all reference frames shows that there is no absolute frame of reference to compare anything to. You could be going relative to one thing. You could be going 50% the speed of light, and you would still measure the speed of light yourself as c. But then, relative to that person, there could be someone else going 95% the speed of light, and they would still measure the speed of light as c. It would.
Yeah, awesome. I mean that statement just says that relativity exists. It does not negate an absolute reference frame. Like you're saying, you can have relativity. I'll give you that. But why would there not be an absolute? That's the question you didn't really address, nor
there's nothing
you just
to
stated,
give us as an absolute.
There is no
frame.
Universal.
Yeah, I mean, relativity shows us that there's nothing to give us an absolute reference frame. That's why it's called relativity, because it's all relative to something else.
The speed of light.
So it's moving faster than the speed of light.
Sorry?
Even though the speed of light's absolute in all reference frames?
The speed of light is constant in all reference frames, yes.
No, it's absolute. Here's Harvard saying the word absolute.
Yeah, so it's constant in all reference frames. So you will always measure it as c in whatever reference frame you're in, right?
So it's absolute.
So it's an absolute constant. But it's not, light itself isn't a reference frame. It's just something that is a constant.
Couldn't we like use that as a reference for measurement?
No, it's not a reference frame. It's something that is constant in all reference frames.
Gotcha.
Trying
so
to inject the reference frame of light now. Awesome.
Yeah,
you know, what's really funny.
Light itself isn't a reference frame.
So hey, there was a test. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of it, but it's called Michelson-Morley, and they predicted
I've heard
a
of it, but you don't
friendship.
understand it in the slightest.
And they predicted a friend shift of 0.04 friend shift, right? Do you guys know what they used to get that predicted value?
You just can't drop it, Witsit. You just got to get beat down again.
He loves the script.
Can I read the
horse that you're riding is a pulp on the side of the
third
road.
misstep?
Honestly, that was a bit
Can I read the third misstep? Yeah, let me read the third misstep. It's regarding
we're having a
Michelson-Morley.
discussion
Okay,
right now.
Can you cite it? Can you
Wow,
cite it
it's
so we
just
can look
pointless
at it?
now.
So
Can you cite it so we all can look at it in our own time here? Just the name of it so we can look it up.
I was just wondering if anyone could, like, real fast.
why don't you educate us, Witsit, like you think you do?
Well, you guys are pretending that you're teaching us all about it and that I got it wrong.
You
So
did,
I'm
because you're
wondering-
dumb as fuck, but, you know.
Okay. well,
Both sides are wrong, that's the problem.
I'm wondering if you guys know what they used to get the predicted friendship value.
And why don't you tell us?
So you don't know?
Why don't you tell us?
Just go ahead. Just go ahead. Just jump right to it.
You,
Witsit.
Joe.
Just jump right to it.
Why don't you just get your big gotcha out there, Witsit, like you think it is? Come on. Chop, chop, Gamma.
Well, you guys are pretty bad together. I've never seen this before. This might get a little bit rough.
So,
It's not their show. It's like
It literally is my show.
Someone just
okay.
What?
So,
No,
It's
this
the
is
abuse of
not
the
your
internet,
show.
as usual.
No, this is
So anyway,
literally my show, but, you know.
No,
anyway, sorry,
literally
Witsit, please
not.
carry on.
He's having a seizure. You're going to have to use a mute button.
It's just power and control. So that's all it is.
No, come on, I'm just... Witsit, please carry on. Please educate us. Whenever you're ready. Oh, what's going on here? Oh.
You're gonna do this here?
Wow.
You're gonna the
they
guy who was
actually
invited
kicked me
here,
out.
who specifically set this up with the moderator of the server. You're just gonna boot him out.
do
Is that
not
what you're gonna do?
literally just
This is his
hear
event,
me,
guys,
like,
knock
tell
it
This is
off.
him
literally
that
my
he
event.
shouldn't
This
have
is
done it?
literally my show. So all of you calm down, please. Witsit, carry on. Thank you.
Okay, so, they used the assumed 30 kilometer a second orbital speed of the Earth relative to the Sun to get that predicted friendship value.
Measured, not assumed.
No,
Quit lying and saying assumed. It was measured.
Yeah.
The number wasn't assumed. It was the result of measurements.
Oh, well, I'm glad that that's your belief, I guess. but-
Good. Move on. Just don't lie about it.
Can I
It was
just
measured.
read?
Come on,
Can I
you're-
just? This is
You're not
regarding
addressing
the.
actual point, though. You're just like using a red herring fallacy.
You don't even know what red herring fallacy is. Don't
about the
pretend you know
word
what fallacies
assumed.
are, Witsit, and just get on with it.
Well, red herring fallacy.
Yeah,
is
don't
whenever
pretend you know
use
what fallacies
something-
are and just get on with it.
Okay, red herring
I
fallacy.
don't want to hear what you think
fallacies
fallacies are. Just get on with it.
You lose the illusion of
Come on.
something.
I don't
that-
want to hear what you
Witsit.
think a fallacy
Jump right
is,
to it
Witsit.
instead of crying.
Just get on
Oh,
with
Why
it.
you guys
crying.
Can we let him speak or
Why
what?
you guys freaking
No,
out?
not if he's going to
Just
cry
jump
about
right to your
fallacies.
point.
You guys are freaking out, bro.
Just
Hey,
jump
Gamma,
right to your
shush,
point
just get on
there,
with your
Austin.
point.
Go ahead.
Okay, so you guys agree they used the assumed orbital speed of the Earth around
measured.
the Sun to get the
Measured.
friendship value.
Measured. Why lie? Why do you feel it's appropriate to
Oh,
lie?
you know why he has to lie?
How's it
Because
measured?
hashtag got
Give
a
us-
light.
All
give
right,
us the
well,
measurement.
Witsit, have fun. It's been fun today,
Give us
guys.
the
Thanks for having
measurement.
us. See ya.
Bye.
Yeah.
How's it measured? How is it measured?
So you're going to take the bait of them diverting away from the actual point? I mean, yeah.
Oh, you haven't made your point
You're
yet.
the one that's diverting. Austin, somebody else was reading something and you interjected your point. So you're the one interjecting. So I think Mr. Nice Guy, who was the guy that had the floor before you, was the one that was talking. I mean, it's kind of boring, and I was waiting for the citation, but at least he's the one that was here before you, and you interjected yourself.
Okay, I guess you guys are afraid of the.
Hey, Rich, the
No,
best
we're
thing
not
to do
afraid.
would- yeah,
We
go away and learn
demolish you
relativity.
every single time. It's so boring for you to
This
bring up
is
the same
kinda
crap
silly now.
every stupid week.
This is kind of
You,
silly.
you guys practiced this before you came here, didn't you?
No,
I wish
not
we
at all.
did. We should have.
I was busy putting my
But-
kids to bed and stuff.
So,
you know.
so can we, if that's what we're gonna, can we go back then? I mean, I asked the
Yeah.
question about absolute, right?
yeah. And what about it?
And
Yeah.
relative, right?
Okay,
Right?
I'm good.
Yeah,
You guys are-
exactly.
you guys are gonna let 'em
And you
skate.
just negated
No, let's bring
the
it back.
absolute by saying
Put it back
everything
over
is
the fire.
relative.
Yes, everything is relative.
The
Absolutely.
statement, yes. So how do you establish that everything is relative? That was my
Because
question.
there is no
initially.
absolute motion. There's no such thing as absolute motion.
No. That's not how you establish how
Yeah,
everything is relative.
Of course it is.
It's
you're
it's the
no,
well,
you
it's the
just
hypothesis
negated-
of
Hold on. I asked you, and I presented two options. You can either have an absolute reference frame, or everything is relative. How do you prove everything is relative? That's your claim, and you're saying because we don't have an absolute. That's your answer. So I don't see that's not an answer, and everybody can hear that. That was your answer.
so it's the
I mean-
the part of the postulate of the special relativity.
Yeah.
Oh, you're
So when it
robot.
was
Yeah.
when it was first presented in 1905 was, a hypothesis. But since then, it's been empirically confirmed many times.
Yeah. Give me an example.
Sure, I'll pull one up for you.
The muon experiment, GPS, atomic clock measurements.
yeah.
You know, there's lots.
Actually,
same
special
core
relativity's
argument.
math did not work for GPS, and someone
Yes,
had
it
to
did
come
work.
in and-
Exactly. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Why are
Witzer.
you always interrupting?
Because
them?
you're boring and annoying and don't know what you're talking about. Maybe if you went
don't
away and
project
learned
so-
about relativity instead of pretending that you know what you're talking about,
Psychological
you could be
projection,
qualified
The special
for the
relativity's
actual.
math actually
you know,
did not work,
it
and
did
someone
work,
else had
actually.
to come in with a fix.
So
for the-
who server muted FTFE this time?
I did.
Who?
I did. You guys are interrupting like crazy. It's hard to even listen to audio chaos.
Stop acting like children and have a debate.
Well, who would be objected to me reading this third misstep? It's regarding the Michelson-Morley. It's interesting here and how people have contention, not just flat earthers but globe earthers as well, who believe in a spinning ball but still have, disbelief in towards these results. Can we talk about that?
If you like, is any of it going to ever be evidence that the Earth is flat?
This third misstep is since sound wave. Let me just read it briefly for you. Since sound waves undergo a change of frequency, one divided by the wavelength, when objects are moving in air, the Doppler effect, a common phenomenon, is shown us by a car engine siren passing by in the street. And this is an analogy that was soon applied to light. If the stagnant ether existed when fluidic or crystalline. Let me restate that. If the stagnant ether existed, whether fluidic or crystalline, it should be possible to demonstrate motion relative to it, i.e., absolute motion. Since the motion of light through it should affect light's motion, if such absolute motion could be proven, it would both demonstrate the plenum, which is space and matter, existence, and quantify such motion. So despite the repeatedly negative Michelson-Morley experiment revealing the non-existence of the absolute reference frame of space and matter, the belief in the stagnant ether and Newton's absolute space persisted, leading to George Fitzgerald's improper suggestion that objects underwent length contraction in the direction of linear absolute motion, explaining away the negative Michelson-Morley experiment to satisfy the naive and deluded majority of physicians in that era. The Fitzgerald suggestion is improper, thus unscientific, lies in the fact that Lorentzian contraction must apply to both test objects and to measuring devices, and even to space itself, rendering the measurement and the quantification of Lorentz contraction essentially impossible.
Yeah.
Lovely
Yeah.
within
I would agree
theory,
with that.
of course, not within special relativity, of course.
So I want to make a point real fast, bro. Please
Go ahead.
Yeah. So like for the last few weeks, we've been having this back and forth where when I say we did a very precise interferometric measurement that was assuming the orbit of the Earth, and we did not get the fringe shift that was predicted. And according to relativity, which fixed the problem because they did not even consider that maybe the Earth was just not orbiting. They said that the apparatus contracted just a sufficient amount to compensate for the missing time difference. And so that on the Earth, the apparatus contract in the direction of motion, but since you're on the Earth, all the space on the Earth, the apparatus, and the observers all suffer from the same amount of contraction. Therefore, you wouldn't be able to notice. And you guys say that that's wrong, but that's what relativity says, right? I mean, you guys agree?
Okay, no, I don't agree. You're completely 100% wrong. That is not what relativity says. Relativity says that the rest frame has zero contraction. So, for instance, let's consider you standing next to the measurement device, as in you standing next to the Michelson-Morley experiment. What you have to do is then apply the length contraction between you and the Michelson-Morley experiment. There is no relative motion between the two of you. Therefore, the V in that length contraction equation will be zero, meaning that there is no contraction in the frame. Einstein said himself that the frame of rest of the Michelson-Morley would not be contracted, but it would be contracted if you measured it from a frame at rest relatively to the sun.
Can I continue on?
No, I'm talking right now. Thank you very much. There is no such thing as an absolute motion, so there is no way for the space to be contracted because relativity is contracted. It is relative to something else. So we could take. I haven't finished. I'm going to get to my point. So we could take the relative motion of the Earth compared to the Sun, and we would get what we had given us for the results of the Michelson-Morley experiment. But then, saying that the Michelson-Morley experiment is the thing that's contracting because it's relative to the sun, well, what if we then change our position of observation to Mercury or the Moon or Saturn or one of the moons of Jupiter? Then the contraction is going to be different because it is only contracting when you view it from a frame that is not the lab frame. The lab frame never, ever contracts, and to say that fundamentally disagrees with the second postulate of special relativity.
But here's what you don't understand, is that the predicted fringe shift of Michelson-Morley is based upon the mathematics of an orbital motion of Earth relative to the sun. That is where they got the predicted fringe shift value. They were using the assumed 30 kilometer per second orbital speed of the Earth relative to the sun to get that value, and then they did not see it. So then they, as a solution, said that the apparatus contracted just the right amount to compensate for the missing time difference that was supposed to be observed with the Earth's motion relative to the sun, as, of course, one of the light beams were moving perpendicular to that orbital motion.
Okay, why do you keep lying about what the Michelson-Morley experiment was about? Because the Michelson-Morley experiment was not about measuring Earth's orbital motion. It was about measuring Earth's motion relative to the ether. So why do you keep making that lie? Why do you keep lying about what the Michelson-Morley experiment was, Witzer? It's because you can't lie.
You just completely ignored my specific refutation
your specific point is wrong because the Michelson-Morley experiment is not what you say it is. And when the maths that Lorentz came up with was correct for if there was contraction, but then Einstein explained that the contraction isn't happening in the rest frame. Any contraction would only be happening from the outside of what would be considered the rest frame for the Michelson-Morley equipment. Relativity says the opposite of what Lorentz says. There is no contraction in the lab frame ever. Einstein's own words say exactly that. Why do you disagree with Einstein?
So once again, and take note to the audience, he'll never rebut it, but...
I just asked you a specific question. Why do you disagree with Einstein?
I don't. You're just not understanding.
No, Einstein specifically said...
The predicted value
Toon,
of
could you put that meme up
Michelson-Morley, which was 0.04 fringe shift, comes from the relative motion of the Earth to the sun. That's where they got the value.
Yeah, that was their hypothesis.
They did not detect that value, which means that relativity's explanation was, well, since we're using the motion of the Earth relative to the sun to get our predicted value, well, the apparatus contracted in the direction of motion relative to the Earth's orbit around the sun, just a sufficient amount as to compensate for the missing time difference. But since you're still in that reference frame on the Earth, you don't detect the contraction. There is no contraction for you in that reference frame.
Do you have a citation?
Because you have to be outside of it. You have to be outside of it to see it. So
Yeah,
to answer the question specifically, what did they use to come up with the predicted value of friend shift?
So, do you have a citation for what you just said, though, like from Einstein?
Yeah, of course. Einstein in Relativity Special and General Theory, page 61, he specifically explains that.
Oh, the page where he disagrees with you mean?
No, he specifically explains that that there was an exceedingly small time difference expected with the perpendicular light being, but it was not actually detected. And although exceedingly small, Michelson and Morley devised a way that should have been decisive because of the interferometry would be able to detect precise interference. And the negative result was puzzling to physicists, but then Lorentz and Fitzgerald offered a solution to the difficulty where they said that the apparatus contracted in the direction of motion just a sufficient amount to compensate for the missing time difference. And as we see in section 12, from the standpoint also of relativity, this is the right one.
Can we have the rest of that page? What did he say directly after that? You know, the bit that debunks your claim.
If you claim that it debunks my claim, then you're
what I'd like you to do is read the rest of that page, the bit that debunks your claim. That would be lovely.
I don't even have it pulled up. I just have it memorized. Yeah, at the end.
Oh yeah, you memorized the bit that you think that backs you up, but you didn't memorize the bit that debunks you. Brilliant. Well, once you
know what it says, but you are interrupting
go on then, tell me.
me.
Go on then, tell me. Tell me exactly what the next bit says.
Okay, so it says that you wouldn't. Yeah, you wouldn't detect contraction in your reference frame. For a co-moving observer in the reference frame of the Earth, there would be no contraction observable for that observer, but in the rest frame of the Sun, you would be able to observe the contraction.
Yeah, well done. So that debunked you. Thank you.
No, it doesn't. Only
sorry, you just read the words to yourself and don't realize that it debunked you. Do you not have a brain? Read them again, but slowly.
You're claiming that Einstein contradicts himself.
No, he doesn't. He does not contradict himself. He explains what he is saying, but you conveniently always miss that out because you're a cherry picker. That's all you do.
No.
Yes.
No. See.
Yes.
Why does he say that according to relativity also that their solution was the
right, here we go.
one
We're going to read it. We're going to read it again.
Again, back to the reference frame. It's relative to the reference frame, Whitsitt.
Right, which is relative to the motion of the Earth to the Sun.
But here we go. I'm going to actually read it. I'm going to actually read it. I'm going to read the whole thing, not just the bit that's cherry-picked to back up my portion of the claim like Whitsitt loves to do. But the experiment gave a negative result, a fact very perplexing to physicists. Lorentz and Fitzgerald rescued the theory from this difficulty by assuming the motion of the body relative to the aether produces a contraction of the body in the direction of motion. The amount of contraction being just sufficient to compensate for the difference in the time mentioned above. Comparison with discussion of section 12 shows that also from the standpoint of the theory of relativity, this solution of the difficulty was the right one. But on the that's where you finish your cherry picking. But I'm not. I'm going to read the whole thing because I'm not a liar like you. But on the basis of the theory of relativity, which is what we're talking about, on the basis of the theory of the relativity, the method of... I'm talking. How about you shut up? Thank you. But on the basis of the theory of relativity, the method of interpretation is incomparably more satisfactory. That's him saying it's a different thing in relativity. Now, according to this theory, there is no such thing as a specially flavored or unique coordinate system to occasion the introduction of the aether idea, and hence there can be no aether drift nor an experiment with which to demonstrate it. Here, the contraction of moving bodies follows from the two fundamental principles of the theory, without the introduction of a particular hypothesis, and as the prime factor involved in this contraction we find not the motion in itself, to which we cannot attach any meaning, but the motion with respect to the body of reference chosen in the particular case in point. Thus, for a coordinate system moving with the Earth, and this is the most important thing, I want everybody to listen to this. Thus, for a coordinate system moving with the Earth, the mirror system of the Michelson and Morley is not shortened. No, it is shortened, but you can't measure it. Is not shortened. But it is shortened for a coordinate system which is at rest relatively to the Sun. I'm not interpreting his words. I'm not just taking it. I am looking at his direct words. Thus, for a coordinate system moving with the Earth, the mirror system of the Michelson-Morley is not shortened. You are wrong, Whitsitt, and it's about time you grew a sack and admitted it.
Okay, so I know that's what it says. And
Yes.
if you actually properly interpreted it, you would know that Einstein is,
you
of
have
course,
to
not
interpret
contradicting
it
himself.
and parse
You guys
it
are
differently.
afraid to
He
hear me
didn't
rebut
contradict
it.
himself. Just read the words, Witsit. Not
Why are you-
shortened.
why are
What
you
do those
afraid to hear
words
me rebut
not
it?
shortened mean? To you, what do those words not
It
shortened
means
mean?
it means shortened, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, it means shortened, which is, of course, you have a certain length and then a measured length.
He just
to be
admitted
shorter
to. He
be-
just admitted that not
Why do you
shortened means
keep
shortened.
interrupting?
Yeah,
me?
I love that. No, let him do it. Let him do it. I want to get this clip.
Go on,
ahead.
yeah, please
Say it
go
again.
ahead. I
Yeah, so
apologize
you
for
would have an
interrupting,
initial
Gamma.
measurement
Please
of
go
length,
ahead.
And then shortened would mean that you'd measure a length shorter than that length. Okay, there's something called proper length in relativity, which is its inertial or rest frame measured length. So no, it doesn't shorten for you because you're in the reference frame that is shortening relative to the sun. You have to be outside of that reference frame to observe it. It is a real physical contraction that happens in the direction of motion, but relativity says there's no such thing as absolute motion, and that technically if you only have one reference frame, you can't even claim that there is motion because all motion is relative, which means you have to say that the Earth is moving relative to something, or you can treat it as if it's stationary, inertial, or in a rest frame. In this specific scenario, they are talking about being in reference to the sun, which is where they got the 30 kilometer per second orbital speed, which is what the actual fringe shift prediction was built upon, which is why Einstein says right before the thing that you think is some type of home run, he says that prime factor involved in this contraction we find not the motion in itself to which we cannot attach any meaning, but the motion with respect to the body of reference chosen in the particular case in point, which is the sun.
Which debunks you.
Oh.
It literally debunks your claim.
Wait.
Not at all, man.
FTFE,
100%.
Listen.
No, dude, you're wrong.
Again,
Did
the
you
words.
listen?
Why? Like, let's stop
Wait.
interpreting and just look at the words. For the
that's
coordinate
what-
system moving with the Earth, so you are moving with the Earth. The Michelson-Morley experiment is moving with the Earth. The mirror system of the Michelson-Morley is not shortened. It doesn't say there it is shortened, but you can't measure it because everything else is also shortened. It says the words with a fucking comma straight after it is not shortened. But it is shortened for a coordinate system which is at rest relatively to the sun, which means that on the Earth it's not shortened. But if you were to measure it from the sun, it would have seemed to be shortened. But it's not.
Why are you just repeating what
It's
we're
not
saying?
on
That's how you
the
do
Earth.
it.
I'm saying the
That's
opposite to Witsit. It is not
No, you're
shortened on
not.
the Earth. There is no
Wait, he just admitted
contraction.
it.
There is no contraction on the Earth as the rest frame. The contraction only is measurable from an outside reference frame.
You're
from the
repeating
sun.
Witsit, buddy.
I'm
Okay,
literally
exactly.
saying
It's
the
not
opposite
shortened
to
if you
Witsit.
consider the Earth to be at rest
It is
because you
it's
don't
considered
invoke
a lab
another
frame,
reference
yes.
frame for the motion to be relative to. Of course, in your religion, you believe the Earth is
No one's got a
orbiting
religion here
through
apart from you,
space.
dipshit. Please don't gaslight me.
Of course, you believe the Earth is orbiting
no,
through
I don't
space
believe
around the
I've
sun.
measured things.
Okay, I'm going to step away for a second because
Yeah.
you're being very
Well,
immature.
how
and
about no?
impulsive, and you can
Sorry,
talk
Gamma.
clearly
What's that?
refuted
Who's the
you,
one that
so-
screams about knocking me out and
30
breaking my
kilometer
jaw?
per second motion of the Earth relative to the sun is how they got the fringe shift value. It wasn't founded, which means in the case of assuming the Earth's orbit relative to the sun, the reason we didn't measure the predicted value is because the Earth shortens in the direction of motion around the sun just a sufficient amount to compensate for the missing time difference. Is why he
According
says
to
exactly
Lorentz,
the right
not
solution in
Einstein, yeah.
relativity.
Yeah, and then he explains how relativity has a different interpretation of it, and explains exactly how the coordinate system with at rest from the Michelson-Morley experiment is not shortened. Doesn't say is shortened, but can't be measured. It says is not shortened. You only see the contraction from the outside frame. That's it. That
Okay.
you don't need to put anything else in, like you just can't measure it because all the space and time is contracting as well. It doesn't say that. Einstein never says that. That is something that you have put in because you need that to back up your claim. But the maths of relativity completely debunks your claim. And Witsit, if you could even do the maths, then you might understand. We know you can't do the maths because you don't even understand mathematical notation. K, 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 K,
Honestly,
K, K, K.
FTFE, you're not addressing it. Just address it.
I've
Give us the
literally
math.
addressed it.
Give us it. No, you didn't.
You want me to
just
give you the maths?
said-
I can give you the maths right now. I can
that
give
he's
you the
just
maths
out of
right
Basically-
now to debunk Witsit's claim.
Yeah,
He
Go ahead.
literally doesn't understand that he just got refuted. He
I
genuinely thinks
literally
he's right
didn't.
right now,
Okay,
but-
once again, the words say is not shortened.
Wait, I'm
is
just gonna repeat it one more
not
time. I'm gonna fall
shortened.
back. Okay, I gotta go
I'll
take-
give you.
yeah,
I
gotta
can
go
give you the
put my
math right
baby
now.
down.
Yeah, so
I'm just
can
gonna
I.
repeat it one more time.
I thought you were. Yeah.
As it pertains to specifically Michelson-Morley, right? It is based on the assumed orbit of the Earth. So that is a
No, it's not.
motion
The Michelson-Morley
relative
was not
to
about
the
that.
sun. they used the motion of the Earth in orbit relative to the sun to get their predicted value of
What was the maximum
friendship.
experiment
Okay,
for?
so the motion of the Earth relative to the sun is the very thing that they're choosing in that particular case in point, which is why he says, but the motion with respect to the body in reference chosen in the particular case in point. In Michelson-Morley's case in point, it is the sun, it is the Earth moving around the sun, 30 kilometers per second, and then the friendship didn't
They
happen
muted
because
me.
in that motion relative to the sun, it contracted just the right amount. Okay, I gotta go take care of my baby.
Yep. I think Witsit just quickly addressed it, but FTFE, you didn't really get into the crux of it. All
I
you're saying
literally
is,
am getting into the
Witsit,
crux
you're
of it.
wrong.
Yeah, I'm explaining how he's wrong, and I can get into the crux of it with the maths, and the math shows how wrong he is. That what he is saying gives some kind of preferred reference frame, because
But
he's
you
saying,
do understand that the
wait. Let me finish what I'm saying before you jump in, okay? What he is claiming gives some
Absolutely.
kind of preferred reference frame, because it implies the motion is relative to the sun, so that is the contraction that the Earth is going to experience.
Lab frame.
Again, excuse
not
me.
you,
Will
maybe
you let me
Nick
finish what I'm
Toon?
saying,
Lab
please?
frame.
Will you let me finish what I'm saying before you interrupt? Thank you very much.
The whole time.
Yeah, will you be quiet and let me finish what I'm saying? Thank you very much. So, the what Witsit is claiming is that the Earth contracts relative to the sun, but that means that the sun would be considered the absolute reference frame. He's saying that that's the contraction that the Earth experiences, but you just can't measure it because it's all contracting. But the Earth is moving relative to many, many, many other things at the same time. So if the Earth, wait, I'm still talking. If the Earth is moving relative to many, many, many other things, how do we determine what the actual contraction of the Earth is based on its motion?
He was talking about the lab frame. You're going off on a straw man
I'm
here.
talking about the lab frame.
No.
Considering
He was addressing the lab frame.
Yeah, what is the lab frame in this case?
Oh, so exactly. Address that point.
The Earth would be the lab frame. Because that is the frame that the Michelson-Morley experiment is in. That is considered the lab frame, right?
Then we're back in the same circle, right?
The lab frame
we still
never
have
experiences contraction. And that comes to my question, which no one seems to ever want to answer. How do we determine what the actual contraction is? If, as Witsit claims, the Earth is experiencing this contraction relative to the sun, but you just can't measure it because all measurement devices and space and everything are also contracting, how do we determine what it is contracting relative to? Because the Earth is moving relative to lots of other things. So what is the actual contraction? Is the Earth actually contracting in many different ways? No, that's not what relativity says. Relativity says there is no contraction.
You guys worship relativity.
Relativity says there is no contraction.
You have faith in relativity.
No, I don't have faith.
You have faith. Yes, you do.
Relativity has been experimentally demonstrated to be a fact. So.
Oh my man, you should really think about this.
Relativity
you have faith in an equation.
Again, relativity has been experimentally demonstrated to be a fact. No faith required. You can laugh is all you have, because that is a fact that relativity has been experimentally demonstrated.
Like the atomic
so just laughing
clock.
about it is what we call an appeal to incredulity.
I don't mean to be insulting. I don't mean to be insulting.
So let's get back to my question, which no one seems to want to answer. If Witsit's claim about relativity is...
One experiment.
I'm talking right now. If Witsit's claim
about experiment.
I'm talking right now. If Witsit's claim about relativity is correct, how do we determine how much the Earth is contracting relative to what?
What about
That's
the
point.
experiment
You can't.
that you
So
claimed?
yeah.
What about
exactly.
the experiment you claimed, bro?
We're going to get to that once my question is done
Why
with.
are you putting words? Why are you
I
putting
just
words
answered the
in Witsit's
question.
mouth when he's not here? Just talk about your experiment that you claimed. Witsit's not here. Don't put.
Well, there's
words
many
in his mouth.
experiments. We can use GPS. There's many experiments. We can use GPS. We can use the muon experiments. We can use the atomic clock
That's not an
experiments.
experiment. That's not an experiment.
You can say it's not an experiment, but it is an experiment.
GPS is not an experiment.
You can say it's not an experiment. GPS is an experiment.
One at a time, guys.
experiment.
Jesus.
Please.
Ready?
Yeah, can I
muons are real.
Wait.
Shane, you might need to
muons are definitely
specifically
real.
say-
We can measure them.
You're probably right.
What a joke!
Pick who can do it.
Sorry, are you going to refute muons that we can actually measure?
Listen to this guy. He's talking about a Pokemon card.
Sorry, do you even know what a muon is?
Moderation.
Is that it? Just your personal incredulity about muons? Is that all you've got? Brilliant. Maybe sit to the side and let the grown-ups talk.
No. Okay.
So
GPS.
Pokemon cards, sir.
Yeah,
All I got was muons, claim, assertion, nothing.
Yeah. Again, the experiment involving the experiment involving
you fucking wizard believing
the experiment involving muons shows that relativity is real.
How'd you get that? The Hogwarts?
Stupid
so
muggles.
much incredulity. Wow.
Stupid muggles, man.
I don't like it, so it's fake.
I'm gonna cry because I don't like it.
Does anybody want to have an actual discussion?
I cried out experiment and then cited. I cried out experiment, then cited GPS as an
GPS
experiment.
is a brilliant experiment.
Fucking.
Yeah, what issue have got with GPS being an experiment? Because
it's not an experiment. It's not an experiment.
GPS works brilliantly as an experiment.
The acronym GPS is not an experiment.
Guys,
GPS works brilliantly as an experiment.
Egypt only, please.
Yeah. So FTFE, go ahead, explain.
Yeah, what do you want me to explain? Muons, GPS, atomic clocks.
Your experiment.
Which one?
Muons.
The one
let's talk about the muons. All right, let's talk about the muons then.
No, GPS. GPS.
No, we're going to do muons first, and then we can do GPS. Right? So muons are simple.
Game of Thrones.
Do we have any moderation?
Yes, we got it.
What, he can't handle being interrupted?
Oh no, I think it's fucking hilarious.
Awesome.
So muons, brilliant. Muons are a real thing that we can measure, and the brilliant thing about muons is we know how long they last. And muons are created when solar rays coming from the sun interact with our atmosphere. Right? They're created in the top of the atmosphere, right? And they head towards Earth. The thing is that muons travel near light speed. Right? But they only exist for a very, very tiny amount of time, right? And from the time they're created in the top of the atmosphere, and the amount of time that they live, and the speed they're going, they shouldn't be able to reach the surface, right? But the thing is that we can measure muons hitting the surface, which doesn't make sense because muons only exist for a certain amount of time. They shouldn't be able to reach the surface. Now, the reason that this happens is because of relativity. Because the muons are moving so fast relative to the atmosphere of the Earth. For the muons, the atmosphere will appear contracted. It will appear shorter. So from the muon's perspective, it's alive long enough to reach the surface and be physically measured. Now, from the atmosphere's point of view, the muon, it's not really massless, it's not really contracting, but it's traveling so fast that there is a time dilation effect as a symmetry to contraction. And that means relative to the muon, relative to the atmosphere, the muon's time is slower. So from the atmosphere's point of view, the muon can exist longer than the time it should. So you've got contraction of the atmosphere, you've got time dilation in the muon. I'm still talking.
How'd you measure your fairy
I'm
dust?
still talking.
You put it on
I'm still talking.
How'd you measure that?
I'm still talking. I'm still talking. That would be brilliant. Thank you very much. There we go. So we can measure the muons hitting the surface of the Earth, and we know that they shouldn't do it. The reason it happens is because of length contraction and time dilation, because of the relative speed of the muon and the atmosphere. This is experimentally shown, and you can't really refute it just by going, no, I don't believe it. So now you can ask questions.
Yeah,
Please go ahead.
So again, you didn't show an experiment. Again, you just plugged in a narrative.
I explained the experiment. I don't have the experiment with you.
No. You didn't explain an experiment.
Yeah, I literally just did.
Of an experiment.
You said you had fairy dust, but you didn't.
You gave a narrative.
You said it's invisible.
I literally just described them. Okay.
No.
I just described
If you want to go ahead, I can shut up.
I just described the methodology of an experiment that has been done several times.
So Noah, is it me or you speaking? Like just establish that.
Hurry up.
Yeah. Okay. So FTFE, you didn't give any reference of an experiment. You gave a narrative.
I can cite the reference all you like. There's no worries. I can put that in the chat.
No. You don't understand what I'm saying. You didn't actually explain an experiment. All you did was cite or reference in this.
I explained the methodology of the experiment. Did you not hear me do it?
No, you explained how you would expect. You kept saying from the point of view of the atmosphere. How is that an experiment? Point of view of the atmosphere. How would you establish that in an experiment?
Because the muon is traveling relative to the atmosphere.
How would you establish a point of view of, let's say, a muon versus an atmosphere in an experiment?
Because how would you see how long they are supposed to live and the distance that they have traveled? It's
They're not alive. They don't live. They're not alive.
Live is a term that's used for the how long it's around that we can measure it. Okay.
Okay.
So maybe don't worry about little words that.
Yeah. So you have an isolated. I'm not worried, but I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
Yeah. So we can physically measure the muons. We can physically measure them hitting the surface of the Earth. We know where they are created at the top of the atmosphere.
Okay.
So the rays
now, I want to ask my question.
Please go ahead.
All right, now.
So there's this ethereal fucking fairy dust falling to the ground.
Oh, you're gonna ask a serious question?
It magically warps time, and it falls to the ground, and you're
lovely
sat there with your wizard hat. You're sat there with your wizard hat. How are you collecting this? How are you collecting this fairy dust? How are you collecting and seeing this invisible fairy dust that warps time and space? Thank you.
Yeah, no one said this fairy dust that warps time and space. So maybe if you don't come up with a straw man, that would be brilliant.
You have to go to chapter 2 to find that out.
Lovely, you want to take a shot?
I mean, if he wants to ask a question that isn't a straw man, then
can I ask a question about Narnia?
How are you measuring the fairy dust?
I don't know what. There's no fairy dust involved. So
how are you measuring it? Invisible fairy dust that falls from the sky. How are you measuring it?
Well, we don't measure fairy dust, so I wouldn't know.
Well, the fairy dust measurer, obviously.
Sorry, Muon Pokemon cards specifically. My bad.
Well, we don't measure Muon Pokemon either.
I summon Muon too, so mine's better.
We have a Muon detector.
All right, for reference,
you have a Muon detector with your fucking wizard hat. What do you do with your Muon detector?
Detect
Hey,
muons.
I put the link to the.
They got the extra pointing hat in the chat wizard.
There.
You do know that personal incredulity doesn't debunk anything.
Maybe Dicelo has a different question.
It just makes things better.
What do you think, Dicelo?
Yeah, so like MC2 said, he's posted the link to the experiment, and he's posted, a nice quote there. So
I was just wondering how he isolated this to be able to measure or test on.
Well, how about you study the paper of the experiment that Toon's posted, and then maybe that can answer all the questions for you.
Just give me a synopsis.
So I get a
I did give you a synopsis.
The relativistic effect
wizard hat
of cosmogenic muons. Is that really?
Yep, that's the name of it.
Yes.
Is this similar to photons?
No, muons are similar to.
Hello.
My wife says hello. Emma, what do you think of flat earthers?
They're daft, aren't they?
Aye.
love
you, honey.
Your wife's trying to convince us of fairy dust.
I need a new bike. Where can I get one, Craig?
Well, you need a new
Does she
bike.
need some more blue hair dye for her?
I have a question about the geodynamo model.
The geodynamo model, what's that?
Yeah, the geodynamo theory of how our core works in the electromagnetic field.
I see what you mean about the geomagnetic core. Okay, yeah, what about it? Are we done with relativity for now? We can come back to that.
Well, you didn't even prove your
if you're gonna, yeah, sorry, yeah, we actually are unfortunately stuck on this. Yeah.
I have a machine. You said I stand next to a machine with a pointy hat, and then I prove muons, but that doesn't really logically link together. It's just...
Toon, do you remember me saying any of that?
I think I still have a pretty.
All right, I'll tell you what. Let's go on to the question about the core, because that's actually a bit more interesting. So
no, I'm actually not interested in that anymore. Dicelo actually did put the question pretty succinctly, and we didn't really get us a satisfactory answer on that.
What was the question again?
I asked how you isolated it.
How you
isolated it, or if you isolated it. your
How you
muons,
isolated-
and then I asked you.
Yeah, you've got a
Can
detector
I
that
ask
detects
the question,
muons.
or are you just gonna? Holy shit, man!
Well, I thought you did ask the question. I just answered. But if there's no, if you've got
Well,
two
I'm
questions,
like-
that's fine. Go ahead.
All right, sure, man. You just.
It's cool.
Can I talk? Or am I good?
No, I'm waiting for you. On you.
Yeah, I'm just wondering how you measure these things. If you've isolated it, and yeah, that's what I want to.
Yeah, you build a detector that's specifically built to detect muons, and then you
have a little
you go
jar?
from there.
Really?
Yeah.
It's like a magic
build
jar. You sprinkle the dust.
So you build a device to detect something that you're supposing to be there.
Well, no, we know muons exist, and we know what they're made of and how to detect them, so you just build a device to detect them. The same way that you could build a device to detect an electromagnetic field, or you can build a device to utilize the photoelectric effect to make electricity. In the same way,
So how did you know?
I'm still talking. We also understand what muons are and what radioactive decay they should give us, so we can build a detector to show what that a muon has been detected. Those things exist.
And build a device to
No,
go
it
to
was
the
there
moon.
prior to your detection device.
How do we know it was there?
Prior to your detection device, how did you know it was there?
We knew that it would be created when solar rays interact with our atmosphere. That was something that we expected to happen, and it's something that can
Expect things
be,
and then build devices to support its existence.
you have a hypothesis. That's what science is. You come up with a hypothesis, and then you make a prediction with the hypothesis, and then you do an experiment. So if you build something that as the experiment to test if that thing exists, and that thing finds that thing exists, then you've kind of done the experiment, right?
You say I predict something that's
you
never
haven't-
before existed to exist in a spot that's never before existed, and I built a machine that can detect this never before existed particle. Therefore, this thing exists. Is that really what I just heard?
Well, you've got
yeah.
a machine would do something. It will detect something. Something will happen if something's hitting it. So you're not just making up. You're seeing something physically happen in the machine, which is something that you would expect to happen if the thing that you theorized exists does exist. That's how you test for if something's real. You would devise.
So what was
an
the
experiment to test for it.
independent variable?
The independent
variable.
Sounds like wizardry to me.
I mean, wizardry is fine if that's what you think science is. That's absolutely fine.
So it sounds like
With your
wizardry. That's
independent variable.
more incredulity there, I guess.
But again, if you look at the paper, it will explain everything in a lot more detail than I ever could. We have provided you
He
with...
doesn't even understand what he's defending. He just admitted it. He just admitted, I don't understand. I can't explain what I'm defending. That's what he just did.
Nice attempt at gaslighting. What I have done is I have given you...
Go ahead, then explain it instead of making excuses.
Nice attempt at gaslighting.
Explain the experiment, sir. Explain the experiment, Mr. Wizard.
Nice attempt at gaslighting. I've explained the methodology of the experiment. I've explained what a detector is. If you would like more specifics about the intricacies of the detector and exactly how it does it, then maybe look at the paper and it will explain all that. But I have given you the tools to research the rest of it yourself and given you a basic explanation of my understanding of the experiment. If you disagree with it, then please go and refute the paper.
I mean, you still haven't addressed what it was. If it was light, if it was a light particle.
Muons.
I mean, what is
muons.
If you don't know what a muon is, then you're not eligible to take part in this conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you don't know what it
Look
is
up
either.
muons.
You haven't
Yes, I know what a
explained it.
muon is. I
You
know what a
haven't
muon
explained
is.
it.
I don't need to explain it. If you don't know what a muon is, then
No,
this
you don't know what
this
it
isn't
is,
your
bro.
conversation.
You just keep asserting it.
Oh my gosh.
What if I said I built Shane's muon detector and I actually detected 0 muons? Do muons still exist?
Then you'd have to explain to us how you did that.
We'd look
I
at
built
your
a
methodology.
muon. I built a muon 2 detector. I detected the muon 2.
So, I mean, none of you even know what a muon is, and that's the crux of this problem.
It's a
muon
is a particle that turns into an electron or a neutron through decay.
It's a muon.
Is
It's
that
one of
what
the
it is?
fundamental subatomic particles.
Yeah,
It's
no shit.
literally
Is that what it is?
building
What
blocks
does
of
it
the
turn
universe.
into once it decays?
It's
no different. It's no different to neutrons. We actually don't observe them. We observe an effect that we call.
It's very
muon.
different to neutrons. Muons, what is it? Right, so they're similar to electrons, but they weigh like 200 times more, like 200.
Much more massive.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're heavier than electrons. And
we can detect them. We know they exist, and we can predict that they will exist under certain conditions because we understand particle physics.
We detect an effect we call muon.
Muon isn't an effect; it's a subatomic particle.
Same with the neutrinos. We don't directly observe them.
Hey, if you are smarter than the people that doing this and you have issues with it, then I'm sure they'd love to hear.
Nobody.
They would
how does
love
that
to hear
apply?
it. You write it
how
up.
Does that apply to
send
what I
it
said?
to them so that they can understand better because you seem to think you understand them better than they do. So go ahead. They would love to hear how to better understand the effects of
that's
muon.
a bunch of hot air. It doesn't even address what I said.
So, you can't explain it better than they do? Okay.
Yeah.
You can't address what I said is the problem here,
What did you say that you don't?
That's
know
why
what
you
muon
just
is?
blow. Well, you're not paying attention then. You can't pay attention. Your boy can't address what's said. Yeah. You guys are full of hot air, and all you do is talk shit.
You said that they're similar to neutrons, which they're not.
Yeah, you're both full of
You said they're
shit.
detected the same way as neutrinos, which they're not. So you've made a bunch of false claims without understanding even what a muon is, and then said we're full of shit. Good job, dude. You're an excellent example of flat Earth.
Yeah, I know. I don't understand a muon because you
correct.
Said so.
Well done. That's all you need to say. Right. Anyway, let's go back to that geodynamo effect.
You're a fuck nut, dude.
Cool story, bro. Kisses to the wife.
Yeah, kisses your mom too, bitch.
Your mother says what now?
All right.
Acceleration changes particle decay.
I love his mom.
Sorry, what's
I
that?
have a paper showing that acceleration changes particle decay.
Acceleration changes particle decay. Cool. I'm sure you don't understand any of the paper.
It makes them decay faster.
Yeah. Cool story.
Cool story.
Yeah. You don't know what it means, so.
So is the life expectancy of a muon based on So is the life expectancy of a muon based on at rest?
Is the life that's a question that has no meaning.
No
muons
meaning.
are not
Why?
at rest. Yeah,
Why? Because you
not at
assert
rest.
that? No. The life expectancy is based on the at rest equation, though. This is a simple
at-rest
Google search.
equation.
It's just what I said. At rest.
Yeah. What is your point?
Yeah, and we know that doesn't literally mean 100% at rest because nothing's ever at rest. We know.
Yes.
Lab frame.
Yes, that
They
is
like that
exactly
word.
why we just explained about time dilation effects, which is what allows the muon to reach the surface to be measured.
Craig.
Hello.
Craig, can I? Yes, this is Brenda.
How you doing, Brenda?
The paper that Whitsitt is citing, get the citation from him and then scroll down to the conclusion, and you will see that it refutes everything he says.
Oh yeah, Toon
literally
Flerfs
doesn't.
number 1.
It literally doesn't.
All citations refute Flerf claims without exception.
Yeah, that's all you guys can have is baseless chanting, and where you just falsely tout victory over
Good
and over.
lord, your voice is boring. Learn to have some intonation when you're speaking.
Who?
Good one.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
his boyfriend's here, so all of a
Also,
sudden
tell you what,
said a
Whitsitt,
nut.
how about you learn to spell Ivy? That might be a good start.
Good one.
Twice! You spell Ivy twice in your ranting email to me. Fucking
You can barely
hilarious.
say it.
Okay.
Right, anyway, so someone was talking about the geodynamo effect. Let's get to that.
Wait, can we acknowledge that the
learn to
decay of accelerated
enunciate.
particles
If you
is,
want, you can acknowledge
faster?
anything you want. Just
Can
read
we
the
acknowledge
conclusion.
they didn't demonstrate them measuring anything? They just claimed they did, and then just said, "I don't
And
understand."
showed you the
Look at
paper of the
I'm a
experiment, of
wizard.
course, you know.
I'm a wizard. Look at my hat. Look at this paper. I can't prove it to you, but this paper can.
Yeah,
I'm a
let's
wizard.
not do that wizard crap, please.
Yeah, cool.
Thank you.
Good job, Noah.
Look
Thank
at the
you.
experiment described in the paper. It's the one from 1942. Is that the one from 1942 Toon that you put up there?
Yeah, you have faith in shit that you haven't even read.
No, I put
So here-
the one that Whitsitt is talking about. That is,
I have faith
the
in it,
decay
even
of
though I don't
accelerated
understand it
particles.
myself. Is
Yeah, what
he's
it says
saying.
is the effects derived here have nothing in common with the classical special relativistic time dilation, which can be understood from purely kinematical reasoning. Instead, they are of quantum field theoretical origin. Moreover, in their derivation, non-standard or no non-standard particle physics, like grand unified theories enter. Therefore, the effects are direct prediction of quantum field theory and accelerated frames. Apart from being interesting in its own right, this theory may also help to understand the quantum theory and curved space-time more thoroughly. And this is, of course, not just a theory. It's from an actual test that they did, and it's very like one of the most prestigious laboratories in the world that did it.
Oh, it's
and
prestigious.
Of course, Brenda, not comprehending things, thinks that since it says the effects derived here have nothing in common with classical special relativistic time dilation, Brenda thinks that means it actually refutes my point, which is just, of course, ineptitude. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, just like when Einstein literally refutes your point, but you go, no, he means something else apart from the words he said. Cool. Anyway,
You're claiming Einstein contradicts himself?
No, Einstein doesn't contradict himself. You've just got the IQ of a monkey and don't understand what he said. So, you know.
Is that your response?
I think it's weird that you
FTFE?
always have to resort to so many insults. And
no,
like,
it's not an insult. It's a description.
IQ of a
You
monkey.
are a fucking moron. That is a fact.
No,
He's a showmaker. The only
point.
thing he can do is create a big show out of things. That's the only thing.
No, the thing is, I don't need to create a show. You guys spouting
you're
stupid does it for me.
Well, this is getting really, really hard to listen to for everyone. So maybe Penguin can take a shot at FTFE.
Yeah, I
if
would
you want.
love that.
He's
Someone
sort of-
wanted to talk about the geoelectric, the geodynamo.
I'm going to
effect, so-
drop out, by the way.
Oh,
So.
yeah, Toon, thank you very much for coming on, buddy. I appreciate it.
FTFE is being ridiculous.
See you later.
See ya.
Greg,
Run away to.
Wait,
Right,
good
you
lighting
can
up on
see
the
the
childish
So,
so
how about we
that
go
wouldn't kill you.
do that geodynamo effect that someone was talking about, and we can get to that discussion. That would be lovely.
Pretty bad FTFE when
Yeah, Wixit, no one's talking to you right now.
Was he
So
here
you're
just to
acting
back you up
kinda
on relativity or what?
No, he had some free time, and he asked if he could come along, and I said yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because he's a cool dude. So yeah.
Were
So
you guys holding hands?
all the time. Yeah, that's how you do it across the
That's what I
Pacific
thought.
Ocean.
We know. You don't need to describe it.
So Penguin is rather new to our group. I don't think he's a new flat earther, but he's a
What's
new
up,
addition
Penguin?
to our crew.
Hello.
Nice to meet you. How you doing?
I'm doing okay.
You have a good New Year?
I'll be honest. I've been, the last week, I've been listening to a lot of debates and diving into a lot of stuff, and I haven't been satisfied with a lot of questions that I have.
Cool.
The relativity question still hasn't been answered, and that's kind of what it all hinges on, right? Like the Einsteinian cosmos all kind of hinge on that, and so I don't really want to talk about the geodynamo theory. I want to get back to this issue of the reference frame.
Okay, if you really want to, Einstein said that the Marcus-Morley experiment is not shortened, and that's what I'm going to go with. And until someone can debunk the maths that agrees with his claim, then there's nowhere else to go about it.
The maths come from the relative motion of the Earth around the Sun.
And do the maths of length contraction. What do you get? You get zero contraction.
No, you don't get zero contraction when
Yes,
it's
you
the
do.
Earth's motion relative to the Sun. You don't
Yeah,
get
but
zero
okay,
contraction.
but let's just talk about the Earth's motion relative to something else, because when you went away, which is cool, you've got a new child, you should probably be doing that. But when you went away, I asked the question which no one ever seems to be able to answer. You say the Earth is contracting the amount that is relative to the motion compared to the Sun, but then the Earth's also got motion relative to many, many other things. So how do we determine what the actual contraction that is happening on Earth that you can't measure is? Because what you are saying, it indicates that the Sun is a special preferred reference frame, but it's not. That's why it's only relative to something else. That's why it's only viewed from outside of the frame. The frame that is the lab frame is never, ever, ever contracting. That's what the second postulate says.
What you don't understand is...
You keep saying I don't understand, but I do understand it. I've done the maths. You can't even talk about the mathematical notation. So instead of starting with what you don't understand is, how about you refute the actual maths and do it yourself?
The math actually supports my position.
It 100% doesn't.
Just like whenever we originally discussed this, and you said, I did the math for Lorentz contraction applied to the Michelson-Morley arms.
Yeah, I admitted I was wrong about the application, but then I went away and actually studied. And I actually spoke to people that know what they're talking about, did the maths myself, watched many, many videos that are done by professors that they have for their classes that all say that you are wrong, and learnt about it actually from the people that know what they are talking about. There isn't one person in the world that teaches relativity that would agree with you. I was talking actually, so.
Well, you interrupted me though.
You interrupted me, so
Okay, I guess you can just baselessly lie, whatever.
No,
But
you
anyway,
actually interrupted me first. So,
anyway,
you know.
so just like when this all started, you said that I was wrong and that it wouldn't contract enough to make up for the time difference. I didn't even understand it. And here we are full circle where you still understand it. You just keep on screaming about math, thinking that somehow makes you right. But the math,
makes
supports
me right.
The length contraction
Show me the
math
maths that
actually
supports you.
comes.
I challenge you to
Length
show me the
contraction
maths that
math
supports
comes
you.
from relative velocities. And in this scenario, it is the force, the motion of the Earth relative to the Sun. And that's where you get the 0.04 fringe shift number in the first place, the predicted value. And then the length contraction obviously uses this relative velocity of the Earth to the Sun to give you the amount the apparatus contracted when compensating for the missing time difference that should have been observed perpendicular to the motion of the Earth around the Sun.
According to Lorentz, not Einstein.
No. According to both of them.
No, Einstein, again, I read the words where Einstein said that it was different. He literally disagreed with what you were saying.
I wouldn't mind seeing that math you said you learned from people who knew what they were doing. Can we see an example of that?
Yeah, sure.
You're
the length. Actually, there's an amazing video that I can show you that goes through the maths more deeply than I do.
Your math.
My maths is very simple. The maths I described last time while I was here, I can go through it again for you if you like. It would take a few minutes for me to lay out the foundations and explain the maths, because I've actually broken it down to a much simpler mathematical
Well, if you've done the math, don't you just have it on paper? You can snap a picture of and post it?
Not here right now. No, I did it on my board, which I wipe away all the time because I don't use paper. I try to be efficient with my usage of materials.
Okay, so anyway, back to the actual point here, which is that according to Einstein, the thing that's different is the interpretation of the phenomena, which is why he says, according to relativity, the solution to the difficulty was the right run. We just see that the interpretation is more satisfactory. It is an interpretive philosophical difference. It is not a physical difference. Just as right here, John S. Bell, of course, was a Nobel nominee, developed particle physics at CERN. Bell's theorem of non-locality, resolving the EPR paradox.
Stick to Einstein's words, please.
Here's what he said. The approach of Einstein differs from that of Lorentz in two major ways. There is a difference in philosophy and a difference of style. The difference of philosophy is this. Since it is experimentally impossible to say which of two uniformly moving systems is really at rest, Einstein declares the notions really resting and really moving as meaningless.
Yes.
For him, only the relative motion of two or more uniformly moving objects is real. Lorentz, on the other hand, preferred the view that there is indeed a state of real rest defined by the ether, even though the law of physics conspired to prevent us identifying it experimentally. The facts of physics do not oblige us to accept one philosophy rather than the other. When it comes to the actual physics of it, they are the same. It's the same claim of physical contraction in the direction of motion. The only difference is interpretive based on relative motion and relative reference frames. And of course, in relativity, they picked a specific reference frame, and that was the sun, motion of the Earth.
No,
relative
relativity
to the sun.
does not have a specific reference frame, ever.
I said Michelson-Morley. So
you
in
said relativity then.
Okay, well, I meant to say in Michelson-Morley,
that's fine.
They picked a specific reference frame, and that was motion relative to the sun, which is why in that very thing that you keep thinking...
No, Morley picked motion relative to the aether. That was what they were trying to detect.
They used the 30 kilometer per second orbital speed of the Earth relative to the sun to get the predicted fringe shift value, which is why
they were
Einstein...
trying to detect the ether, right? Not the orbital... This is, you keep going around. They were not trying to detect the orbital motion of the sun. They were trying to detect motion relative to the ether.
I didn't say they were trying to detect the orbital speed of the... You just keep reiterating that straw man. I don't know if...
Oh, he's just trying to gaslight you so you can't get your point out, that's all.
No.
Yeah, well, he just keeps on straw manning me. I don't know... No, I don't. I didn't say they were trying to detect the orbit. They assumed the orbital speed. They used the assumed orbital speed of the Earth relative to the sun to get their predicted value of
measured, not
fringe
assumed,
shift.
Yeah.
To get their okay, which is why Einstein says, but the motion with respect to the body of reference chosen in the particular case in point, and of course in Michelson-Morley, that was motion relative to the sun. So when you bring up Jupiter and Venus and all this other stuff, it's showing that you are inept and don't understand.
It's not absolutely. It's not because we're not talking about somebody. We're talking about relativity. We are talking about what relativity says, Witsit. To say that I am inept is fucking hilarious when you can't answer the question. The question
We're actually talking about...
I'm talking... The question is, how do you determine what the contraction is and what it's relative to? Because you keep claiming that the Earth's orbital motion, according to relativity around the sun, means that the Earth is contracting that specific amount relative to the sun but it just can't be measured because all space and everything is contracting. But Earth is also moving relative to other things, so that can't be what relativity says. Relativity would not say that it's contracting just one amount. Relativity says that it's contracting relative to other motions. So
that's another straw man
no, it's not.
fallacy,
It's not a straw man in the slightest. That is what relativity says. To say that it's a
no, but
straw
you're
man.
straw manning me.
No, I'm not. I'm not straw manning you. I'm not straw manning you at all. You claim.
You are.
No, I'm not. I'm not. I'm not. Your claim.
You objectively are.
No, I'm not.
I
am not. Your claim is that the Earth. Relativity says that the Earth is contracting the amount that is relative to the motion around the sun, but you just can't measure it, and that's why you got the fringe shift and everything expected. Because relativity says that the Earth will be contracting that amount, but you just can't measure it. But that is not what relativity says. Relativity says that the contraction is only from an outside reference frame. Not once ever has Einstein or anything about relativity ever said that it's contracting, but you just can't measure it because space and everything is also contracting. That is something that you have made up.
No, I didn't make it up. And
yes, you did. Cite it then.
Why are you always immediately talking once I go to rebut you?
Cite it then. Cite me where it says that, exactly.
Can you please stop? So, yeah, you're straw manning my position. You just said that I claimed that relativity only says there's a particular amount of contraction. I didn't
No, I didn't say that.
I said that as it applies to Michelson-Morley, right? They were using the motion of the Earth relative to the sun specifically. Which means
but I'm talking about relativity in general.
Amount of time difference, and then therefore there is a specific amount of contraction compensating for that. And that's what Michelson-Morley's explanation is according to relativity, and is because Michelson-Morley was utilizing the motion of the Earth relative to the sun to get the predicted fringe shift value. That's like the 7th time I've said it. And
Michelson-Morley weren't using relativity.
I didn't say. I said relativity's explanation for Michelson-Morley.
Yeah, but again, there is no relativity does not say that the Earth contracts, but you just can't measure it. There's nothing about relativity that says that. That's literally something that you've made up.
No, relativity says that all objects in motion suffer contraction in the direction of motion, but that all motion is relative. So in order to even say something's in motion...
No, you missed a big part there. You missed a massive part. All objects contract in the direction of motion relative to something else.
That's literally what I was saying. I was literally
you didn't say that though.
I was literally saying it. So try not to
And again, the
me.
contraction is not in the lab frame. The contraction is never in the lab frame, right? You're making that up.
Once again, so relativity claims that all objects contract in the direction of motion, but that motion is only relative. Therefore, you must have two reference frames to even say something is in motion. So in this particular case, it is motion relative to the sun. So relativity's explanation for Michelson-Morley is that we did not detect a fringe shift because the apparatus contracted just a sufficient amount to compensate for the missing time difference in motion relative to the sun.
Cite me that.
Yeah, I just did. Einstein says that Lorentz says that the solution to the problem is that the apparatus contracts in the direction of motion just a sufficient amount to compensate for the missing time difference, and that according to relativity, this also is the right solution.
But on the basis of the theory of relativity, the method of interpretation is incomparably more satisfactory. You're missing out all that part, which literally then debunks your claim. Nowhere does it say that the lab frame experiences the contraction, but you just can't measure it. What he's talking about there is Einstein saying you would only experience that from an outside frame. And if we're talking about the sun, we can say the sun is the lab frame, and if the sun is the lab frame, then the Earth and the Michelson-Morley experiment would then be experiencing contraction. But if the Earth is the lab frame, from the Earth's perspective, the sun is the thing that would be experiencing contraction, not the Earth.
So once again, it's based on the relative motion of the Earth to the sun.
Please respond to what I've just said. Please respond to what I've just said, right? That according to the Earth, the sun would be the thing that is contracting if we consider the Earth as the lab frame. There is no contraction ever in the lab frame, and nobody ever says that the space and time is also contracted. You just can't measure it. That is something that you have made up.
No, actually, last time we spoke, I actually quoted Stanford explaining that according to relativistic length contraction, objects in motion shorten, but if you were to look at said object, you would not be able to tell it got any shorter. The reason is that the ability to detect, measure, or observe contraction is dependent upon the relative reference frame's view. So you would have to be outside of that to actually see or measure or detect the contraction. The amount of contraction that is detected will be relative to the motion.
Yeah, exactly. So the lab frame would not have contraction. And it's not that it's contraction that you just can't measure. There is no contraction in the lab frame. That's it.
That's my
your claim. No, your claim that there's a contraction, but you just can't measure it because you're also contracting and everything else is contracting. That is something that you have made up and you are interpreting from people's words when the very basis of relativity disagrees with you. When the very basis of the length contraction maths when applied to relativity disagrees with you. When the very notion of the second postulate of special relativity disagrees with you. When every single professor in the world that teaches relativity disagrees with you, but you think that you are right. You have the hubris to think that you are smarter than the people that actually teach this to people and say specifically that you are wrong.
No, that's not true, actually. I've talked to many physicists that says that my interpretation is exactly correct.
No, you haven't. That's an
and what you
absolute
keep
lie.
on
Name
doing
one.
is conflating.
Name one.
Shut up, please. I'm talking. So
Name one.
He can't. He won't.
What you? Okay, I just
Stop
talked.
fucking chanting.
Yeah. So anyway, what you keep on?
No, wait, no.
is
We're
you're
not going on until
basically
you back up your
strawmanning me
claim.
saying
Name one
that
physicist
I'm claiming
you've
that if
spoken
you
to.
just have one reference frame, that there's contraction there. And I've explained very specifically.
I'm asking a question right now.
That, but all you have is a script. You have to
I'm asking a question right now.
Your
I'm asking a
dogmatic
question.
low IQ script over and over with strawman fallacies.
I'm
I've
asking
explained
a
very
question.
specifically that according to relativity,
I'm asking a question. I would like my question answered. Stop just going on and answer my question.
That was predicted.
Why are you
based
scared
on
to
the
answer my
assumed-
question, Witsit?
Oh my
He's
god!
fucking talking, dude.
Yeah, no, I asked the question and then he started avoiding the question by talking a million miles an hour. Right? Answer the question. Answer the question. Answer the question. Why can't you answer the question? Oh, well, you all need to white knight for him now, is it? You all need to white knight for him. How about Witsit answers the question? Name one professor.
How about you learn to let a man finish his sentence?
He goes on for a million years. Now shut
If
the
your
fuck up.
information is so valid, then you don't.
I would like him to back up his claim. I would like him to back up his claim that he has spoken to many physicists that agree with his interpretation.
Why don't you stop acting like a child?
What?
Okay, one of them
because
is
I'm asking.
who teaches, who jumps in and teaches at different. I don't know.
I think we heard what you're asking.
Sorry, say that again. I didn't hear what it said.
Who actually teaches? He actually jumps in to substitute teach at Ivy League schools and is a physicist, and he's in this room quite often.
What was his name? Sorry, I missed it.
Jace is his name here.
Jace.
I'm sure someone will point him out to you now that we mentioned him.
Yeah. So anyway,
and he's an expert in relativity that teaches relativity that agrees with your interpretation. Is that right?
So can I actually make my point?
No.
So
Don't just avoid the question. Answer the question instead of just running away from it. Is he somebody?
By that logic, are you an expert in relativity?
I have spoken to people that actually teach.
No, you're not.
And I have not claimed I am an expert in relativity. I have not claimed I am an expert in relativity. However, I would like Witsit to answer the question. Does the person that you are talking about teach relativity? Is he an expert in relativity? Yes or no?
He definitely.
Is he equal to Craig?
I didn't ask you. I asked Witsit.
He's doing everything.
Maybe Witsit can answer instead of everyone else answering. I can't hear what Witsit is saying. Witsit.
You are so terrible at this.
I can't hear what you're saying because everyone else is talking. I'm just trying to get them to be quiet so I can hear you.
How do you like it?
What are the experts?
So Witsit, once again, please, I didn't hear what you said. Please carry on. Thank you.
Feel free not to interrupt me this time, please. So you keep strawmanning me by saying that even the math disagrees with me, and then what you do is you go and take a zero velocity to show there's zero contraction. Strawmanning me as if I say if there's zero velocity, there's actual contraction, which is very ignorant. I've explained very point blank that, of course, there is no such thing as motion in relativity unless it is relative to something else. And as it pertains specifically to Michelson-Morley, which started all of this, the motion is relative to the sun, the Earth moving around the sun, which gives you 0.04 fringe shift prediction. Gleam actually dropped the paper and the screenshot from it if you want to go get the math yourself, right? And you have 2D v squared over v squared or whatever that says. Can't really read it, it's too small. And the point is that it claims that when the Earth is moving around the sun, that there is a contraction in the direction of that motion relative to the sun that perfectly compensates for the missing time difference predicted using that relative motion. So every time you respond with a straw man about throwing out the motion relative to the sun part, you're just straw manning me, and it's very ignorant and redundant.
No one is straw manning you, Whitset. Your claim doesn't make any sense because no one seems to be able to answer the fundamental question here. How do we determine what is the contraction that the Earth would be experiencing? Is it relative to the sun? Is it relative to something else? What would relativity say the actual contraction is? Because if the Earth is experiencing this contraction in the direction of motion, then is it experiencing contraction in the direction of motion relative to every other thing in the universe at the same time, or just to the sun? What would relativity say?
It would say in all reference frame, it's suffering from contraction relative to the said reference frame observing it. But in the particular case of Michelson-Morley, they're using the reference frame of the sun.
Yeah, I'm talking about relativity. Stop going back to Michelson-Morley. I'm talking about relativity. What would relativity say?
I just answered it.
So that means that the Earth itself is not experiencing contraction because the Earth can't be actually experiencing different amounts of contraction at the same time based on its motion. The contraction is only viewed from the outside reference frame. If you were to be outside the frame that's moving and you were to look at the moving frame, you would measure something different to what the person in that lab frame would measure. There is no contraction that you just can't measure. That again is just something that you've made up. That is not
no, again, I actually cited Stanford the last time we talked about it.
No, Stanford actually didn't agree with you, and that's the crazy thing. That you keep
literally
reading
did.
These things and disagree, and they disagree with you. The maths, like someone asked me about the maths, right? So I'm going to go through the maths, which I did last time.
Oh my
very,
God.
very simple maths, which is a basic explanation of length contraction, which shows that everything that you say is wrong. All right, and this is one of the examples that professors. This is one of the examples that professors use to teach their students, but I've just distilled it down to a much more basic mathematical proof. Okay, so here is the scene. All right, you're on a train. That train is going really, really fast in one direction. Okay, you're in a carriage, a really long carriage, and you've got a device that fires a beam of light. At the end of the carriage, there's a mirror, and that mirror will bounce the light back, and the device will measure how long that light has taken to go from the thing that emitted it to the mirror and back. All right, and what you're going to find is that you're going to measure approximately c. If we assume it's a vacuum, it's not because there's someone in there, but say it's a vacuum, it's going to be c. 3 times 10 to the 8 meters per second, right? So that's what the person on the train is measuring and experiencing, and that means that the carriage is a certain length. The time taken based on the speed, you can do distance equals speed times time, and figure out how long the carriage is based on how long the light took to come back. It's easy, right? So now we have to imagine someone outside of the train watching that train pass. They're just sitting on a bench and they're watching that train go past, right? And they're looking in the window and they see the guy with his experiment, with the beam of light going from one end of the carriage and back, right? And he watches this happen as the train's going past. He watches that beam of light get fired, go to the mirror, and come back. And he can see the time it's taken according to the machine is what the guy on the train saw, right? But the thing is, because the speed of light is invariant, the speed of light is constant in all reference frames, what he's experiencing is different to what the person on the train is experiencing, because as that person has fired the beam of light on the train, by the time that beam of light has got to the mirror, that train has moved. And then that beam of light has to go back from the mirror, back to the receiver, and that train is then moved technically twice as much. Now, that means that for the person outside of the train, that even though the speed of light is the same, the time taken is the same, because the train's moved, for him, the carriage has to be shortened because the speed of light is the same, the time it's taken he can see is the same. The only conclusion for him is that the carriage is physically shorter. That's what he experiences. But the person on the train doesn't experience that, and there's nothing on the train that is going to, say that it's contracting but you just can't measure it. It's just because the speed of light is constant. Distance equals speed times time. You can use that simple mathematical fact to see that from the perspective of the person outside of the train, watching the train go past, the carriage has shortened. And that's it.
Okay, so you have clearly not taught me anything with all of that. The problem is when I say that, in Michelson-Morley, they're claiming the apparatus contract, you just can't tell, and you say, no, it doesn't say that, it's basically like, let's use your train. And if I say, okay, there's a train moving, and the person on the train, if they tried to measure that, say the window on the train got shorter, they wouldn't be able to measure that because their ruler got shorter, all the space around them got smaller because the whole thing's in motion. Then what your rebuttal always is no, it's not contracting at all because blah, blah, blah. Like, it's not an absolute motion, blah, 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 with the straw man. It's like, okay, but the point is that in reality, that train is moving, right? Like, if we're outside the train, we'll see it moving. The train is moving. Now, for your straw man, basically you're saying, well, the Earth is moving, but if we're on the Earth, then it's just stationary. So in order to say that no contraction takes place, you have to claim that the Earth is stationary. And according to relativity, there is no such thing as stationary. And in fact, everything that exists in the universe is moving, which means that everything is contracting. And the amount that we observe is relative to reference frame. So simply put, there is a difference in the physical contraction that takes place and how much of that contraction is observed relative to reference frame. These are two different things. If they weren't two different things and all that Lorentz contraction was based on what is observed, then it would just be an apparent effect. But Einstein very specifically stated it is not just an apparent effect, it's a real physical contraction. So you understand there's a difference in the real physical effect happening and how it is observed?
The person outside of the train is experiencing a real physical contraction of that train. But the person on the train isn't, and there's nothing on that train. There's no reason that train would experience any contraction and I don't say stationary. That was a bit of a straw man of me, to be fair. I say lab frame. That's what you consider to be the zero velocity rest frame or lab frame is how it's normally referred to. In the case of the person on the train, they are a lab frame. Their lab frame is them being on the train. For them, they have zero velocity. But the person outside of the train, their lab frame is them sitting on the bench, and the train is moving relative to them. So the person outside of the train sitting on the bench experiences a contraction on that train. But the person on the train does not experience any contraction because
I never said the person on the train.
I'm still talking. The person on the train who is considered the lab frame has no contraction, and there's nothing in relativity that says that it is contracting, but you just can't measure it. It's simply to do with the fact that the speed of light is invariant.
I never said the person on the train would quote unquote experience contraction. I specifically said the opposite of that.
Yeah.
So that's why
experience is
keep
the wrong word
on doing it. You keep on strawmanning that.
I'm correcting myself, Witsit. So hold on. Experience was the wrong word. Your claim, right? And if I'm wrong about this, then please tell me right here. But your claim is that train would be experiencing the contraction that would explain the difference in the time because of the speed of light, but because everything on that train is also contracting, you wouldn't be able to measure it. Is that correct?
Relative to the platform, yes.
Yeah. Relative to
the person on the platform could measure the speed of the train, and it could measure that there was contraction, but the person on the train would not be able to measure that contraction because they're on the train. So it's very simple.
Because they're on the train, that's the lab frame, right?
In the Michelson-Morley,
wait, no, don't go back to Michelson-Morley. Let's just stick with the train right now, right?
That's what this is all about.
But the train is a much simpler way for everybody to visualize it. So please, just with this, stick with the train, okay? Now, what about the train says that there's a contraction that is happening, but you can't measure it?
You'll never be able to tell in the train. It's just that relativity claims all objects in motion suffer contraction, but that motion is only relative. So in order to even say an object is in motion, you have to have another reference frame that you can say that. It's very simple. So the Earth is supposedly orbiting, right? So it doesn't, just because you can say, oh, well, until you say orbiting relative to what, it's not moving. No, you can say Venus, Jupiter, Saturn, the sun. It's moving in all these scenarios, but the amount of contraction observed from those reference frames are going to change relative to the relative velocity. But that doesn't mean that it isn't moving. In your paradigm, the Earth is moving through space around the sun. And when we take this orbit, which means orbit around the sun, then we should see a certain amount of difference with the perpendicular light beam. Now, they didn't see that. So what relativity says is, well, you wouldn't see that because you're a co-moving observer. You'd have to be outside of the Earth to see that contraction that's taking place.
Okay, so you're still saying that there is a contraction, but you just can't measure it because everything else, the space and time and measuring device is also contracting. That is the bit that is wrong with it. That is the bit that it is just plainly false. In the lab frame, there's simply no contraction, ever. It's just that.
If I'm outside, say I'm on the platform, right, and I'm looking at the train, and I see the train shorten, right? Now, you agree it's a real physical shortening?
It has to be because the speed of light is constant, right?
Okay, so if it's a real physical shortening and I'm on the platform, I'm seeing the train shorten, and it's really physically shortening, right?
For the person on the platform,
So what is what is physically shortening?
For the person on the platform, the train is physically shortening. But for the person in the lab frame, there is no physical. For the person in the lab frame, the person on the train, the person on the platform sitting on the bench, they're the ones contracting, not the train. Relativity is a symmetry, right? That's the most important thing, is the symmetry. And here's the thing, right? You're close. You are close to getting it, and I think one of the important things for you would be to look into Minkowski space-time diagrams. It might help reconcile your misconceptions about relativity.
I don't have misconceptions about relativity.
You really do.
The same about you. Physicist that said that I described it perfectly.
I mean, Minkowski space-time diagrams literally debunk every single one of your claims.
No, it doesn't. This is the point that you have to understand. If you're claiming that the contraction only happens based on how you observe it, then you would be claiming that it's only an apparent effect.
No, that's
a physical effect. It's a physical effect. So the physical contraction due to motion is independent of how much of it can be observed relative to the observer's position. These are two different things. You keep conflating the two, but then simultaneously you double speak and claim that it isn't apparent, and then you claim it is apparent.
No.
It's physical according to the observer.
Yeah, you think I'm
That's
double
what you're
speaking,
saying.
but I'm not double speaking. This is how relativity works, and it's not my fault that you can't conceptualize relativity. And we know relativity works because it's been experimentally demonstrated. And again, the lab frame will not experience any contraction, and it's not that you just can't measure it because you're contracting with it. It's that there is no contraction. The contraction is the other thing that's moving. That's what you.
Okay, I don't want to take over the whole room forever, FTFE. So I'm going to end up falling back. I just want to read this one thing, and I would really hope that you would listen to it carefully, okay, and then respond specifically whether or not you agree or disagree with what I'm about to read, okay, and then we can maybe wrap this up, okay. So this is what it says. It says that the length of objects moving at relativistic speeds undergoes a contraction along the dimension of motion. But if you try to observe length contraction, you cannot, because your view of it is compensated for by the finite speed of light. The idea that objects contract in length when they travel near the speed of light is a widely accepted consequence of Einstein's special relativity. But if you could observe such an object, it wouldn't look shorter at all.
Yeah, in the lab frame, exactly.
Okay, so it's saying that the object contracts in length, but if you were to look at that object that's contracting in length, it wouldn't look shorter at all.
In the lab frame, yeah, if you were to look at it from, if you were to look at something that's moving relative to you and be able to measure it, it would, well, not only appear shortened, but slightly rotated, but that's a consequence of four-dimensional space-time, but that's a different conversation. But
Can I read just briefly the fourth misstep here?
No, this is where he needs to concede.
This is where you need to concede, because
how come as soon as he's on the brink of not having anything to say, someone will come in and try to save them?
That was a flat earther talking, so I don't think they're trying to save me.
I know that.
So don't try and put that on me.
I didn't.
Okay, sounded like you did.
Address what I'm saying, dude. This is what I'm saying. You understand? It says, but if you try to observe length contraction, you cannot, because your view of it, your view of the contraction, is compensated for by the finite speed of light. The idea that objects contract in length when they travel near the speed of light is a widely accepted consequence of Einstein's special relativity. But if you could observe such an object that is contracting in the direction of motion, it wouldn't look shorter at all, meaning that it is physically contracting in the direction of motion, but you wouldn't be able to observe it.
Yeah,
Game over.
You can't observe it because in your lab frame, nothing is contracting. The only time that you're ever going to see that contraction is if you're seeing it relative to something else. If you are the lab frame and you're seeing it moving, that's when you can measure the contraction of something. The contraction is not happening.
That's what I've been saying this whole time.
The contraction is not happening in the lab frame, but you just can't measure it. Nobody says that. The compensation, the compensation is the symmetry between one thing and contracting the other based on the relative motion. That's what it means. The fact that your view of it will be compensated because for the thing that's moving, if you consider that, well, there is no okay. So if you are the lab frame, right, the thing outside that you're seeing move past is the thing contracting. But if you're outside in that thing that's moving, that is now considered the lab frame, and the other thing is the thing that is contracting. That's what it's saying. It does not say that the thing that is moving is contracting if that's considered the lab frame. It says the exact opposite.
Okay, once again, it says it very clearly, right? It says, it says if you try to observe the length contraction, you cannot observe it because your view of it is compensated for by the finite speed of light.
Yeah,
the
exactly.
idea that objects contract in length if they travel near the speed of light is a widely accepted consequence of Einstein's special relativity.
Okay.
But listen carefully, dude.
I'm listening and I'm trying to explain it.
This is the
bit
part
by
you
bit.
have to understand, my brother. But if you
I'm not your
could
brother.
observe such an object that is contracting in length, it wouldn't look shorter at all.
You see contracting.
When you say it's a consequence of the light, of the speed of light, you're saying it's not actual, bro.
No, I'm not. I'm not, and it's not my fault that you guys can't comprehend that. It is actual, but only when viewed from a different reference frame.
Dumb.
It's all right. That's personal incredulity, and I don't give a fuck if you think it's dumb.
No, everyone can hear that I just read the quote, and you're basically saying that the quote is incorrect, and that's
no. I'm saying that your interpretation of the quote is wrong as normal.
No, it's not, because it says that the object. It literally says that the objects contract in length. But if you try to observe that object that's contracting in length, it wouldn't look shorter to you.
And it's not saying in lab frame. And the irony is when you use the term lab frame, you're talking about the observer, right?
Well, I'm just talking about the
within the hold on, let me finish. Lab frame comes from the idea that you're doing the experiment. The observer's frame within the experiment you're conducting. That's
not necessarily what lab frame means.
That is what it means.
When I say lab frame, rest frame, I just mean that is the thing that you're considering the motion relative to.
No, lab comes from the term experiment. Wait, hold on. Lab,
but in relativity,
maybe you're using it wrong.
In relativity, lab frame has a specific meaning.
Yeah, the one that you're observing.
It means
using
the same
the
as a rest
experiment
frame.
within the.
Lab frame, rest frame, they mean the same thing.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they absolutely do.
I'm just so confused. Like, there's no way that
wait,
other
hold on one
ballers
sec,
are
one
hearing
sec,
this and not knowing they're wrong.
one sec. Sorry.
You've been refuted.
Why are you arguing that lab frame and rest frame mean the same thing? That's a fact.
No, because it depends.
Within
it's
relativity,
relative.
lab frame and rest frame mean the same thing.
Yeah, this is a semantical diversion. Who cares? You can call it a rest frame, lab frame, inertial frame. No one
Yeah,
cares.
exactly.
Well, exactly. That's what he's doing. He's jumping between
in relativity. In relativity.
Hold on, Witsit. Let me just address the point I'm trying to make.
Witsit actually just agreed with me there. I was just.
Yeah, I know. Let me address it. Let me explain. When he's using, he's using the term to mean two things, both the observer frame and a rest frame, and he's using it. No, they're not.
But
they're two different things.
No, I'm not using
if
it.
The observer is in the rest frame.
Yeah.
Right. That's the point. Yeah. He's not. No, it doesn't matter what he calls it. Right. Okay. There's an inertial frame, rest frame. He wants to call it lab frame. I don't know why he should just call it an inertial frame. Okay. But the point, it's unchanging frame, and the point is that inside of that, relativity claims that objects have their proper length. Okay. They have their proper length in the rest frame. Now, if that is actually moving, right, relative to whatever, but you're inside that rest frame, meaning that it's not moving for you. It's not moving relative to you because you're co-moving. Then you wouldn't be able to measure or detect the contraction that's happening because you're moving and suffering from the same rate of contraction as the rest of the frame. Which is why this point blank explains that even though the object would shorten in length, if you were to observe that object that was shortening in length, it wouldn't look shorter at all. And then Einstein point blank explains later, whenever he corrects Vladimir Vercock, that there's no physical difference in him and Lorentz's theory. And he says Einstein also argued that the length contraction is not simply the product of arbitrary definitions concerning the way clock regulations and length measurements are performed. He makes it very, very clear that it's a real physical contraction, and the only thing that changes relative to reference frame is how much of it can be measured and observed. And that's why this quote says very simply, to say it one more time, it says that if the objects in motion are contracting, right? So objects in motion contract their length in the direction of motion, but if you were to look at that object that is physically contracting, it wouldn't look shorter at all for you.
Game over.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree with you, Witsit.
Yeah. I mean,
you might have called my calling out of the lab frame thing as semantical, but I mean that's the word he's using, not understanding the term he's using.
I understand the term. The lab frame is the rest frame.
You see, he wants to jump on that, right? He wants to jump on that right now.
No, again, I'm just responding to him by saying I don't understand what a lab frame is. The lab frame is the rest frame. That's what it is. I don't understand where you're getting.
Lab frame is the.
Again,
I can pull up a reference.
Again, I can pull up lab frame, rest frame, they mean the same thing in relativity.
No.
Yeah, they literally do.
Let's move. Yeah, sorry.
Why are you arguing this point? They literally mean
the
same thing.
Jump all over that because it's giving you a life jacket right now.
Are you going to address Witsit?
Yeah, again, so Einstein's words literally were that the coordinate system moving with the Earth is not shortened because it's not shortened. It's only shortened if you view it from outside of the Earth. If you consider the Sun as the lab frame, rest frame, and the Earth moving relative to it, then that's when there would be a shortening. But I'm still talking. Thank you. So, but on the Earth, if you were on the Earth, the thing that would be shortened would be the Sun, not the equipment that you're in. That's this beautiful symmetry of relativity. There is no shortening of the Mugson-Morley experiment. That's Einstein's literal words. For a coordinate system moving with the Earth, the mirror system Mugson-Morley is not shortened. But it is shortened for a coordinate system which is at rest relative to the Sun. Yeah, coordinate system is just an arbitrary term, right? And he's talking about the Sun being the lab frame, right? So if you are the Sun as the lab frame, the rest frame, because they mean the same thing, then the Earth and everything on the Earth will appear to be shortened from that position, right? But the Earth, if you were on the Earth, the thing that would be shortened would be the Sun, which means that there is no shortening happening on the Earth. That
But according to relativity,
your very
both the
claim
sun
is
and
wrong.
the Earth are shortening, right?
That's
You don't
because they're
understand it.
co-moving.
That's why it
They're
says a
co-moving
coordinate.
in the reference frame.
No,
Exactly. It
The
says a
Earth.
coordinate
wait,
system.
wait, one at a time. There
System.
was two of you talking. I lost what one of you were saying because two of you
It
were talking.
says for a coordinate system, which is a mathematical description, like a grid used to, come up with positions and locations and even measurements, right? So it's saying if you use your coordinate system, your mathematical construct to determine the length, well, it's not going to shorten for you, right? Your whole coordinate system is all like suffering from the same contraction relative to motion. You're not going to be able to tell. That's why it says that for
And your measurement tools.
observer, you can't observe it, detect it, measure it. You can't use a coordinate system to measure the length of it because it's your proper length that's all changing with you. It's always going to be the same proper length.
Yeah, even your measuring tools will contract.
Again, no, it doesn't say that. It literally doesn't say that. The coordinate system moving with the Earth. So if that's saying the Earth is considered the rest frame, the lab frame, right? Do we agree with that?
No, look, no flat Earth.
Wait, one at a time. One at a time. Right? No, the specific questions, right? Do we
Rest
agree?
frame in reference to what movement?
Oh
right.
my God, bro.
Thus for right. Let me get my question out, and how about one of you respond at a time, right? So if we look at this bit that says, "Thus for a coordinate system moving with the Earth," that means that the Earth is considered the rest/lab frame. Is that correct?
Sure. Yes. Now
right.
here's the
excellent.
Right.
Wait. Let me finish.
Say
Let me finish. Right. Because this isn't just you.
See, this is why I don't like talking to you, because this wastes like 3 hours of my life.
Well, in reference to
wait, will you both stop and let me finish my point? Right?
No, because as soon as I get him on the ropes again, another flat earther's going to jump in with a diversion, and you still haven't responded to
I am trying to now. If you will shut up and let me get there, right? So we agree that when it says "thus for a coordinate system moving with the Earth," that means that the Earth is considered the rest frame, right? So thus for a coordinate system moving with the Earth, the mirror system of Marcus and Morley is not shortened. So when the Earth is the rest frame, the lab frame, it's not shortened. The thing that is shortened in that circumstance is the sun. But it is shortened for a coordinate system which is at rest relatively to the sun. That is implying that in that circumstance, the sun is the lab/rest frame. Do we agree with that?
Yeah, of course. Now here's
exactly.
The actual
there
point.
we go.
You're going to still not let me talk. You see what I'm saying? You can't
I'm still finishing my point.
You can't debate me. You can only just chant.
I'm still finishing my point, Witsit. So let me finish my point, and then you can respond instead of crying
then I'm
like
going to sit here and patiently let him talk this long, and when I go to get him on the ropes again, someone else is going to jump in and give you something to take the bait and then run away from your
gamma little baby.
Just get to it, Witsit. Just get to it.
Well, right. I mean, Toon, have you not been
here?
Just
get to it. Just get to it.
Here's the point. Both of you. No flat earther. Jump in and save them, please.
Just get to it.
So as we can see, that this says that when the Earth is the lab frame, there is no shortening. But if we consider the sun as the lab frame, in that case, then there is shortening on the Earth.
He just keeps repeating himself.
Right? That is it. That is what it says. So there is no shortening on the Earth.
I'm really frustrated, bro.
Are you finished?
How about you
with your point? Craig,
I am now. And now if Witsit can respond
okay, then
directly...
let's give Witsit the floor.
If Witsit can respond
so I
directly...
don't have to mute you. Don't shush me. I will mute you.
How about you just be quiet and let me finish, and then...
How about you shut up?
How about you be quiet?
You were finished.
How about you be quiet?
I asked you.
Right, how about you be quiet? This conversation is not with you.
You said yes. Now shut up and let him have his time.
Shh. Right.
I'm not going to play your game. Everybody
now,
else
if Witsit can respond directly to my point,
I'm not going to ask you again.
How about you?
Man, Witsit would have responded already if he wouldn't have said anything.
Yeah, here's the deal. Like when I respond, I'm going to then bring my point back up. Please don't just jump in. Okay, so like yes, I've already said 50 times that according to relativity, you need 2 reference frames to actually observe contraction. And if you're a co-moving observer, it's your inertial frame, and you have a proper length within that. And that, of course, the sun is moving, the Earth is moving, everything's moving. So if you're looking at the sun, it would be the one that is contracting for you on the Earth and vice versa. I've already said it 20 times, so when you repeat it, monologuing it as if you're teaching it to me, you're not doing anything. I've already said that from the beginning. The point that, please, when it's going to get really quiet and he's not going to know how to respond, that doesn't mean that Flat Earther has to jump in and save him with some other random question, please, okay? Here's the point. I'm going to state it again. The idea that objects contract in length when they travel near the speed of light is a widely accepted consequence of Einstein's special relativity. But if you could observe such an object that is contracting in length, it wouldn't look shorter at all.
Are you finished?
Respond specifically to that.
Okay, well, that paper that you're citing is talking specifically about the difference between what you see and how you would measure it. That's it.
It's saying that even though the object is physically contracting, when you try to observe that object that's physically contracting, it wouldn't look shorter at all for you.
From what reference frame?
You're inside the reference frame. No, it's the point is you're saying that it isn't contracting at all inside that reference frame, but it's not contracting relative to another length. But what it's explaining is that the idea is that the objects are contracting in length relative to the direction of motion. But if you were to observe that object that is contracting in length, it wouldn't look shorter at all.
Observe it from where?
For you. I just answered that.
Just answer it again. So if you were to observe it from where? From the lab
You're
frame?
in the same. Yes, but you're saying that it's not contracting. This is objectively going directly against you. So either you can say you don't agree with the quote if you want to say that, but just pretending it's agreeing with you is incorrect. You're claiming
the quote is literally
I
disagreeing
said
with you.
that if according to relativity, if an object is contracting, but you're in that same reference frame, then you're not going to be able to tell that it's contracting. You said that's not true. It doesn't contract at all. It doesn't contract at all. That's why I'm citing this right now. It specifically supports what I say, which is that the object contract in length, but if you were to observe that object that is contracting in length, it wouldn't look shorter at all for you.
Yeah, because there's no contraction from the lab frame, from the frame that you're in. The thing that's contracting, this is what you're not getting. The thing that's the contraction that's happening for you is the other thing. So if you are considered stationary or the lab frame, and there's something that's moving 50% the speed of light, from the lab frame, the thing that's moving 50% the speed of light is going to appear to be contracted. But if you are on that thing that's going 50% the speed of light, and consider that the lab frame, then the what was previously considered the lab frame is now going to be the thing that is contracted. The lab frame doesn't contract. And I mean, what you're talking about is like terral rotation and the difference between how you would measure it versus how you view it. I mean, the actual paper that you're citing doesn't. The conclusion of the paper definitely doesn't agree with you. That's for sure.
You're just lying now.
I'm literally not lying. It's the paper that you're citing is talking about the apparent rotation that you would view because of the consequence of 4D spacetime. That's the paper that you're citing, right?
Yeah, that's right. It's called. I'm using a hostile witness to show you don't even understand your own.
I do understand it, and I've just explained why you are wrong. Because again, the lab frame is if you are in the lab frame, there's not contraction for you. The thing that you are seeing moving relative to the lab frame is the thing that is going to be contracting.
It seems like an argument between observably contracting or actually contracting.
Exactly, and what they keep, you notice what he keeps saying?
Whether you can observe it or not at near speeds of light, it would actually contract.
Yeah, whether or not you observe it is independent of its physical contraction, and that's why every time he starts talking, him and MC Toon do the same thing. They start saying that if you were in a different reference frame, it would appear to shorten for you. They keep using the word appear, which would mean that it's just an apparent thing relative to the observer's position, but it's not.
But it's not.
But no, that's not what
we've said many times. It's not just apparent. It's real.
Exactly. Yeah. So if it's a real physical contraction, then how you observe it is independent of its real physical contraction. You can't keep conflating it to saying, well, if you were outside, it would appear to contract. No. It physically contracts, and how much of it you observe is relative to where you are relative to that motion, but it's actually physically contracting. All objects in motion contract, and according to relativity, everything in the universe is moving, which means everything is contracting, and how much of that contraction that you see is going to be relative to where you observe it from.
How much of that contraction that you see? Explain what you mean there.
Yeah. How much contraction is observed is relative to your observer location and the velocity relative to your position.
So how much is it actually contracting?
It's relative to how much is it actually contracting? It's going to be relative to your position.
Relative to what position?
I agree. Witsit, that's correct, but I don't know what your point is then.
Okay,
wherever you're observing it from. You know, we don't have to give a specific position because it'll change for every position. And if you were inside that
there
thing,
we
that's
go. If it
contracted-
changes for every position, then there is no contraction in the lab frame. The contraction is outside of the lab frame.
You just keep saying that. No one
Because
says
that's
if you were if you were in the lab frame, you wouldn't be able to measure it because your measuring tools would contract too. So how would you observe it?
Citation for that. That's what that
Your
is the
measurements-
crux of it. Nobody says that your measuring tools
So-
are also
so you're
contracting.
saying it's
if you're
not-
in the lab frame, there is no contraction. The thing for you that is contracting is the thing that is relative to you.
You keep applying that to things in motion, though.
Motion is a meaningless term.
Everything is
If
emotion.
you try to observe length contraction, you cannot because
Uh,
your view of it is
velocity doesn't
compensated
change
for-
just because of the reference frame.
The
Your view of
words
it's
that
compensated for by
Einstein,
the finite
the
speed
words
of
that
light.
Einstein
But look,
gave are the most important thing. For a coordinate
actually
system
wanna
moving with
fall
the
out of
Earth,
this
the mirror
conversation, if
system,
you
the
don't
Mux
mind.
Mori is not shortened. That's it. That's the words. Is not shortened. There's no
For
it's
that
shortened, but you
coordinate
can't
system,
measure
yeah.
it. There's no it's something you observe, but you can't actually experience. No,
I never
is
said that.
not shortened.
These are all-
That's it.
those are
Is
straw
not
mans.
shortened. I'm not
I know,
strawmanning
I
you.
said you-
I am reading Einstein's words.
he's conflating.
Is
No, he's
not
conflating.
short. I'm not conflating anything.
Yeah, but you just
I am
said- you
reading
just said it's-
Einstein's words.
You
I'm
are.
reading Einstein's exact words. Is
Okay, calm
not
down.
shortened.
All right,
Is
all
not
right,
shortened.
all right,
Is
all right,
not
all right.
shortened. Not
Okay, I
is,
just
but
wanna
you
say
can't measure
one
it. Is not shortened.
Can I just say my conclusion because I really do want to fall back out of this conversation?
You've given your conclusion many times.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool. Well,
your
maybe you should
conclusion is
write it down this
completely
time so we
wrong.
don't have to keep repeating it like Groundhog
Well, how
Day.
about you just
So
don't bother and just
Stop
go away?
repeating it. Just go. You
No,
can
here's
go.
the
You're
deal.
free to
Here's the
leave.
deal. So
Yeah,
he
you
just
are
now
you
strawmanned
are
and
dismissed.
How many
Witsit.
times you're going to say you're going to leave?
Yeah.
And then not.
Can you calm down?
Witsit, you are dismissed. You may leave.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm done with you, Witsit. You go and learn relativity and then come back. Then you can talk.
You two
so-
aren't cute, even though you think you are.
We're hilarious.
You just
Right.
muted me.
Yeah, I'm
I
done
just-
with you.
I
I
just
said
finished with, like,
you're.
a
you're
20-second.
No, you're done now. I mean,
Please
you're,
do.
you're muted on
Yeah.
my stream. No one can hear you. So there's literally zero point in you talking. I'm done with you now, Witsit. I have fully debunked you using Einstein's own words and maths. You may leave. So, someone was talking about geodynamo effect. Let's get to that because that's a good one. So, who was talking about the geodynamo effect? Anyone who was talking about the geodynamo effect? We can get to that.
Can I say something or just say close the field here?
Definitely close to Glover. Sorry, Zach. Unless
All right, no
FTFE or
problem.
McToon need to literally ask for your help, which
I
is
think they
cool
got
if you do. Okay.
Right. Okay.
Anyway,
So.
hey, who wants
right.
to argue about curvature for 2 hours? Yay!
All right. So the geodynamo effect, the question that came up. Let's get to that one because that's a brilliant. So who was talking about that?
Oh, dude, I can't listen to you anymore, honestly.
Why
Yeah.
does the relativity thing come up? I didn't got a clear answer from anybody on that, actually.
I've got like a headache, honestly. You
So-
just like you just talked in circles that whole time. You
Hold
never
on, hold on. I
answered
thought
anything.
it was Fight the Flat Earth's turn to get destroyed, not his.
So
Well, he just
so that
he just
geodynamo
asked
effect.
me
Who
about
had
the
questions about geodynamo effect? Let's get to it.
Okay, so the Earth rotates on its axis, right?
Correct. Yes.
How come the magnetosphere doesn't match the axis? How come the effect of the geodynamo is off on a tilt that's separate from the axis of the Earth?
Say that again. How come the geodynamo effect is off from the axis of the Earth?
Yes.
What do you mean?
I mean the magnetic field of the Earth. Why does it not match the actual tilt, the actual rotation of the Earth itself?
It does. It goes from the North Pole to the South
No,
Pole.
it doesn't. It literally doesn't.
It goes
It
from
wouldn't be-
magnetic north to to
Yeah.
magnetic south. But
Celestial north,
and that actually
celestial north and
shifts.
magnetic north are not the same place.
No, they're not.
Exactly.
They're kind of close, but the geodynamo effect isn't anything to do with Earth's actual rotation. convection currents within the outer core, and that's not anything to do with Earth's rotation.
Why would Earth's rotation not affect the convection currents?
Why would it?
Well, it's a rotating core that creates it in your model.
No, it's not.
Yeah, dude, you should look into the theory.
Do you think the rotating core of Earth is what causes the magnetic field?
No, you just said it's the.
It's convection currents. It's convection
currents around the core. Exactly. I've looked at the theory. It's quite insane to me. I mean, it doesn't make any sense to me, to be completely honest with you.
That's
okay, maybe you can tell me it's over my head. But what I'm wondering, I mean, let's just try and break this down for me. Why do those convection currents? Why are they not affected by the axial rotation of the Earth?
Why would they be?
It's centrifugal force. I mean, inertia, right?
Why wouldn't they be?
With the centrifugal force, Earth's surface is like at the equator is like 0.3 meters per second squared. I mean, why would it? Can you give me the maths as to why it would affect it so much? What's your claim here?
No, I'm like this is the way that it looks. FTFE. Can I be frank with you? Is that okay?
Is your name Frank? I'm not sure.
I just want to be like.
If you're Frank,
like,
can I be Dave?
Sorry, I'm not trying to be snarky or anything. I'm just gonna try. Like, this is the way I see it. Like from a computer programmer's point of view, I see that we have a theoretical framework that explains phenomena that we cannot explain, and that theoretical framework works until it doesn't. And when it doesn't, we overlay another theoretical framework that makes it work.
But it always
and then that works. Well, no, it doesn't. It works until it doesn't, and then when it doesn't work like when we try to measure the rotation, measure the rotation of the Earth, and we don't find any actual rotation.
I've personally measured the rotation of Earth.
So I mean, you're being silly.
I've literally wait, hold on. I've literally personally measured the rotation of Earth.
Can I?
Literally.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me get back to what. I'm in the middle of saying here. So my issue here, my issue here is, and I see the same thing with the geodynamo. It's like it keeps working until it doesn't. Like you have to have these rotating. What are the currents called again?
Convection currents.
Yeah, so you have these rotating convection, like you can theorize until the cows come home, and it's gonna have it has major problems still, even with the theory. Like the theory is atrocious, but even if you accept that atrocious theory.
Well, you said there's problems.
Even if you accept that atrocious theory,
to me?
So hold on. So you can keep adding another theoretical framework over and over and over and over, and at no point are you willing to say, "Hey, maybe we got the code wrong." You're not willing to say that.
Right. Could you keep saying that it doesn't work? Could you give me an example where it doesn't work? That's your problem here. You're saying, "Oh, it doesn't work," but it does. That's the thing. The heliocentric model works. So you said it doesn't work.
I've seen like I've listened to like what's his name, Michio. What's that famous?
Michio, he's talking about galaxies.
Yeah, we get up into like what 11 dimensions. We get up into like 11 dimensions. We got string theory. It's still unstable, but like I'm sure you could make a lot of money if you could stabilize it a little bit by overlaying another function over it.
Are you talking about the advancement of science and research into the universe? I'm confused. Again, you keep saying it doesn't work. What doesn't work? Explain to me what doesn't work on the Earth.
You keep saying it all works perfectly.
It does.
Well, then mainstream wouldn't have problems with it, and they wouldn't debate it.
Have you ever heard of the idea of the unifying theory?
You like to throw around that you think you're smarter than these guys. Well, this is one of those instances where you think you're smarter than mainstream scientists.
Well, mainstream science agrees with me.
Actually, it doesn't, and there's many
Absolutely,
instances where you say
mainstream science says the Earth's a globe. It definitely
yeah, that's
agrees
why
with me.
you say it's not a problem, it's not a debate, but we can all find the debate right on Google.
Yeah, debate. It's got quotation marks around it. But
yeah, that doesn't change my
again,
point,
you keep
though.
saying it doesn't work, but you haven't given me a specific case where the model of Earth doesn't work. Could you please give me a specific? Is that all right? No?
How are we going to talk about it? In the middle of specifics, he just cut you off, asking for specifics.
Who? I didn't
you guys
cut
are
anyone
wasting
off.
time.
I'm. What do you mean? I didn't cut anyone off. No one was talking.
What?
Why can't I hear this guy anymore? I'm confused.
Then apparently you can't hear him.
Is he talking right now? Because if he is, I can't hear him.
I haven't said anything.
Oh, right.
I don't really have much to say. If you have questions, I'm glad to talk more.
I did.
If
have
you
a
can
question.
try and
could
convince
you give
me,
me
maybe.
a specific thing that you say it doesn't work? Could you give me a specific thing that doesn't work?
Well, I mean, I would reference the exact PDF that Witsit just dropped for you. I spent a bit of time digging into that the other day, and it's I don't know. It looks like nonsense to me.
What PDF? Sorry, I didn't
100%.
see a PDF. Planetary magnetic. Right. So it looks like nonsense to you, but I mean that's just personal incredulity. Could you point out a specific where it doesn't work for me, please? Is that possible?
It sounds like you've discovered that the edges of science are not perfect. There's always something in science that isn't understood. That's the whole point. We're trying to understand it better.
Holy shit!
No,
they
it's
had to
not the
bring
very
in another
core.
glober.
It's not.
Wait, Can I would like to ask MC Toon then. So there's always something that you don't
my
believe.
question's not going to be answered then.
No, it won't. Don't worry about
What are you two working together to not let anybody be heard?
I've asked the question like 5 times.
Obviously they are. Yes or no?
No, I've asked the question like 5 times.
How about the Craig show and
Is anyone able to answer my question?
I just bitch slap the hell out of you.
Could you please give me a specific where it doesn't
He
work?
has you muted, Witsit.
Well, he's not listening to Witsit. That makes a lot of sense. You know, I wouldn't listen to him if I was you either.
Yeah, I know. I'm done with destroying Witsit for now.
That's not what I heard. I mean, we just had a.
Bless your
We just
heart.
talked about relativity for like an hour, or for I don't even know how
Yeah,
long,
and
and
Witsit didn't understand
basically
any
we
of it. It's
beat it around the
hilarious.
bush about the fact that it's immeasurable.
Do you want us
He's
to
a
repeat to you
child.
what he's
Literally
arguing?
measurable. Anyway, so I'm
He's
waiting.
like a
The guy that
40-year-old
made
child.
the claim that it doesn't work.
A child.
Could you give me a specific
man's
where
body.
it doesn't work, please? Is that all right?
I think we need to give Craig one of them hats, Witsit, that says, I don't want to talk to Witsit anymore.
I'm waiting. Could you please give me a specific where it doesn't work? You've made the claim. Now
Hey,
please
do you
back
have
up your
him-
claim.
Do you have him
Witsit
muted?
muted? Witsit's literally reading the exact PDF that I would go read. I'm not going to go walk up to my computer. Just listen to Witsit.
No, I'm asking you.
All right, I'll go walk up to my computer for you.
Christ,
Oh my
kid,
God.
grow up.
Well, he's made the claim. I'm asking him to back up his claim. Can you do that? You made
Wow,
the
so
claim.
you're censoring Witsit from your audience. That's pretty entertaining. All right, I'm going to pull up the PDF myself.
He's got to
Since you're
make
gonna
his
censor
living, you
Witsit.
know. He can't do that being wrong.
That's the most pathetic thing.
No, I'm in the conversation with this guy. All right, he's made a claim. I want him to back up his claim.
I mean, Craig, you did ask for this, right? You want to come a whole server flat Earth?
Yeah, it's
No,
like
I know, but I'm trying to get this one guy
like
to back
listening
up
to
his
Cotton Eye
claim.
Joe
And
on a
are you
4-hour
able to
loop.
back up your claim? What doesn't
Here,
work?
I'll be. All right, hold on. I just sent my brother an email about it this morning. So let me pull up my email and pull up the attachment.
You're pathetic, bro. Pathetic. Wow.
Why? Because I'm asking a specific question about a claim somebody made.
Yeah, that's
Because
it.
you're
Nothing to do
being a
with
child and muting
Witsit.
people because
You're
you don't want to
on-
hear them actually
you don't
speak.
wanna
That's
Well, I'm trying to have a conversation with one person right now. So once this
Does
person's
anyone-
done, maybe then I'll unmute Witsit again so we can carry on waffling like a numpty.
You mean you're not talking to anyone except?
I'm just waiting for this guy who's made a claim to back up his claim.
You're the numpty fuck.
Right?
Let me
Earth
switch my
oscillations,
microphone so I can make sure you
precession,
can hear me.
Earth oscillations, axial precession discrepancies, electrical conductivity discrepancies. That's what's from the doc.
So,
all right. So,
I mean,
you dipole field structure. There's a permanent magnetization of the core. 80% of it, 80% of the field is dipole, and 20% is non-dipole. So there's issue number one. Issue number two: the field axis is not aligned with the rotation axis.
Doesn't need to be. That's not an issue.
According to Harvard, it is. Issue number three: secular variation. Magnetic field does not have the same intensity at all places at all times. Issue number four: field polarity reversal. Field polarity reverses every 250,000 years. It has been 780,000 years until the last reversal.
Yeah, it's not a constant thing. Again, that's no issue. I don't understand where the actual issues are.
I'm reading Harvard calling it an issue. Huh. Okay.
Are they saying it's an issue or just a discrepancy with things they can't?
So you're telling me that I wouldn't make a lot of money for solving that problem with an equation?
No.
You're wrong about that. Oh boy, you're missing out on a lot of money.
This PDF download. There it is.
Requirements for a geodynamo: you have to have a conducting medium. So you have a large amount of molten iron in the outer core, comparable to 6 times the volume of the moon. Thermal convection: inner core is hotter than the mantle. Temperature difference results in thermal convection. Blobs of conducting fluid in outer core rise to the mantle. Mantle dissipates energy through thermal radiation. Colder fluid falls down. So,
yeah, what's the issue with that? Again, I'm not sure what your problem is.
Give me a second. This shit's all very new to me.
So what he's saying, proposed theory of electromagnetism coming from the Earth's core as a dynamo has all these problems listed according to mainstream science. And you're saying to you, to FTFE, they don't seem like problems.
Yep.
Again, the conclusion of this isn't saying that it's a problem. It's just
undynamic attributes of a dynamic system. Undynamic.
You're right. It's not a problem until it's a problem, right?
But
and
it's
then once
not
it's
a
a problem,
problem,
then we can write another equation, and that equation will prove it. And then if that equation stops working because something unexpected happens, well, then we need another equation. And we'll put that equation over top of that, and then we'll put another equation over top of that, and we'll just worship this mathematical equation because it's more real than the actual universe.
Sounds like you don't like science.
Yeah, you obviously don't understand how science works because science doesn't claim to be complete
actually,
and know everything.
you state it as a dynamic system, but you have all these undynamic attributes, and it kind of implies that it's a non-dynamic system. Yeah, how can it be a
hold on.
system
I've just read the
not
conclusion
dynamic?
of the the final sentence of this is brilliant. This contrast strongly supports the biblical age of the Earth and the solar system, which is about 6,000 years. It's a fucking creationist bit of work. You're citing a creationist paper.
Genetic fallacy.
No, that's not a genetic
Calm
fallacy.
down. We know you haven't been late in a while, man, but you really got to calm down.
I've been married for 15 years, dude. I get it as much as
That doesn't mean you get laid, dude. We're not dumb.
Oh god, I do. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
I hope you saved yourself while you're audience.
Oh, Toon, have you seen this paper?
Which one is it? He said a lot.
Planetary magnetic dynamo theories.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Yeah.
From D. Russell Humphreys. Okay.
The Creation Research Society.
Very nice. Okay.
Oh,
awesome.
Oh, this is not mainstream science, that's for sure. Lovely. So you claim mainstream science claims something, and you present something that is most definitely not mainstream science. That's very, very funny.
It's funny because he was looking for anything at all to hand wave dismiss this whole thing, and he went, one cited by equationist.
I'm not hand-waved dismissing it. I'm just laughing at the claim. I'm laughing at the claim that it's mainstream science when it's not.
Just to be clear, the last sentence. This contrast strongly supports the biblical age of the Earth and the solar system, which is about 6,000 years old. So again, this even accepting young Earth creationism, this still contradicts your claim because it talks about the solar system.
All right. Sorry for interrupting.
It's called an appeal to authority as hostile witness. That's when you say hostile witness. When you say hostile witness, that's an appeal to authority. That's what it is.
And also, you're not looking
translate
at the
for everybody.
For the record, you're not looking at the document I was reading from.
This is the one that was posted in the chat.
There you go. And the biblical age of the Earth and the solar system. Solar system. Just solar system. Just reference. Solar system. Your citation talks about solar system.
All right.
To be clear.
You guys are child.
Funny. Very funny.
Awesome. I didn't mute anybody. Who muted you? Who muted you?
FTFE, because he's a coward and doesn't want his audience to hear me destroy him.
Oh, no, and you haven't destroyed anyone. I was just bored of your monotonous nonsense, and I wanted a conversation with someone else for a little bit of time. And as you said, you were going away to look after your newborn child. I assumed that's what you would actually do.
I did not say that.
He says he doesn't want to hog the room, and then hogs the room. But don't worry.
So you don't want to go and look after your newborn child? Brilliant. No worries.
I already laid my newborn child down. But anyway, how about you keep my child's mouth out of your name out of your mouth?
I didn't say your child's name.
How about you keep my child out of your mouth, period?
No.
How about that? Show like pretend you have a little bit of
How about you don't act like a little gamma and threaten to break my jaw when you get too triggered because I debunked you? Yeah? You go around claiming that you're this big alpha, calling everyone else a gamma, right? But you need to fucking take accountability for your own actions and stop acting like the massive gamma that you actually are. All right, you are a fucking traitor to humanity. All right, you don't get to fucking have a higher fucking moral opinion than me. You are like the lowest of the low. All right, go and be a dad and stop pretending that you know what the fuck you're talking about.
The current model, right? And the fact it says solar system doesn't in any way mean anything. We're literally showing that
just cherry pick out
your own
the solar
model.
system part.
You have problems. That's the whole point. We're critiquing your model to then say, "Look, it's my model." Is very ignorant.
That's okay. Just cherry pick out the solar system.
No, we're not cherry picking out any of it. We don't believe in the core either. We're just showing the problem with your model.
There is no problem.
Yeah. So you have identified that science is working on understanding things. There are new frontiers to science. Good job. We knew that already, though.
So you just hand-wave dismiss all the specific problems, like the oscillation discrepancies and like all kinds of problems with
exactly, because these are things that are being worked on in science right now.
Yeah. It's not a problem.
No problem with that.
It's not a problem. It's not saying that it doesn't work.
Why is the paper titled Geodynamo Problems?
Yeah, it's just things that aren't understood yet. That's what science is.
Frontiers of science are working on understanding things.
Not a problem for the religious zealotry. That's what they mean with
They're called problems, but they're not problems. Got it.
You don't understand how the whole Earth's magnetic field works, right? I have no idea. Everything that you have, the best theory you have present has all these holes in it, and you guys' grand reputation is there aren't problems for me.
Yeah, like they just hand-wave dismiss it, saying that's how science works.
Here, let me say this so nobody thinks I'm one-sided. Neither side should be attacking anybody's ability to parent or their children. Either side, if you do it, you'll be removed. It's that simple. Flat Earth, Globe Earth, don't attack people as parents and leave their children out of the conversation.
Yeah, I've never mentioned his child.
Yeah, you were alluding to my inability to be a good dad or something like that.
Yeah, liars generally aren't good dads. That's the thing, but you know.
Boys,
we're not going to do this.
Yeah,
let's move on.
Again, he should just be kicked. If he was at my house, dude, I'd beat the fuck out of him and kick him out of my house.
Yeah, of course they would. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's what you're
at. What you guys don't understand is the Witz that's been attacking me for things like this for
doesn't
ages.
matter. Doesn't matter. You don't talk about someone being a father or not.
It's right for him to do that shit towards me and saying that I'm a terrible parent for getting my kids back.
Let's just move on and not do it again.
Well, Penguin, that was a very good question, I guess, right? Because it stirred the whole pot, and they got them all in the defense. So I'm thinking it was a really well-funded question. Penguin's brand new here. He's only here like a week. If anything, you guys should be trying to bring him back to the globe like you do. You guys bring Weisskopf back. Right? This is a new Weisskopf. Go get him.
So again, there is no problems with anything.
Wait,
There is
so do you have the document up though?
Yeah, again, it's things that we are trying to discover more about. That's it.
Oh,
That's what science does.
Dynamo problems.
And it may be just things that we can't quite explain yet. It doesn't mean that there's issues and that it doesn't work, because it does work and we can explain how everything works.
No, they're literally saying they can't explain how these parts of it work.
Maybe not yet, but that doesn't mean there's a problem, that it doesn't work and that it's broken. It just means that we can't maybe quite explain things yet, because science never claims to be 100% complete. But we can
He
predict
literally
everything.
just said that we can explain how everything works. And then I corrected him, and it specifically says these are the things we can't explain how works. And he said, yeah, that's how science is. So you're just double speaking.
No, we can make predictions and show what we expect to happen. Can we explain everything exactly, the reason behind everything right now? Maybe not, but that's what science is. Science is, it goes on and finds out more and more and more. It doesn't mean that it's broken and it doesn't work. Right? That's just a claim that isn't true.
You're illustrating exactly what I was
the
talking
problem
about.
with the geodynamo from Harvard University. Yeah, it's a problem, meaning like the predictions don't match what is actually observed.
Yep, Sensei Glat, if you want to try and break my nose, that's fine. If that's all you've got, threats of violence and stuff, that's brilliant. Cool, bring it on, I don't mind. It's like Witsit challenging me to a sit-up competition last time. That was hilarious.
I said if you could do some, then maybe I would take your commands more seriously.
Yeah, Witsit, that's like the ultimate Gamma thing to say. You do realize that?
Well, I already emailed you back and said I shouldn't have said that. You
didn't say sorry though, did you? No, you didn't have the balls to apologize.
I did.
No, you didn't. You just said you shouldn't have said it. You didn't say sorry because you don't have a sack. If you were sorry about it, you'd say sorry right now. You didn't say I apologize. You just said you shouldn't have said it.
There's a guy who's vaccinated. It looks like on the Bills. Right? I was just watching the Bills game, and this guy just fell on the ground, and they had to perform emergency CPR. I don't know if he's going to live, but I mean, decisions.
Yeah.
Nice interjection.
Breaking news.
Thanks. Cool.
Breaking. I mean, I just saw breaking news.
People have reactions, but the amount of reactions to the vaccine have been fucking tiny compared to the amount of lives saved. So.
All right, no one take the bait. All right, hopefully you get your commission.
I don't make commission.
You work for the devil.
No, but I don't think the devil exists.
I know, that's why you're
That's how you know you work for him?
I can't work for someone that doesn't exist.
I just want to point out that you can't just dismiss all the specifics of the refutations of the current Dynamo model. Just
none of them are refutations. They're just things that aren't completely explained.
So all you did was poison the well, preemptively attempting to discredit the source so that you can use that to handwave dismiss the argument.
No, I didn't handwave dismiss any arguments. The reason I laughed at that, Witsit, and don't strawman me here, the reason I laughed was because the claim was it was mainstream science, right?
It is.
And then it's not mainstream science. It's from a creationist institute. That is not mainstream science.
Cambridge University.
No, the one that I was given, the one that I downloaded.
Yeah, it cites Cambridge University.
Yeah, creationist is not mainstream science.
But it's citing all mainstream science.
The article that I was given is not mainstream science. It is creationist. It is creationist conclusions of mainstream science.
Okay, but it's just citing all the evidence from the different physicists
and then making conclusions based on their belief that the Earth is only 6,000 years old.
No, it's just relaying it's relaying the problems, and then it tries to make a conclusion. The argument is not about their conclusions. The argument is about all the problems that you deny exist.
I don't deny that there are things we don't understand, but it's not.
So you don't even have a working model for the core of your belief.
We do have a working model.
Well, it doesn't work though.
According to all the research we've ever done, it does work.
No, actually, according to research, the oscillation predictions don't match the axial precession doesn't match.
We can explain where it comes from. We can explain everything that works the way that we expect it to.
we're just pointing out to you it literally doesn't work the way that the model predicted and expected it to, and that it's currently considered inexplicable.
Right. So the conclusion of the entire paper is what?
It's not just one paper. I dropped 5 PDFs, and then that one paper cites 15 other papers.
Right. And they all say that, oh, it doesn't work, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it literally says that it's called a geodynamo problem. It's like we don't currently have a working dynamo model.
No, we don't currently have a working dynamo model. Right. That is the claim that I'm going to investigate. All right.
Good. That'd be the first time you actually research your beliefs.
I don't have beliefs, and I went and researched relativity and debunked you.
Here's Harvard University dynamo theory. The problem of the geodynamo. I mean, the magnetic field of the Earth is maintained as a result of turbulent motions in its core. The dynamo theory, based on the framework of magnetohydrodynamics, specifically mean field magnetohydrodynamics and electrodynamics, hold the keys to the generation of Earth's magnetic field. Many of its properties, such as polarity reversal, western drift of fields, intensity variations, are approximately explicable with the understanding of the dynamo theory. This paper outlines and briefly discusses important models of the theory, namely the kinematic and turbulent model. A few simple examples are also provided in aid to the comprehension of such a complex topic. And this goes into detail about all the different discrepancies and why this model works here but doesn't work here, and this other model helps explain this but doesn't explain this, and how they don't have an actual model to explain the phenomena yet.
Okay, that's something that I will research and look into a lot more, because that's what I do when I hear a claim that I can't completely answer. I need to read all those papers that you presented because I haven't seen those papers before. I need to look into the claims those papers have made. But I could also present a bunch of papers that I have saved that explain the dynamo process and how we can predict and even, show exactly how it works. So again, this is something I have to look into. And Witsit, that's why I thank you sometimes, is because you make me look into new things and find new ways to debunk the flat Earth.
To be fair, that was our new buddy Penguin, and Witsit just hopped on and tagged with his research and quotations and citations.
Right.
Yeah, P was the one that discovered you right then.
I understand this absolute reference frame. After all this time, I figured you guys would be better than most to be able to explain this clearly. But it seems like he keeps on going back to.
Sorry,
he already started.
If someone's speaking, they keep cutting out. I'm not sure what's going on.
Well, yeah, why is Zanuck jumping in and changing the subject to
you already talked about it. I said
pendulums like he always does.
Gears into something else.
Zanuck, remember the Zanuck Weekly Show, right?
I
really don't know who's speaking. I'm sorry.
Zanuck just coming in to change the subject to his talking point of Coriolis. He does it no matter what the conversation's about. He just jumps in to talk about inertial frames of reference in Coriolis.
It was about relativity. It was about absolute reference frames and why the lens contraction is not observed in the co-moving rotate. Or
we already covered that.
But you didn't get a resolution. You kept on bringing it up again that you didn't see it because you can't notice it because everything is space and the tool is contracting. But that's not it. It's only contracting with reference to the reference frame from the sun, for example. But what about something else that's maybe moving?
It actually contracts. That's an observable contraction. I thought, but it's still, if it's reaching the speeds of light in movement, it's actually contraction.
No, only from the co-moving.
Actually, it contracts in all motion.
Contraction isn't just an observable phenomenon. It's an actual thing. By relativity. By relativity, it's an actual thing.
Defined only by the transformations, meaning that it's only contracting with reference to the non-co-moving reference frame, meaning from the sun, for example, we see that contraction. The space, the object.
That's on whether or not you would observe it, not whether it actually happens.
You would not observe it in the rotating or the.
But observing it doesn't matter. It's not just an apparent effect. It's a real physical effect.
Exactly.
You're claiming that the effect is just based on how you observe it and how it appears. And you're claiming that it's apparent. You don't have to cover this again.
Yeah. It's only seen from the. It's only seen from the
not shortened.
Listen, we're talking about, is it an actual thing that happens? Yes. When would you observe it? That's when your conversation applies. We're not talking about when we would observe it. We're talking about it actually contracts when it reaches speeds near the speed of light, or 1/10 the speed of light, to be exact.
It seems like the entire universe with all motion, but it's basically negligible until it reaches relativistic speeds. That's what it says.
Seems like it's like Flat Earth 3, Globe 0 today. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, they keep sitting on this. Whether or not you would observe it. So whether or not you would observe it doesn't really matter. Does it actually contract? That's the thing. And you want to go when we make a statement about does it actually contract to the observability of the contract, which nobody's actually addressing. So you're addressing something that we're not stating.
Yeah, they keep conflating like the actual with the apparent.
No, we're not conveying anything. There simply is no contraction in the lab frame, and that's what relativity says.
If you try to observe length contraction, you cannot, because it's compensated for the finite speed of light and the objects that contract in length and direction of motion. But if you observe that object that's contracting, it wouldn't look shorter at all.
Yep, because there's no.
Yeah, so it doesn't say it wouldn't. No, it doesn't say it wouldn't contract. It says you wouldn't be able to observe it in the rest frame.
Yeah, and then Einstein says that it doesn't contract.
He actually says all things in motion contract, dude.
Well, I'm sorry, do we need to read Einstein's words again, where he literally says the words is not shortened?
No, I just let it go. Like, this is the thing. He has a few hundred people probably watching right now that is going to believe him if he just keeps chanting his talking point.
All things in motion contract.
So he's gonna keep talking past you, Battlemon, and he's just going to keep saying it over and over as if he's right, because he knows if he says it with enough conviction that his eyes...
Well, I know I'm right, because I've been told by professors that teach this that I'm right.
No.
Yes, I have.
That doesn't mean you're right. You came to their improved conclusions there, kiddo. That doesn't mean you're right.
Well, the only thing he's going to do is maybe give a straw man of what I say.
The people that teach it say that I'm right.
But they're told the conclusions they're supposed to come to, so you're not agreeing with anything but a bias.
Well,
I'm agreeing with the people that teach it so that they can actually use it.
And they teach one of the particular aspects of Einstein's theory of special relativity is that the length of objects moving at relativistic speeds undergo contractions along the dimensions of motion.
Relative to something else.
Motion.
Yes. Relative to something else.
Then it goes on to talk about observers, but we're not into relative to something else because that's an observation. We're just talking about things in motion.
Yeah, but things in motion.
And you're trying to cram it all.
Things in motion have to be relative to something else.
For observation, but
to be in motion, to simply be in motion, they have to be relative to something else. Otherwise, motion has no meaning.
That's right. Relativity says
the entire galaxy is in motion.
Yeah, but relativity says motion's only relative, right? But the point is that any object in motion is contracting, and according to relativity, everything in the universe is in motion, so everything's contracting. The amount of contraction that will be observed is relative to the reference frame and the relative velocity between the two. And in Michelson-Morley, it's relative to the sun, and that's just the way it is. Cry about it.
No one's crying except for you when you threaten to beat me up and stuff. But
it's hilarious whenever Brian.
I didn't hear any of that. That's just gaslighting.
No, it's not gaslighting. He literally threatened to hit me.
Literally, you just threw some other smoke.
Thus, for a coordinate system moving with the Earth,
didn't really
address what he said. Is not shortened. Is not shortened.
I'm done talking to him.
There is no shortening in the coordinate system moving with the Earth in the Michelson-Morley experiment. But it is shortened for a coordinate system which is at rest relatively to the Sun. So only from the position of the Sun would there be any shortening of the Michelson-Morley equipment. That's it. There is no shortening according to Einstein in the lab frame. End of story.
One last time, because shortening is if you have a length, right, and then it gets shorter, meaning
that's what those words mean. Definitely.
Can you please stop? You have to have a shorter relative to the other length. Now, when it comes to relativity, you don't have that happening because everything contracts at the same rate. So you don't have a shortening unless you get outside of it to see it relative to an initial length. That's very simple.
Yeah, again, you've just made that bit up because it just says it is not shortened. It's simple. Einstein's not beating around the words here. The mirror system, the Michelson-Morley, is not shortened. Those words, they mean something.
Listen, Greg, did the Michelson-Morley apparatus contract relative to the Sun, yes or no?
If you were measuring it from the Sun, then it would appear to contract, yes.
It would appear to contract, or it would actually contract?
That's what you would measure. For your perspective, it would appear to contract.
Why would it appear? Is it just appearing to contract, or is it
No, because that's what you're measuring. For you, it would appear to contract.
But there's a difference in appearance and actuality, right?
Not really. For you, it's appearing to contract. That is what you are experiencing.
But is it actually contracting or just appearing to contract?
From your experience, it is appearing to contract.
It's appearing to contract, but it's not actually contracting?
No, from your experience of the rest frame of the sun, it appears to contract.
You see how I keep saying it?
Wow.
It appears to contract.
I don't know why you're struggling with this. For you're watching it, it appears to contract, and that's it.
Okay, but Einstein said it's not about just appearing to do something. It's not just apparent. It's an actual physical thing.
Yeah.
And in Michelson-Morley, I'm asking you, did the apparatus contract relative to the sun? Yes or no?
From the sun, it would contract, yeah, and from another reference frame, it would contract a different amount.
Okay, so was the predicted value going into Michelson-Morley relative to the Earth's motion relative to the sun?
The Lorentz transformation, the equation that Lorentz came up with, it would, in the Lorentz Aether theory, explain what was going on.
No. I'm saying when they got their predicted fringe shift value, was that based upon the math?
They didn't get their predicted.
I know that. I'm saying when they came up with the predicted value, did they use the math of the Earth's motion relative to the sun to get that predicted value? Yes or no?
No, there would have been the motion relative to the Aether, right?
No.
That's what they were measuring the speed of light relative to was the Aether, right?
Okay, but the motion of the orbital speed of the Earth.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to get to. The orbital, measured orbital speed of the Earth was what they would have got to say if there was an Aether, and that was the universal reference frame, and the Earth is also orbiting around the sun, then this is what we would expect. But it was all dependent on there being a universal. It's all dependent on there being this universal reference frame of the Aether. No one's ever denied that they used the orbital speed to come up with what they would expect to get the fringe shift. Right.
Okay, so the fringe shift was built upon the motion of the Earth relative to the sun. So whenever we're talking about Michelson-Morley, and I say that the relativistic explanation, when we're talking about Michelson-Morley, and I say that the relativistic explanation is that the apparatus contracted just the right amount to compensate for the missing time difference, I'm talking about the missing time difference relative to the motion of the Earth relative to the sun, because that's what the missing time difference was. It was the fringe
not within
shift,
relativity,
the pattern, the difference in time and distance based on the assumed orbit around the sun of 30 kilometers per second. So thanks for your concession.
But I didn't make a concession, so nice straw man. Nice straw man there that you think I gave a concession when I didn't, when you actually just debunked yourself with your own words.
Sure, yeah, basically chant.
Yep, cool. So please enjoy the year of destruction that I got coming up for you, Witsit.
Oh God, are you making it? What happened to your video in January? Is that thing ready yet, or what? Or did you supersede that by talking to me?
No, that one, the first one is going to be out. I'm going to say the first week of February. But I've also got a video that I'm making for Simon Dan's channel, which will be out later in February, which is also about Witsit. I've got currently 9 videos based on claims that he's made planned throughout the year. Every stream he does, I will be doing a response to. I'm going to.
Yeah. It's like you obsessed much?
Yeah, the thing is, Witsit, the thing is, Witsit, you are a liar, and you lie so much and so convincingly.
Cool. What's cool about this is that he has to perform damage control on the flat Earth because we're winning.
So, here's the thing.
Liar.
With Witsit, he's been such a liar, and he convinces
you glubbers can't do anything about us growing.
I have decided that he is the one that I will target. And here's the thing. The year that I decided to target Sleeping Warrior,
and that's why he
fucked up.
Liar.
And then the year that I decided to target Mitchell, he disappeared. And then I targeted TikTok Jenny, and now she's disappeared. Witsit, you're done. This is the end of your flat Earth career.
That you have some type of ability to make me disappear.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to destroy you. I'm going to embarrass you off the internet.
Mr. Showmaker is creating his show.
Listen, don't shit yourself trying.
This is the point where his friends take his drunk ass out of the bar because he just can't stop talking shit.
Listen,
oh, lovely. It's the fact that you all think there's some kind of win for the flat Earth. There's never any win for the flat Earth.
I'll back any side bet you get this chunk to make. I'll back it.
Yeah, you want a side bet that I don't disappear?
No, you will disappear.
Okay, you want to bet?
Where do you think Jenny went?
How much you want to bet? How about one?
After a year, you won't be making any flat Earth content.
10 grand.
You want to bet a 10 sec on it?
After a year, you won't be making any flat Earth content. You'll be too
embarrassed.
What you did?
Just like Mitchell disappeared after I embarrassed him in Sleeping Warrior.
I'll mail you a contract for that 10K bet, dude.
You can do
He
what
might
you
know
want.
something you. Hey, he might know something you don't know. It's it.
He doesn't
Oh,
know
I know a
anything
lot
at
that he
all
doesn't
unless
know.
they're gonna come
I've got
kill
so
me,
many
so
videos
yeah.
and stuff about Witsit. It's hilarious.
Listen, if it was true, he'd have jumped on the $10,000 bet right away.
Yeah, of course.
So, yeah, enjoy it, Witsit.
Because I definitely got 10 grand to throw away.
The British man is going to destroy Witsit.
I'm going to very much enjoy the year of content for Witsit. Anyway, so
I'm gonna go back to pretending you don't exist like I have
sounded
for
like
4
he
years.
wasn't getting paid to be
yeah,
here. That
you
guy
can
sounded
pretend
like a real
they don't
Glober.
exist all you want, but it's not going to work for you.
Well, I mean, it worked perfectly fine. I forgot that you
Well,
existed.
that's a hell of a prediction.
Anyway,
Look at all the damage control they have to perform on this.
No damage
If
control.
it were a
You
globe,
realize
they
that this
wouldn't
is
have to
fucking
even
hilarious
talk to us,
for me, right?
If it
You
were
do
so
realize that this is all
obviously a globe,
hilarious
they
for
wouldn't
me.
even have to come here. They wouldn't even have to come here and yell at us if it were a globe.
You do know that I put debates in quotes, right? Because you guys are entertainment. You are entertainment for me.
Okay,
Yeah, and
so
your
basically you're saying
podcast make
you're
your living on YouTube. That's what's fucking hilarious.
Well, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing, right? I don't need to make a living on YouTube,
everyone,
right?
one at a time, or I'm just gonna talk through everyone. Right? I know I'm not that pleasant, so we're gonna chill, right?
I don't need to make a living on YouTube.
Nope, we're gonna go right back to doing it as soon as I let go. Okay, ready?
I say this. It means he's saying he finds entertainment
in pointing out stupidity, yeah.
mocking and ridiculing other people, tearing them down. when
Yeah,
he
I
thinks that
absolutely
they
find
have a stupid
entertainment in
belief.
pointing
That's
out
his form of
idiots
entertainment.
and liars like you.
You can't even let you say. It hurts. It must hurt to hear it.
Yeah.
Everyone knows that this is entertainment. Like, pointing out the stupidity and the lies of Flat Earth is fucking funny.
Only because you get paid for it on YouTube.
Yeah, YouTube do pay me, you're right. Yeah, YouTube do pay me, you're right. But here's the thing. Here's the thing.
You better hope that
wait, hold on.
Here's this credits everything you say if you get paid to do this.
You're like a fucking
here's
cab
the thing.
driver. Dude.
Here's the thing. Wait, one sec. I don't need to do this, all right? I can looked after by my country. I could just live on benefits if I want to, and I'd be very comfortable. But
Why'd
I
you
choose
cry on
not
video
to.
about how you needed it to
I
make
thought
a
you
living?
lost your benefits because you were making money on YouTube.
Yeah, I decided to do YouTube instead.
Oh no, it's one way or the other.
Yeah. So if I didn't do YouTube, then I could just be on benefits and live happily.
Maybe
Simple.
you should do that.
Nah, YouTube is much more fun.
Wait, I mean, I think it's
it
weird.
probably
Like, say that
pays
there was
more money a bunch of dumb kids on YouTube.
Look, I think people
My
that are
audience
like,
aren't
that
kids.
think that there's like set. Listen, I think people that think there's like 100 genders.
Yeah,
are, like, kind of stupid.
you'd be hard.
Oh,
pressed to
don't
do that.
be a transphobic little dick, Witsit.
No, but listen. I would
No.
never
We're not going to get into this discussion about what you think about trans people
I'm
and
not
stuff.
trying to talk
because
about that. I'm
Your
not trying to talk about that.
your views are disgustingly stupid and annoying on that. So I
Yeah,
don't
look,
want
I'm
to
not
hear
trying
that.
to talk about that, man. I'm just trying to say that I don't agree, or I think that it's kind of a stupid position to say there's like an endless amount of genders or whatever. Teach their own. I don't judge them as people or anything, but my point is, I would never stalk them. I would never follow them around for years trying to belittle them and make them feel less than human and find my quote-unquote entertainment off of that, or try to make a living off of stalking someone that I think is stupid and trying to belittle and berate.
You're not.
And
Thing
insult
is,
and drag
Witsit,
them
you're
down.
not just stupid. You
Ooh,
indoctrinate.
that one hit home. Ooh, that one hit home right there, Witsit.
No,
that one hurt him, dude. That one got home.
Here's the thing.
It's like a fight announcer somewhere.
It's not just pointing out how stupid you are.
Go back and get your mental disability, man.
That's actually
You
a really
earned
good
it,
point.
you
I just
fucking
want to get
retard.
this out.
Have you guys finished crying? Have you finished crying yet?
I've been quiet the whole time. I just want to get this out real quick. I've been quiet. I've been calm. I've listened. Now please shut the fuck up and listen to me now.
Who are you?
I'm gonna point something out. Don't worry about it. I'm fucking talking. Shut up.
So what's your name? Sorry.
I want to get a fucking point. Just look at the fucking screen, you idiot.
Yeah. So what's your
Shut
name?
the
Sorry, if
fuck
you could
up.
just tell me your name, that'd be brilliant.
Shut the fuck up.
So who am I talking
Can
to?
someone mute him, please?
You've already
Can
lost.
someone mute him?
I just want to know who I'm talking to.
Can someone fucking mute him, please?
I'd love to know his name too.
Why can't you just tell me your name?
You can't have any self-control and just start screeching at everyone, dude. That's ridiculous. And if you also, personal note, if you let him know he can push your buttons, he will do that immediately and ceaselessly. So chill out, dude.
Yeah, he took the bait. He's laughing. 'cause
Okay,
he's trying
okay,
to
great,
trigger
okay,
you.
great. With that being said, just look at the screen because I know that you have it on there. And it'll show you who's talking.
You can just tell me your name. That'd be great.
And with that,
You're already lost.
you don't. Okay, I'm not gonna tell you. Put it that way. I'm not gonna tell you. Figure it out, buddy. Go. Look
I will
into
call
it.
you Thing then. Hello, Thing. How are you doing?
Great. Great. Say what you want to say. But I want to point something out. If you can please just not talk, and I will try to stay
scroll up and down the screen.
All right, you want to get to your point now? You've said about 1,000 words and said nothing. Go ahead.
I really want to get this out.
Yep.
But
Over
you're
to you,
still talking.
please.
Thank you. So Wits had actually made a really good point that has been going on for a long time because there's like a lot of like Discord things going on with like bullying, you know, and like if you're transgender, you can't say this. If you're you know, a homosexual, you can't say this. If you're a racist, you can't say certain words. But it's going to come to a point too where what you make your money off of going searching for Discord servers where there are people that don't agree with you, and you're making money off of belittling them and mocking them and doing what you do, cussing them out and talking about breaking jaws and all this nonsense, you're going to get shut down too. You're going to get shut down too, buddy. One day you will. I promise you will.
You realize I wasn't the one that did the threats, right?
Because Discord is going to pick up on accounts like yours and realize that all you do is go into servers and you talk shit, and that's no different than me.
You realize I'm invited here, right?
First
That's
they
no
came
different.
for the transphobes, and I said nothing.
That's no different than me going out to like Discord servers where there's a bunch of gay people and me just talking shit on them and mocking them and making fun of them. That is literally by definition cyberbullying, and I can't wait for your account to get shut down. And don't worry,
attacking lies and misinformation is not cyberbullying. Attacking people that lie is not cyberbullying.
It's like making don't worry. Everything you do is recorded.
Yeah, I know.
It's
live right now to 700 people.
It's like making a channel called Fight the Homosexuality.
No, it's not.
It's like making a channel called Fight the Homosexuality and then going to
homosexuality is a real thing. The flat Earth is not.
Calm down, man. Okay, people think the Earth is flat. That's a real thing. So it's kind of like
fucking fucking idiots think the Earth is flat.
Okay, that we get that's your opinion.
No, it's not an opinion. That's a fact. Idiots
think
the Earth is flat.
There are a lot of things that I think that people believe that are stupid, but I wouldn't go like stalk them for years and try to belittle them as people, or try to get them fired, or try to get them to run off the internet and disappear, or berate them and insult them and just make a living off of trying to tear other people down.
Your streams disagree with you, Witsit, because that's exactly what you fucking do, you hypocritical little dick.
That's not true.
It absolutely is.
YouTube employee
your streams are full of like fucking insulting Globers constantly. Don't be such a fucking hypocrite.
No, that's not true. I make it very clear
that absolutely is. It absolutely. No. I've watched you on Globebusters. I've watched your live streams. You spend so much time being snide and putting these horrible little things that you say about Globers. So don't pretend that it is limited just to me. When you and fucking all the flat earthers do exactly the same.
I try to make it very clear. I try to make it very clear on my channel. I don't care if someone thinks there's a globe, and I don't even look down to them at all.
Yes, you do.
It's the anti-flat earthers. It's the people that stalk and called my previous job. It's the people that get other flat earthers.
I've never done that.
It's the people that send me emails threatening my life and talking about my wife. It's people like you that have the audacity to talk about me having a child. It's the people like you that obsessively stalk flat earthers and try to berate them and insult them and tear them down.
Are you just going to cry, or is that it? I am always.
Are you going to apologize for any of these things that you said, FTFE?
I've got nothing to fucking apologize for. Flat Earthers are fucking idiots, and I will always attack Flat Earth.
Who wants an apology from
just adding more?
I don't want to apologize.
You know what this is right now? It's just a bunch of crying.
Go read his chat right now, and I haven't even looked at it. I can guarantee you that for the last 2 hours, it's been nothing but the most vicious, vile insults and hatred that you could imagine.
You should look at Flat Earth fucking stuff. You know how many emails I had today from Santos Bonacci threatening my life?
Who?
Santos Bonacci. One of the biggest Flat Earthers.
Astrology guy? The guy talks about zodiac all the time?
I had over 100 emails today, and several of them included death threats.
I don't even know this guy, and I'm afraid.
Did you threaten his wife and kid too? Then I don't know.
I've never threatened anyone's wife and kid.
Can you publish these emails so maybe we can shine a light upon these wicked flat earthers that are trying to kill
you can have a look on my Twitter. I've already shown the list of emails, and then you can also
I
watch
seem
my
to
video.
remember somebody being called a deadbeat dad.
Yeah, no, that Santos guy's a psycho.
Yeah.
McToon made a video of like his
I
little
have a
clips.
question.
He's stage 10.
You gotta stop watching McToon by Skull. Oh, wait, no, is he still here? I mean, you should definitely watch McToon for entertainment.
Yeah, hey.
purposes only.
Right.
Man, that bus just thumped on me, man.
Hey, McToon, your last video is pretty hilarious, man.
Can I?
You should do more like this.
I want to. Can I say something serious for a second?
Yeah, the last one you did, man.
Today?
Yeah, no, like 8 days ago.
Right. Can I
did
say
one today.
Can I just say something serious a second, please? All right.
Sure.
Right. Witsit. I sincerely apologize for calling you a deadbeat dad. Right. That was wrong. All right. I shouldn't have done that. That's not the right thing to say to somebody, and I genuinely apologize for saying that. It is something I shouldn't have done. Okay.
Yeah, but you'll say it again, or something just like it.
I won't.
Hey, McToon,
I'm genuinely just offering him my
guys,
sincere apologies about saying that. It was wrong for me to say. All right, this is outside of everything else. I just want to say, Witsit, that was wrong of me to call you a deadbeat dad, and I apologize. Okay.
That's respectable. You should let a man speak. You should let a man speak when he's being honest.
Premeditated, consistent, repetitive comments about my fatherhood.
Yeah. Again, I've apologized, and I won't ever talk about your ability to parent again, because that was the wrong thing to do, and I sincerely apologize for it. Okay, that's it. All right. I'm sure you can be a good dad, and I hope you are a good dad. You obviously love your kid, and that's the important thing. All right.
Hang on, haven't you always said that flat earthers shouldn't even have children, bro?
No, I said teaching children flat Earth is a form of mental child abuse.
So you've never said that flat earthers shouldn't procreate?
Well, I don't think they should, but that's separate.
Does
but
the
it's
geography
wrong for you to say
of
that
the
to Witsit, is it?
constitute
I
like
literally just
harassment?
apologized
I
to
don't
Witsit for what I
understand.
said.
I just walked here from I got in here from Rumble. So
Hello.
okay, I'm trying to understand the drama. So the geography of the Earth is up for debate for the past several hundred years.
Nah, it's not
I wonder what our forefathers have done to each other because of okay.
So
I want to know.
I just don't know about
Siri.
what you say.
Sorry, Siri. I'm just really scared to talk. So, the geography of the Earth is up for debate. Okay. How does that constitute the death threats? Is he getting death threats through his email or some shit?
Me, yeah.
I get tons of death threats. I
have the perfect solution. I haven't looked at my email for the past 8 years.
Well, yeah, but I have very important things that I have to check.
Make a new one. Make a new one.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll find it. They'll have to publicly release it.
Right. The thing is, right.
The territory.
Let me say this, okay? Anyone doing death threats is wrong. All right. All right. I don't like Witsit. Okay, that's quite clear. But I would not send him death threats. And I don't think anybody should send anybody death threats or threats of violence or anything like that. All right. I'll respond. When people challenge me to a fight, I'll respond and play and joke with it. But challenging, the threats of violence and the death threats from either side are categorically wrong. And Witsit, can you maybe just on this, I want a side of you, because I'm aware that people on my side do it, and you're aware that people on your side do it, right? But can we both say right now to our respective audiences that shit is wrong and shouldn't be done?
Yeah, obviously I disavow anything like that, but we all know that if you look at the percentage, people that think the Earth's flat, dude, we're we found out that what we were taught is not true, and we take all kinds of attacks for it, and we're just trying to help people out. We literally think that people are being deceived, as opposed to you guys who still believe the lie. The percentage of
but it's not a lie, and we feel like you guys are lying.
The percentage of vulgarity and toxicity and hatred and stuff like that is 400 to 1.
I disagree. That's the opposite of what I've experienced from my very first forays into talking to flat earthers on Facebook, to having a YouTube channel, to somehow my address being found out. My experience has been that the majority of flat earthers I speak to are horrific people. And that's not that's my experience of who I've been talking to. The more flat earthers are wait, hold on. right? I'm not saying everyone here,
Did you
right?
just like find one flat earther that was awful, and then you're like, yeah, all
Let
these
me
flat
finish.
earthers are terrible.
No.
Yeah, and you can just go read 500 of them.
Wait, can I not finish? I'm trying to be serious here, right? From my experience,
Yeah, but you call flat earthers idiots. What do you expect?
from
man?
my experience, right, I have seen flat earthers be horrific much more than I've seen globe earthers do it. I am not saying that globe earthers don't do it, but just from my experience, I think that flat earthers can be extremely hideous, and I've got so many. But the thing is, I am not denying that globe earthers do it.
You know nobody's buying this shit, right?
Hey, let me say one thing. If anyone
I don't think you guys understand. I am trying to disavow the
come on, guys. Nobody's being heard right now. You're just over talking each other. But in all honesty, it's probably 50-50. You know, there's idiots in every group, and unfortunately, we can't moderate those idiots.
No, and here's the thing, right? In reality, there is more people that are globe earthers than flat earthers, right? So I can see how it could seem like there is more globe earthers being aggressive because there is more of them, all right?
But go to my live stream and read the live chat where people are saying, "Yeah, bless. Hope you're doing good. Yay, we need to just take the high road. Yay, we love you. Look, the Creator loves us. Look, freedom, freedom. Let's fight for the truth. Let's fight for the children."
You're just trying to poison the well, McToon.
And then you can go read your live chat.
I'm not trying to poison.
Now,
I'm disavowing it. That's the point. I'm saying that.
I'm just making a point to anybody.
I know.
It's like you can go read FTFE's chat right now. And I guarantee you that for the last 2 hours, it's been the most hatred-filled,
No, it's not. I've been watching it. It's just been laughs, actually. Everyone's been having fun.
Craig, have you considered that perhaps, just maybe, you bring out the worst in people? Like you experience all these bad people.
Here's the thing.
Maybe.
When I started like talking to flat earthers, I wasn't like this. I got like this in response to the way that I was treated. The first group that I went to go into, run by Nathan Thompson, right? I was treated like shit by every member in that group. I was instantly attacked and
yeah, they're a bunch of dicks.
Okay, that was my first experience with flat Earth, and the experience for me. Right, I'm not trying to poison the well or anything. I'm just telling you what my experience is. The experience that I have had is wherever I go, there is people that are flat Earth. There is aggressiveness. And I'm not going to lie that I do attempt to trigger flat earthers now because I find that fun. But that doesn't...
You don't say!
That doesn't change the fact that I have experienced, not even towards me, but towards pretty much anyone that has tried to debate in these groups, they get treated really badly. But that's just my experience, and because maybe I've created, my Facebook is full of, it's just flat earth groups because that's what I use Facebook for. So I'm going to experience that. I'm not saying that's what everyone else is going to experience because everyone has their own life online and their own experiences online, right? So for Austin, who is more in flat earth groups and stuff, he is going to experience more, nastiness from globe earthers because that's for him, the things that he looks at online and everything, that's what's curated for him and that's what's going to be fed to him. For me, I'm going to experience a lot of hate from flat earthers because my activities and experience online has generated that kind of thing, all right? I'm not saying that one side is worse than the other. I think both sides can be as bad as each other. I'm just telling you what my experience has been. Is that right?
All right, let me say this one last thing to give you my take, okay? I agree that we should both disavow it. I think you and MC Toon silently condone it by not correcting your chat, but it doesn't matter.
Oh, I do correct my chat quite often.
Listen, I tell people all the time, like, not to just ban Globers, not to be disrespectful. We were all lied to. If you think about it, if the Earth is flat, we were all lied to about the Earth, but there's a fundamental difference here. If someone thinks that we were lied to about the Earth and they're like, wow, there's this massive deception, even though I'm going to get ostracized and attacked by society and be considered stupid by people that are actually ignorant themselves, and I'm going to lose my jobs and all this crazy stuff. But I feel like I need to fight through that to do what's right because I think children are being misled, and I think that we're being lied to about where we live, and I think it's a big deal. So I'm going to go try to speak the truth and diligently try to do that for the better good. That's a totally different motivation, just like on its face, than people that just think the Earth's a globe and flat earthers are stupid and it's already been proven, but yet they spend hours a day for years stalking the flat earthers to berate and insult and tag them down and say they do it for entertainment purposes. On its face, those are two totally different motivations, and one is much more pure, which is why you're going to see such a huge polarity between the motivations of the two groups and thus the behavior. It's pretty simple.
So for you, right, you think you're fighting truth for truth. You think you're fighting, to save the children, etc. Right? I've got the same mindset. I think that flat earthers are leading children astray. I think that flat earthers are liars. I think that flat earthers are pushing a big lie. Not all of you may be liars, and some of you may think it's true, but there are so many that clearly are lying. And I feel like there's lies being pushed onto children by flat earthers, right? But I might have taken it another way and turned it into entertainment. But that doesn't mean that my motivations for doing this in the long run aren't similar to yours from your point of view, if you understand what I mean.
I kind of do, but you want to know what the ironic part is that one of the number one emails I get is like, your debates woke me up to the earth, and I was kind of fighting it for a while, but I'm not going to lie. It's actually like how dishonest, disingenuous, and hateful the other side was that made me really have to step back and wonder why they have to be like that. You know how many people have told me that like watching how you treat other people actually made them go look into flat earth seriously? Watching the Globers in my debates constantly use fallacies, lie, move the goalpost, shuck and jive, insult, poison the well, and like insult and lie constantly makes more and more people look into it, ironically. So you're not really doing anything but going against the very
I get
claimed
hundreds
motivation.
of emails saying how I've helped people out of the flat earth and sent, help them go back to college and everything. I get that all of the time.
I don't buy that, sorry.
Now you're lying.
I'm not. I could go through the emails and show you. There's people
Stop
that like,
the cat!
thanks to you, I've gone back to college and etc. 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 We're both going to have people that follow us and send us emails and say we've helped them, Austin. All right.
No, I'm saying they've told me that you and MC Toon and the people I debate on Modern Day Debate, the Globers, are a big reason why they went and looked into flat Earth, because you guys were constantly so dishonest in the debates. And every time it was time for you to concede, you changed the subject and you used a bunch of fallacies and you insulted and lied and just said, science, you're an idiot, go to science, go to school, over and over. So the vulgarity and the toxicity from that side actually makes people look into flat Earth. I mean, that's just one of the number one things that I'm told like every day.
Opposite for me. I've had people come to me say because of the horrible way that flat earthers treat people, they've actually looked into the other side, especially someone like Santos Bonacci and Nathan Oakley. They push more flat earthers to the globe, I think, than
No flat earthers go to the globe. We were all believed in the globe at first.
Many flat earthers come back to the globe.
No.
Yeah, I've got a playlist on my
channel. Almost none.
No true Scotsman there. That's the no true Scotsman.
Yeah. I love when they try this one. Ooh, keep talking about that. I love it. Keep trying that.
Witsit, thanks for the bus thumping there again.
Well, I mean, I'm being honest. So
Pickles go back to cucumbers all the time. I remember just yesterday I changed a pickle back into a cucumber.
I mean, MC Toon, they say you're like not as bad as like other ones, right? Like you have the ability to come across at least decently cordial. You are kind of disingenuous and dishonest with your debate tactics, where you use fallacies very often, but it's not as bad as like say the conspiracy cats and the, stuff like that. But you guys then condone FTFE, you condone conspiracy cats when they like blatantly lie and insult.
We
and
don't
stuff
lie.
Like that. So then you also get a notch on your belt, because people are like, well, MC Toon is like turning his head to how he claims he's a Christian, but his whole entire chat's making fun of creationists and calling them stupid and that they shouldn't breathe.
Real Christians don't think the earth is flat, so he's definitely a Christian.
No, I said that the people see that he claims to be a Christian, but then he basically inadvertently condones the behavior of people just berating believers.
That's the most ignorant thing I've ever heard. Real Christians don't think it's flat. That is retarded.
What's a real Christian?
There are some. Certainly there are some.
Can you show me a real
Christian? He only said it to trigger you. Don't get triggered, Jesus.
Shane
sees
wow, everyone is shouting.
Day off religion. It makes everyone look crazy.
But how does an atheist
religion is crazy?
How does an atheist know what creationists think?
Or a real
just
Christian.
because I don't have a
you
belief
can
in
read
God.
it. You can read what they think. It's not hard.
I've read the Bible. I've read the Quran. I've read like Buddhist. I mean, an atheist isn't the right word for me. I think I don't think agnostic is the right word for me, because atheism says that I have a position that there is a belief there is no God. Right? That's not true for me. Right? My position is
you could just say you're special.
No, and I think this is important, because my position isn't that I don't believe in a God, it's that I don't see any evidence for a God or any need for a God, but that doesn't mean that I deny that there might be some kind of higher power that has set the physics of the universe as we know it in motion. Who knows? Who knows why the universe started? I don't know. I don't have the ability to ever say that, no, there is no God, because that's something I could never, ever prove. Right?
Yeah, but you see how MC Toon jumped right in to defend the atheist like instantly, right? Like immediately you're an atheism apologist. And I find that to be pretty telling, to be honest. I'm just trying to let you know.
When did I defend an atheist position? What are you talking about?
Because you just said he could easily read it.
They can read it. Yeah, you immediately are an apologist for atheism.
He can read. He can read what other people think about stuff.
Hey, MC Toon, what percentage of your chat do you think is anti-creationism?
Anti-creation or anti-young Earth creation?
Anti-creationism.
I don't know. Probably a
solid
good amount.
90%. Just read your chat. Read your chat. And one of the number one insults is that I believe in a God. One of the number one insults said in your chat about me is that I believe in God.
All right. See, I don't know if it's entirely healthy for you to read all the nasty things they say about you in these.
No, I really
chats.
don't. I
Be
don't
totally
like
honest.
keep up with it or something. I'm just saying like I've seen them before. Like when I go to respond to like the DFE MC Toon coverage of me when I just like intellectually eviscerated them, I would like see the chat then, right? Like I don't go keep up with it because they're very unoriginal things. They're like, oh, word salad. I'm like, what I say that was word salad doesn't matter. Everything. You know, like they're very unoriginal. It's not like it's really beneficial.
I was just worried for your sanity if you were doing something like that.
I'm very
Had that advice.
desensitized to the hatred, right? Like if someone that can't dribble a basketball talks about LeBron, like does LeBron like care? Not to compare me to LeBron, I'm just saying if someone can't debate me, why would I care if they say I'm bad?
I don't know. You just called yourself LeBron there, Austin.
I just said I'm not.
What
I'm
are
just
you
saying that
No,
it's-
no.
Does anyone know the numbers?
What's that?
You don't love the analogy?
Conservative,
Oh, no, I do.
conservative and liberals. Oh, sorry.
No.
Conservative and liberals on the side of flat and the side.
No,
of
that's irrelevant. Statism is a goof. Come on, man.
Right.
Anyway, I was trying to actually give you guys
anyway.
a friendly piece of advice, right? Like, if you actually feel passionate about the flat Earth being some type of deception, and it's like your virtuous position to fight out against the misinformation, or however you want to spin it, and then simultaneously it's just for entertainment, whichever one you want to go with. If it's actually some virtuous motivation, allegedly, right? You're actually doing more harm than good to that motivation.
Disagree.
Because tons of people reach out to me and say that your vulgarity and toxicity and hatred pushes them away because they're like, if the Earth's a ball, why would they have to lie to defend that position?
Well, I don't lie, and they
But
just
we're
don't
not lying,
understand.
Austin.
Yeah.
Well, you are very dishonest in debates.
No,
I mean, you
I'm
can-
not
you-
dishonest in
No.
debates ever.
Okay. Okay.
But anyway, you know, that's my position on God, and I think that's a sensible position to hold, right? You want to believe in God, that's cool, all right? I'm never going to say no, you shouldn't believe in God. It's when people try to force that belief on me that I start to fight back. And none of you have done that here. None of you have done that here. I'm not claiming that any of you have done that here. And Austin, I've never attacked you for your belief in God. All right? And because I don't think that's something that you use as a weapon the way that other flat earthers do. All right? I honestly don't think that when you're talking about flat earth, I've heard you relate it too much to God and stuff. That's not really your argument. Am I right?
Well, no, I'll just say that if the Earth is geocentric, that would show you pretty clearly that it had to be placed there.
Okay, and that's fair enough. And you know what? That's a position I wouldn't attack, because if you believe that's fine. But you wouldn't try and push your belief in a God on me just because you have it, which is what a lot of...
I genuinely don't think that some people are supposed to see certain truths. I think the Creator actually doesn't allow them to unless they have a love for the truth.
When I start fighting back against religion and God and stuff is when people try to force it, and then I don't know if it needs to be a part of this discussion, so it's kind of irrelevant anyway.
No, I'm just saying if I ran a channel and my chat was constantly bashing the scriptures as the stupidest fairy tale known to man and whoever believes in it's an idiot, I would probably correct them or something. I would have to recheck what I'm doing wrong to where that 90% of my audience base ridicules the same belief I claim to hold, right?
Yeah, I guess if they
Can I ask a
disagreed with you,
question?
that would be the thing to do. But
I can see Toon, yeah.
Anyway, it's a bit of a sidetrack conversation. I enjoy conversations about religion and God and stuff, but I don't think it's it's for here. And again, I would never. I think that religion in general is stupid. But that doesn't mean that I think that having a personal relationship and a belief in God that is a personal thing is stupid. All right, does that make sense?
Yeah, whatever. I mean, it's to teach or learn. Like I don't push my beliefs on people. I don't like religion either, and I think it's logically bankrupt to not acknowledge necessary antecedent to design, and that's each their own. I genuinely, my position is that some people cannot see it. Like I don't want to convert them to flat Earth. I don't want to convert them to my belief either. I think that if you don't want to know the truth, you can't see it. I think that some people literally can't see that the Earth is actually a stationary plane. They literally don't see it, and I think that's fine.
So,
I don't feel the need to convince them.
Can I ask you a serious question, Witsit? You're not a blood over intent person, are you?
Of course not.
What do you think about the flat earthers that have kind of pushed that?
I don't know much about it.
The blood over intent thing, like Santos, flat out hero.
Santos isn't.
Santos isn't. I thought he was. But
no, he's not a blood over intent guy.
Right.
Not my thing.
Is that a real thing?
Yeah, it's Tanner Stewart is.
Tanner. Oh, sorry, that's who I meant. Yeah. The flat Earth millionaire. Yeah. I don't understand that whole thing, and I just as you are a flat earther that's in, you're quite in with the crowd. What's the thoughts within flat Earth about that? Do you know?
Like it's so crazy reading your chat. You shouldn't believe in God. It's moronic. All caps. I don't know. I don't know much about it. I think that sounds weird. I don't condone.
Okay, I just wanted to if you knew about it at all. I mean, I'm not saying that you're anything to do with that.
That's strangely that's one of the things that I only know about because Globers tell me something that tell me about flat earthers that way. I've never heard a flat earther tell me that. It's weird.
Yeah, I've never met a blood over intent person, and I've never met somebody in the last 7 years from Flat Earth Society. So there's a lot of things that are out there to like discredit people are actually trying to make sense of it.
Yes.
Have you ever spoken with I forgot the guy that runs the 24/7 FE server?
Is it Indio?
Indio, yeah, he was on the TFES forums for a while back in like 2018.
Yeah, but he's here right now.
Do you guys have a list somewhere?
Toon's got a list. He did a video on it. Right.
No, I didn't do a video on
why you guys are so like obsessed with flat earthers, though.
Well,
I remember
again,
you guys
not
debating.
obsessed with flat earthers. I find it extremely funny, the whole thing, and I do a lot of research to debunk it. Now, my channel is actually kind of undergoing a bit of a change this year. I'm always going to debunk flat earth because I think that's fucking hilarious, but I'm actually going to be changing into more of just a science communication channel because that's where I want to go with my channel. Is I want to teach people real physics and real science, and I think that flat earth is a good thing to do that.
FTF, can I ask you a question real quick? Do you understand why some globe earthers that believe in God consider it a miracle that the Earth presents itself as completely stationary and level, yet it's the opposite of that, and that's the reason that they think it's a miracle, that it can actually present itself the opposite of what you're saying it is?
I've never heard a globe earther claim that.
Can I ask a question?
He says if there's a God, then maybe God made it so that the Earth presents itself as level and stationary, and that's why we experience it that way, but how could it be that way?
Riding on eggshells doesn't think the Earth presents as flat.
Yes, he literally does. He says it's a globe, but it's just going to look like it's flat to you. It's basically like that everything's an illusion. It looks completely stable and stationary and flat, and that the sun and the moon are the same size and all that stuff. But it's because a creator had to put all those coincidences together. To believe in a heliocentric model without a creator is like insanity.
Look at the celestial navigation software that he wrote. He doesn't think that the Earth presents itself as flat.
The sky is not the ground.
We experience a stationary level Earth. If you're not able to admit that, then you're just dishonest.
Yeah, writing admits that we experience it, but that it's just basically an illusion because the Earth's so big.
I mean, the claim that we experience the Earth as level and stationary, I just don't agree with that claim. My experience tells me that the Earth is a globe that's rotating.
Okay.
Personal
And you observe this every day you leave your house. It's not
When he
locally
sees the sun moving in
observably
the sky,
flat.
he actually
I've
experiences
traveled
that
the
it's not
world.
moving.
I've been all over. I've done
I
experiments.
didn't ask if you traveled the
Personal
world. I asked
experience.
if it,
Hold on. My personal experience of
no,
the Earth.
you're not addressing what I asked.
What did you ask?
I ask if the Earth observes itself to you or presents itself to you every time you leave the house observably and locally flat. And you said, no, I've traveled the world.
No, it doesn't.
So
I can
you
see
walk
just by
outside
I can
and you
see just
curvature every day.
I live in Scotland and I can see mountains in the distance that should be way higher than they are if the Earth is flat. My observations when I go outside show me that the Earth is curved. My observations when I watch the celestial motions is that we are traveling through a vast, wonderful universe. My personal observations are not that the Earth is flat and level. Right? That's simple.
Those mountains should be lower. That means Earth's curved.
Yeah,
that's a question.
That's a naked eye measurement.
It's just something that's obvious. If there's mountains that are 500 meters high, then they're peering below. Then for me, I'm not observing the Earth as flat because it's something impossible on a flat Earth is happening.
In fact, you have 600 people
They're
obsessively
appearing below
watching this that know
500
the names of all the
meters,
flat
and
earthers.
you measure this with your naked eye.
Again, I can just see that a mountain is lower than it should be.
Right, and with perspective, it gets lower, and with the density gradient, why wouldn't it be presented as lower anyway? It actually just doesn't prove what you're saying.
Angular size doesn't reduce at a distance.
It never makes it drop below a tangent line. No,
that's not what I asked.
The angular size will reduce the amount you can see, but it will never make it drop below what is a center line of vision. That's not how perspective works.
That's not true either. The density gradient.
It's a combination of both.
And actually, visual space is observed through visual space is non-Euclidean geometry, where flat plane shapes will appear distorted. We do not observe visual space in Euclidean orthographic view. No.
Yeah. Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Do you hear anyone else asking permission, Elmo? Can you just do it, dude? Jesus, man.
Yeah, no, last time I got muted instantly when I wanted
I'm
to
about
talk,
to meet you again, so I mean, you got like...
What?
What
is wrong, man?
Well, it's been 20
seconds. Mute that guy.
Right?
Okay, so the question is for Fighter Flat Earth. It's just a personal question I personally want to know from you. What is the whole purpose of your life and the purpose that you have? Is this a fundamental thing you can die upon?
What is the purpose of my life?
Yes. And your purpose is it's a fundamental thing that you can die upon tomorrow, for example.
A fundamental thing that I don't understand what that means.
Have you ever questioned or like thought about there might be a case that, I mean, it can happen to everyone in here, that you die tomorrow, what is after that, for example?
I'm not bothered about what's after that. If I'm dead, I'm dead. I'm bothered about my life here and now.
So, but is there a purpose why you wake up every day? I mean, at least something like that. Okay, so what's your fundamental purpose to live?
To be the best person that I can be and advance humanity in a small way if I am able to, which I've already done.
Okay, how?
Hating on other people and
I built wind farms. I've helped serve my country. I've tried to spread love and happiness in general in my life and help people learn.
Why do you do that?
Love and happiness
because I want to be because I'm a good person.
Why do you want to be a good person?
Love.
Because I want to be a good person.
Yeah, but why?
Because I want to
do that.
Because I want to.
What is a good person?
For me.
For yourself.
Yeah, so I can be the best person that I can be. I mean, my reasons for living is because I'm alive. I wake up each day and I've got a life to live, and my driving thing is that I want to have a better life the next day, and I want my kids to have a good life in the future. And I don't really understand the question. My reason for being is the fact that I'm here.
No, you answering the question. It's all good. You know, I did not want it to have anything extremely philosophical or whatever. You know, you just answer my question. That's all. I didn't want to pick up on you or whatever it's called in English. Like it was not like a trap or anything. I just in general wanted to know what you think about life. You know, what your purpose is. That's all.
I think
You know?
the purpose of life is to make sure more life happens in whatever way you can, right? Now, I've got 2 kids, you know, and I'm raising them the best I can to be intelligent, helpful members of society. But some people can't have kids, but that doesn't mean that they can't still make the world a better place for more life to happen in the future. And I think my driving force is just to know that I've left something that is going to make humanity a little bit better in the future. That's it.
Would you think? Would you say that a flat earther and a globe earther could work together and make something good to make the world something better, even though they have fundamental different views upon the earth or about the earth?
I do think that a flat earther. Wait, hold on. Let me answer the question. I do think that a flat earther and a globe earther can work together and get on. You know.
How would that work if you fight them?
I'm actually talking to a flat earther that's well known right now about starting a channel with him, knowing that he's a flat earther and I'm a globe earther, you know. But I think that together we can actually make something that will still be beneficial for the general good, you know, despite the fact that I'm a globe earther and he's a flat earther.
Right, here's my question. If you get to the end of your life, right, and then at that point, everyone realizes that Witsit was right, and we're all right, and that it's actually stationary, and you were wrong the whole time, how would you feel about your life then?
I wouldn't feel any different, really. I mean, I've measured the Earth's rotation. I know the Earth isn't stationary.
So you can't admit that you'd be a little bit embarrassed. You can't admit that you'd just be a tiny bit embarrassed, right?
Right. If it turned out that the Earth was flat and I was wrong, I would eat crow. Serious fucking crow. All right. I would find every flat earther that I've called a moron, and I'd say sorry to them. All right.
So
I would sit there on their stream and I would let them berate me. All right. Of course, if it turned out that
Don't let us record you saying that, dude. You just said that over a huge recording. So.
If it turns out that I am wrong and the Earth is flat, then, you know, I will say it. I will shout it to the skies. I will join. If it turns out that the Earth is flat and I'm wrong, I will join Witsit's fight to spread the flat Earth. Right?
Will you personally come watch each one of our cars if you've insulted us?
Can I what? Sorry.
If you come watch our cars personally one time, for everyone that you debated and insulted. Come on.
No, I'll send you all another weed that I'm growing. How about that?
Hey, FTFE, do you think there is objective morality?
Define objective morality.
Do you think there's like an actual objective standard of morality, like there's a right and a wrong, independent of like subjective interpretation?
It's a hard question.
That's a hard question.
My views are that you make your own morals, okay, and you have a standard that you live to. But that's your own personal standard. I think society as a whole has what they would consider to be, you know, correct moral ways to live your life. But I don't necessarily agree that what society in general assumes as moral and correct is what I would agree with. I set my own standard of morality and try to stick to that. Does that answer your question?
Well, yeah, you're saying that morality is subjective, right? You're a moral relativist, but the problem with that relativity is not actually like morality is not actually relative to what the perception of it is. Meaning, like, there's just an objective right and wrong. For example, like kidnapping someone against their will and forcing them to be your slave is just morally reprehensible and wrong, right?
Yeah,
like, it's just
I would agree.
Wait a minute, Wait a minute, didn't God tell the Israelis to do that?
no, and can you please calm down? So, actually, it said if you have if you kidnap someone against their will and force them to be a slave, you should be stoned to death. And that if you have someone to be your servant, then they should be treated better than the rest of your family, and you have to let them go after 7 years, and it has to be in a contract in which you give them money to feed their family.
Wait, so let me ask you a question. Yeah. Is terrorism wrong, objectively?
Well, that's a very vague term, right? But this is the point I'm trying to make to you, right? There are some gray areas, right, where it's like, wait, is that right or is that wrong or whatever? That's not really the point, though. The point is that kidnapping someone against their will, forcing them to be a slave, that's just wrong, right? Because you're taking like the free will and sentience of someone else and you're subjecting it to your reign, right?
Yeah, I don't think anyone nowadays would disagree with that.
Back in the day, people thought slavery was okay. And just because back in the day people thought that was okay, it didn't all of a sudden become morally acceptable. Like rape is wrong.
Yeah, there's my point, right?
You see my point, though? Rape is automatically wrong.
I agree with that. But it kind of...
But according to... Real fast. According to a moral relativist, if there's an individual who commits rape, but in his mind, he doesn't see anything wrong with the rape, then in that situation, actually rape isn't wrong because rape is just subjectively good or bad, right? So it's like... That's a very untenable position, and if there's an objective moral standard, then who put it in place? So,
I understand your point, right? That obviously there's some things that we see as completely detestable and stuff, but you're saying right now that to rape someone and stuff is wrong. But think about in the past, right? So let's take the Vikings for instance. Raping and pillaging was kind of what they did. So, I mean, from the standpoint of the Vikings back in that point, their objective morality was that, well, that's not really wrong. We're allowed to do that because we're advancing our Viking empire or whatever, right? Nowadays, we would say that that's you would never ever see that that's right. I think
that's not objective morality.
The concept of objective morality or what is considered objectively right and wrong can change over time. I'm not saying that I agree with things that like that. I'm just saying what I think we would consider as an objective morality would be something that over the course of human time is something that can change. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, but this is what I'm trying to point out to you. Like, if a tree falls and you don't see it, the tree still fell. If there's like an objective reality, that's completely independent of our ability to perceive it. So the fact the Vikings thought that doesn't somehow make rape right. It's always been wrong. It'll be wrong until the end of time, and no matter what someone thinks about it or what way they try to justify it, it's still wrong, right? There's just an objective right and objective wrong, and moral relativist is like definitely the easy position to take because then you don't have any accountability. It's a fluid reality where you can just decide whether or not it's right or wrong and do whatever you want to do as that will. Basically, you replace the arbiter of truth, but truth is independent of perception, and that's kind of my point. That's a huge age-old philosophical question.
I think everyone should be the arbiter of their own
moral
truth,
objectivity, then something put that in place, and so I would say this is an important question.
Right. So let's just say, hypothetically, that the Viking tradition of raping and pillaging that became like a worldwide thing. We understand that is a very wrong thing, and we always will. But what if that became kind of a norm for society? Does that not change what an objective morality is from a society standpoint?
Well, no. If society's standpoint changed it would be subjective. It wouldn't be objective. That's the whole point. Like, I don't dispute that society's
how do you determine what is an objective morality? Where do we get that from?
That's a different question, right? I mean, that's a good question. I have an answer that you're obviously not going to like and your chat's not going to like, but before we get to that,
you would say God, right? So would you say God is the arbiter of your morality? God is what is your moral compass, right?
The designing force of the earth would have put that innate standard in there. Yeah, of course.
Right. I mean, and that's fair enough. You've got that as a guide, right? Whereas for me, my guide as an objective morality is what is right for humans. What is, if you're inflicting pain and suffering upon someone, then objectively, that's not right, and I think whether you get that morality from, God in your position or just from the fact that you understand that humans are humans, it doesn't change what is perceived as your own morality. It's just where that's come from, right? God, this is a confusing conversation. It's we can get very deep with this.
Yeah, I mean, we can move on. I'm just making a point that most people don't. It's easy to say the talking points of like morality changes with societies and changes with time, and it's all relative to what we think. And as we progress, morality changes and stuff like that. But I think that's logically bankrupt. And to ask where the standard comes from or how do we know what it is or how it's outlined is a different question. The question is just, is there right and wrong? That's why I use the most egregious wrongs to really make the point, right? Like, everyone knows rape is wrong. Everyone knows that murdering an innocent child is wrong. Everyone knows that many things are just wrong. There's a lot of gray areas for sure, and like some type of list or something would maybe be beneficial. But the point is that rape is wrong from the beginning to the end of time, and it's objectively wrong. And if there's some psychopath that claims that it's not wrong, well, it still is wrong. And to be a moral relativist, you'd have to claim that it's not evil once that person thinks it's not evil. And that's a very insane worldview to me. I don't understand it at all. I've never understood why someone would think that makes sense.
Look, I understand your point of view, Witsit, and I understand where you're coming from. You know, I just, for me, my morality comes from me and what I consider to be good. And I like to think that it generally aligns with what society considers good. But like, it's hard because, you know, we all have to live our own lives to the best of our abilities. And, you know, there are some things that people might consider objectively wrong that for others is maybe vital to their survival, you know? It's a very deep question as to what is objectively right and wrong. And you are right that there's things that should always be considered wrong. But from a society's point of view, it's, you know, how could society have gone? Things could be very, very different for society, and society in general might consider something else right to what we consider right now if things had gone different in history. You know, say the Third Reich had managed to win the Second World War. For them, objective right is that the Aryans are the true race and everything, right? But, you know, kill the Jews and that. For them, that's objectively the right thing. But for us, we would say that's horrific. It's a very complicated question.
It was also horrific for 20 million Russians to die, and no one ever talked about it. But my point is that, of course, people have different opinions about what is right or wrong. But that what it really is, which I'm not even claiming to be the arbiter of truth or to know the answer. I'm not even invoking that at all. I'm saying, regardless of what we think, there is just a right and a wrong. And if that's the case, as seems philosophically required and necessitated to have logical consistency, then there has to be some type of designing intelligent force that would put that innate order into place. And that's just what I think. I think moral relativism is the death of society. I think that to think that morality changes with how you feel that day is the easy way out. And I think this is a really frequent thing, especially in this atheistic, nihilistic worldview of materialism and heliocentrism. That's why it's kind of relevant, is people love to run around thinking they have no accountability. But I just want to throw this out in the ether, and then I'm going to fall back. But the point is, even if you think that maybe there is no accountability, or you want to convince yourself there's no moral objectivity, there has to be, logically speaking, and if there is, well, then there is still moral accountability whether or not you acknowledge it, and that objectivity is independent of perception. But I yield.
I would like to say that sometimes, like, I think of these three things sometimes. I can only know what is known. I can only see what I am shown. I can only go where I am led.
Now, you can go over places that you're not led. You can be a trailblazer.
Did you have something to say, Matthew Learns? I forgot you were here. Welcome, dude. I saw you.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just enjoying listening.
Oh, I thought you were trying to speak. My bad.
No, it was somebody else.
Right.
Matthew, you agree with my take on morality?
I do.
Hello.
Nice.
Witsit is completely right about objective morality.
Okay, if you say so. I mean, like I said, I don't have I don't have God or anything as a moral compass. I've got my own moral compass, which I think is appropriate. It's a very deep question. Now,
yeah, and so FTFE, just to let you know, this is sort of a standard argument for the existence of God to show that objective morality exists, and then step 2 would be to show that the only possible source for objective morality would be an intelligent designer or a god or a creator or something like that. So that's where this is coming from.
I understand, and that's why I guess I disagree that there is an objective morality. But anyway, it's Brenda has been chomping at the bit to ask a question. Could we please allow Brenda to just ask the question that they've wanted to ask?
If we must.
Brenda, you there?
Oh, she already deafened in here, so.
Brenda, I've just got you unmuted. Come on. No,
some people are triggered, but I thought that it would be cool to have a more productive conversation with him, as opposed to screaming at each other about the horizon.
No, this was actually one of the more productive and non-fletter-fleeted conversations you guys have ever had. It's actually kind of interesting.
The question I wanted to ask was like an hour ago, so it's kind of past its time.
Oh, right. Sorry.
Oh, man. Well, time is relative.
Yeah. So, but I think when we're talking about this area, yeah, I don't think that there is such a thing as objective morality. I don't think you even know what objective morality is. So I don't know if you want to get into that or not.
I actually do not want to get into it with you. That's right.
Yeah, I know you're bigoted. I understand. This is something I face here. I face here every single day is prejudiced against me because I'm transgender, and I get hateful comments. I get hateful comments every single day from all of you. From all of you.
Okay, I get hateful comments for being a flat earther every day. It's all okay.
Brenda,
all of you.
Just so we're clear, nobody cares what gender you are. We care that you're disruptive, abusive, interruptive. Don't add anything. Interrupt everyone. Never add any content, and just say nah to everything. That's what most of us have a contention with.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
That's
Because
bullshit.
in previous conversations, I've been repeatedly confirmed that what I've said is true. If you want to run it by McToon or run it by Craig, you guys claim that I'm an embarrassment to Globers, that everything I say is incoherent and nonsense. Ask them if they think the things that I say are an embarrassment to Globers. Ask them.
No, the problem is you don't expand the conversation. You literally just regurgitate Google, and you don't have an open dialogue. Like, at least you can talk to Craig, you can talk to McToon. You get a dialogue, but you're just like, no, Google says this.
Does that include that a shoe is a natural phenomenon, like you said one time, Brenda?
That what is a natural phenomenon?
A shoe, and that dog bones are clocks, and that if we went the speed of light, we'd experience timelessness, and
let's not delve into all
I got
that.
a tough question for you. So, if there's one passenger on a runaway train, and the train tracks, say, somehow go from New York and they go underwater, come out in Europe, and the train tracks just would take the train all the way across the ocean. But the problem is that there's water there, and you happen, and I know this is going really hypothetical and extreme. You got to do that sometimes to make the point. But if there's one passenger on a train that's going to die because that train is going to go into the ocean, but you have a button to jettison all of the world's water off of the globe, which would allow that passenger to be saved instead of crashing into the ocean. Don't you feel like there is no right answer to say the world's water supply versus the life of one person?
To quote my favorite logical species, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few.
How
do you justify that evaluation?
More lives saved is better than less?
That's a naturalistic fallacy. Just because something is the case doesn't mean it ought to be the case.
Maybe not running a train through water would be the best route of action.
Yeah, I actually agree with you. Let's not put that situation in case. But if, objectively, if the choice is to save, possibly 8 billion people versus one person, I'm going to save 8 billion people.
Sure, that's a nice autobiographical description. How do you justify that evaluation?
One
The
person
thing
can
about it is
continue
that-
the species. 8 billion people can.
Yeah, the thing
It's a
about it, though,
naturalistic
is
fallacy.
that
Just because something is the case doesn't mean it ought to be the case.
I just explained why it should be the case. One means no more humans, the other means more humans. I would choose the more humans.
It's a naturalistic fallacy. Because there is a fallacy.
It's a fallacy to say that I would choose
ago.
to. It's a fallacy to say that I would choose to save more lives than less.
The person on the train would also
David
die, 'cause
Hume
there would
already
also be their
exposed
water
this
supply.
300 years ago. So appealing to what is the case cannot inform you what ought to be the case.
I never
Yeah, but to
said
not
that is
save
the
a
case.
life that you could save because of the benefit to a larger group. The thing about weighing all this out is that life is priceless, and one infinity isn't any less than several infinities.
You wouldn't be saving any life.
That's
because
an
the person on the
evaluation that
train
must be
also
justified.
Needs the water. So.
But on George, because Grizzly has a really good point.
Well, I don't know.
I mean,
like,
this point
like,
is this concept
Hold
is
on,
very
George.
simple.
what's the value of a life?
Fundamental.
Can you place
right?
the value on that?
I mean, Winston just said you wouldn't have even been saving the guy that you just saved because all the water will be gone and he will die amongst the rest.
Yeah.
Hey, you don't know that everyone's gonna die.
If you
No
remove
water
all
supply?
the water from the earth, then everyone's going to die.
Yeah, you'd think so, but what we can do right now is save a life, and we'd be weighing that against a guess that everyone would die if you did that. Now you're
Well,
not.
no,
gonna
we
survive
know
without
everybody.
water.
If you removed all the water, everyone's dead. That's not a guess. That's a thing. We need water to survive.
What is being
I can't believe I agree with FTFE.
Hey, it
Aren't we
seems
like
pretty certain.
70% water? Aren't
Well,
our bodies
no,
only
actually, that's
70%
just
water?
a BS Globe number, but yeah.
Wait, what is being disputed?
Our bodies,
I was
like
asking if
human
morality is
body.
objective. He tried to give a scenario basically where it doesn't seem that you would know the answer, but I actually said that there are gray areas and that reality and objective standards are independent of perception or ability to understand them. So basically, to save a life or not or whatever, well, like more so, we know it's wrong to go murder an innocent person, and there's no way that you can justify murdering an innocent person. Even if the person that does it thinks it's not bad, it's still bad, and that person's just crazy and immoral and a degenerate. And that was more so the conversation. So
I mean,
you can
it
come up with
goes
a
back to
million
the trolley
questions that would
problem,
make
right?
it difficult to make a moral assessment.
Yeah, so it goes back to the simple trolley problem, right? If you've got a train going down a track, and that track splits into two paths. On one path, there's one person tied. On another path, there's 5 person tied. You've got the choice as to which track which path that train goes. What do you do? Do you save 1 life, or do you save 5 lives?
I like it better with
Your question is wrong if you're trying to dispute objective morality, which is a redundant term. Morality is in nature objective.
I'm not. I'm just asking. What would you do? Would you save the 1 life, or would you save the 5 lives?
You're insisting your question, but you're not listening to the responses being given to you. You're asking, what would someone do?
Yeah.
But you're trying to dispute, correct me if I'm wrong, what is the moral or immoral thing to do? So the question is wrong. It's not what would you do, it's what should you do.
What would you do yourself? Would you choose 1, or would you choose 5? That's the important thing. That's the question. If we're saying objective reality, morality is a thing, then there's always going to be one option, and the option for that would be to save more lives. That's objectively more right.
Would you save the 1 FTFE, or would you save the 5?
Me personally, if I had no other data about what's going on, and I am the one that decides if 1 person dies or 5 person die, then I'm sorry, but that 1 person is going to die. I'm going to save the 5 people.
Nice. That person that you just killed is actually
Yeah.
the one that has the cure to cancer. And
yep, that's something that I have to. That is a circumstance that I have to take into account. If I was the one that then killed the person that could have cured cancer, then that's something I have to accept. But in that moment, the choice to take 1 life or 5, I'm going to take 1. I have to take 1 of these lives. One of these, either 1 or 5 have to die. Something has to happen. In that moment, with no other data available, I don't think anyone would choose the 1 person over the 5 to live.
Or maybe
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
I want to ask, in this scenario you're speaking of where you don't have any other information, is this train passing by you directly, like directly next to you, or are you far off when you're changing the rail?
It's coming straight at you. You've got 30 seconds. Oh no, I'm the only person here that can change this track. And
so my question then is.
Okay, go on.
My question then is, if it's coming right by you, what if you were to step out into the rail and be the distraction to stop the train driver from going on to hit either the 1 or the 5?
The train driver is dead. The train driver was he had a heart.
Okay, so there is no train driver. It's just
there's no way to stop. There's no way to stop the train. Right? It's a runaway train. You've got no way to stop the train. Right? And you are standing there at the crossroads. Right? And right now that track is going towards the 5 people. But you've got the choice. If you pull that switch, you pull that lever, that track physically shifts, and it's now just going towards 1 person. Right, you've got the choice.
You see this hypothetical rigmarole.
In your hands
right now. I got one. I got one for you.
Choice. Wait, hold on. Let me finish. Right, in your hands right now, you have the choice. You can do nothing, and those 5 people die, or you can pull that switch and 1 person dies. What?
I'd pull the 1 and then try to go get to him and get him off the railroad.
Right. Well,
yeah,
hold on.
That would be a good thing to do. But you don't have. Let's say you don't have time. The train's going too fast. You don't have time to do that.
You see, this hypothetical rigmarole is moving.
What if you were to pull the lever halfway because it's a mechanical gear?
Then the train.
I was just saying, what if you pull the lever halfway because it's a mechanical gear and cause the train to go off the rail?
Then it kills the 6 of them.
This hypothetical rigmarole is moot in vain.
You didn't say there was anyone in the train.
Wait, one at a time. One at a time.
You mentioned 1,001 caveats. You see, you can mention 1,001 caveats so as to change the situation, so as to change your evaluation of your approach to the situation.
No, I've given you.
But your evaluation eventually, no matter how many caveats are involved.
No, I've given you all the data that you have. All the data that you have is that train's coming. I don't know anything else. The only thing I know is that I can pull this lever. You don't have any data. You don't have anything to evaluate. The only thing you have is 20 seconds to make a choice. Do you leave that track alone, or do you change it and save more lives than die? Right.
Okay. To finally answer this question without adding 1,001 caveats, I would save the one who I'm more likely, who I'm more apt to save.
What do you mean? Sorry.
I would save the one who I am more likely to save. The one out of all my options, who am I most likely, who am I most capable to save? I would save the one whom I am most likely to save. I would attempt to do so.
Right. Again, the only thing that you can do is pull that lever. That's the only thing that you're capable of doing in this point in time.
Okay, but this line of questioning that you're insisting when talking about morality is a red herring, because the whole hypothetical situation is getting down to an evaluation. Never mind.
Go to bed.
Gregory, he didn't bring this hypothetical. He just changed it because somebody else brought it up. So
yeah, I'm just asking. If you were in that situation and you've got 20 seconds to make that choice, what do you do?
You said the question already. Can I say the sentence I'm trying to say? The sentence I'm trying to say is that when talking about this hypothetical or any other hypothetical, the concluding point of the hypothetical is, what is your evaluation? And when you make that evaluation, we finally get back to the point that we initiated this dialogue on, is what is your evaluation and how do you justify it? But if there is no objective redundant term, if there is no standard, then you cannot evaluate.
Culture sets the standard.
That doesn't answer the question. I'm just asking you specifically. What would you do?
No, you're insisting on your question. This is not the point. Were you not talking about morality in the first instance? Is that not why you mentioned hypothetical?
How complicated can it be?
It really is not that hard. You mentioned the hypothetical on the subject of morality. So when mentioning the hypothetical on the subject of morality, you're giving me a scenario in which I am evaluating, trying to determine whether this approach or that approach or whatever number of approaches that is available to me is or is not justified.
Too late to evolve that, Gregory. You have to evolve that now, Gregory. Too late.
You got 20 seconds to evaluate your choice. What do you do?
I've already given you the answer. Why do you keep repeating the question?
You haven't
said
said
which
way does the trolley, which way do you send the train? To 1 or the 5? Which one is it?
I said to the one I'm most likely to save.
And which one would that be?
I don't know. In your bare bones hypothetical, that is nowhere near analogous or similar to real life with 1,001 details and more.
It's a very simple question.
I don't think I've ever heard Gregory answer a question.
I don't understand why this is hard, right? In the hypothetical...
It's not hard. You don't understand the answer. My answer is not incoherent. You ask me the question. My answer to you is I will save the one I'm more likely to save.
And which one would that
That's
be?
My answer. That's my evaluation. Out of the 2 in your situation you've given me, I would choose the one I'm most likely out of the 2 to be able to save.
And how
don't you understand?
How do you determine that?
I don't know how I determine that because you haven't given me enough details to evaluate. You already emphasized that it's just these details and nothing more in your hypothetical.
Worthless and useless. Does anyone else find that?
That's literally all you have. I've given you all the data that's available.
I know that's all I have, so that's why I only make that evaluation.
Why are you so mad over a hypothetical, bro? Just answer it.
It's 1 or 5.
I'm giving you my reasoning according to your hypothetical that you illustrated.
Do you save 1 or do you save 5? Which is it?
You're asking me how did I make the evaluation. There is not enough detail for me to
1
answer
or
that
5.
in your hypothetical.
No, come on, the train's coming. There's 10 seconds left. 1 or 5. What do you do?
Makes me miss the talk
9.
of relativity, guys.
It's coming. 8. 7. You've got to make the choice. 1 or 5. 6. 5. The train's nearly there. 4. 3. What are you going to do? 2. 1. What did you choose? Did you choose 1 or did you choose 5?
Calm down.
What if it doesn't choose? No, wait, hold on. Let me ask you a question. What if he doesn't choose and whatever was already selected is the one?
Well, then the 5 die.
I mean, it was the one that happened. He didn't get to choose.
Well, he could have chosen. He's there at the lever. He has to pull. He can choose to pull
wrong
that
now,
lever or not.
I mean,
Somebody pull the lever.
He didn't make the.
Pull the lever.
He didn't make the. He didn't make the choice. The choice is already predetermined.
Michael.
He can choose at that point in time to change it. He can choose at that point in time to change it.
I'm the one
this FTFE guy is being ridiculous. He's asked me a hypothetical.
This is a hypothetical.
I answered the question.
You're being ridiculous.
He asked you a question. You can't
He
answer.
answered the
You're just
question
not
And I answered it. I literally answered
You haven't answered it.
Do you remember my answer?
Let's move on.
There's 2 options, dude. 1 or 5.
Then everyone, just so you know, no one can hear anyone else. All right, we good? Let's do something else. How about Earth Curve for 20 minutes?
Someone doesn't understand the trolley problem. Brilliant.
We've been streaming for 7.5 hours, so.
Right, one at a time. One at a time.
How about this?
Thank you.
Right, guys, I've literally just realised I've been going for nearly 4 hours, right? So it's time to wrap up now, okay? It's been fun tonight.
Should we pull the lever?
The people died.
Yeah, 5 people died. The one person that's left.
Obviously, people don't want to actually seriously discuss this issue. You just
one
want to
person that's left
multiply
is
words and
the new
talk through
Hitler.
this.
There's no
Hold
issue,
up,
man.
I got you, Craig. Hold up. Look, he's gonna do his sign off. He's gonna end his show and his stream. I'd appreciate it if you guys don't interrupt him while I do that. And Craig, you got some of your respect back from me when you gave that apology. Thanks, man.
No worries. Well, look, I thought to myself that I wouldn't like it if someone said that to me, and I was wrong. I don't like Witsit. Everyone knows I don't like Witsit, but to attack his ability as a parent was the wrong thing to do, and I hold my hand up and say that I'm sorry. I should not have done that, and that's, you know.
He always says he loves you to everyone, you know.
But there's no objective morality, but you said you shouldn't have done it. This is incoherent.
I know I shouldn't have done it because I know it was wrong.
Yeah, bro, we can move on past that if you want to do your final statements or whatever, you know.
Thank you very much, Mikey. I'd appreciate it. And Shane, thank you again for having me on. Thank you for the interesting conversation. Thank you, Toon, for coming along and having some fun with me. I'll be back next week. Right, next week when I come, I'm gonna come with a presentation about evidence. Okay, and I would like the conversation next week to be specifically about the evidence that I bring. Is that okay?
Yeah.
You're gonna come with evidence?
Yes.
You gonna bring globe evidence? Is that what you said?
Preview of what evidence you gonna bring?
Well,
Yeah, duly noted. That's fair. That's fair.
I'm going
You
to bring
wanna
a presentation,
discuss your evidence.
right? I'm going to come and I'm going to bring a presentation with what I consider to be extremely strong evidence for my position on the Earth, and I would like to discuss that evidence with whoever is willing to do it.
That works.
Okay? Right.
I'm down.
Thank you guys for having me on again. Happy New Year to everybody. I hope you have the best time you can, and I will see you soon.
Thanks, Craig. See you next
Cheers,
week, man.
guys. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna just see if I can get Toon back in for a second. My Zoom would have closed down. There you go, buddy. Toon's got linked to come back in. So that was fun. Witsit is so stuck on that point. It's hilarious. Right, let's get Toon in. Witsit is so stuck on that point. It's hilarious. I can hear myself. There we go. How you doing, buddy? Are you there, Mr. Toon?
I am.
How you doing?
That went forever.
Yeah, my God, I didn't realize it was fucking nearly 4 o'clock. Like,
oh my gosh.
Oh, he's not going to get it, is he? He's just not going to get it.
No. And the the professor, who's actually just named Jace, and is a substitute teacher, will definitely support him.
Sometimes jumps in to teach some. This is this is your Ivy, spelled Ivey league.
Oh, all right. I need a. Just give me a second here to catch up.
Oh, some good Toon shine. Oh my goodness me.
Oh dear. Okay.
So once again, Witsit's given me new things to look into, which I always appreciate. I enjoy learning new stuff.
Yep.
So what was it?
He said he had 5 citations on the Earth's magnetic field or whatever.
Yeah, on how it's also wrong.
3. There's only 3.
Right.
So.
Right.
I don't. Somebody else confirmed that there was only 3 that he actually gave.
Oh man. So what's your New Year's resolution, Toon?
Drink more Toonshine.
I like that. My New Year's resolution is to put out more videos. It's been a hard year. Some people know the troubles I've gone through. Some don't. I've had surgery and stuff in my leg. It's been hard on my mental health, knowing what's coming up in my life, and I've struggled. But this year I want to make a really big concerted effort to put out more scripted videos. But at the same time, I don't want to kind of, set an unrealistic target. So I think saying that I will try and put out 3 scripted videos a month is a realistic target. What do you reckon?
It depends how elaborate you make your videos.
I mean, we all know the style that I do, and it's always going to be elaborate. But I think I can get... I think I can do 3 a month and make it just as good. I'm going to try. Anyway, just might mean a bit more work. Have you got any plans this year, Toon?
Yeah. For YouTube, more videos, more pre-recorded videos on the Conspiracy Toons channel. I have 5 recorded.
Oh.
So I just did one today. So I have 5. Well, 5 are like mirrors or things from other channels. So they're like out there. They'll be my Monday release, and then my later in the week release is the more interesting video, or the one where Del co-hosts.
Love it. So what I want to do to kind of make things easier on myself is I watch my earlier videos and I cringe a lot. So I think one of the videos a month I will put out is actually going to be a remake of an old video, which will be a lot easier and quicker to make.
Yeah. Yeah, you have it all the background work already done.
Exactly. The first one I'm doing is I'm remaking episode 1 with Flat Out Hero, and then I know for
just make it the same. Control yourself. Make it the same. Don't let it get bigger.
Oh, there is a couple of things that need to be added because it's a full remake.
My gosh.
But then at the end of that video, there's going to be a
3.5 months remaking it.
There's going to be a poll, and then the audience is going to get to choose which of the next videos that I remake. I'll give a choice of 4, and then that'll be the next one that I remake. So, but it's going to be a lot easier. PAL won't be in them because PAL didn't exist back then. We can use Canon to make that. So I think it should all be a lot simpler. But yeah.
Oh. Now you know what we do need to talk about.
What's that?
Top left.
Yeah, well, you know my nomination, right?
It's that time of the year. Is it Witsit?
Yeah, baby.
He was mine last year. You can't take mine last year.
Yeah,
you didn't support me last year.
No,
you see, you're just conceding that I was right last year.
Well, he's become more top left.
I won't leave until you concede that.
I concede it.
I'm gonna dip right now. I'm gonna leave right now. But first, I need you to concede that.
I concede. He's top left.
No, you have to concede. I was right last year. Anyway, flat side. It's going to be flat side. But
he's a good choice.
We need to confirm the schedule. So this is a little rough, but we're going to get in February is the nominations, right?
Right. Let's have a look at my calendar.
The month of March is voting.
My Dave calendar that we made.
Oh, wow.
Right, so February, how about we do a nomination stream on one of your Tuesday nights? So,
7th?
The 7th works. So if we do nomination stream to choose our top 10, because it's just going to be 10 to choose from this year, right?
Yeah.
Right, so I'll put that on, nomination stream. And then, how about we make it again? We can do the full stream on maybe Monday, the 6th of March.
The full stream.
Yeah, the award ceremony.
No, that's April 1st.
Oh, okay, right, April 1st, right? Yeah, no, okay.
Yes.
Right, perfect. So that means
we'll do the nominations
on 7th of February. Yeah.
And then March 1st, hopefully, we'll have the videos ready to release for voting.
Yeah. And then the full stream on Saturday, April the 1st. Now, the award show this year, Toon, it's going to be a proper award show. You and I are going to be wearing tux.
What? No, hold on. I don't wear shirts with buttons.
No. You're going to need to be on a green screen.
I'll get one of...
Emma is going to produce the entire thing.
I'm getting a little nervous here if you're saying tux.
Yeah.
Can I
bow tie and everything, mate. We need to be like we're in an award show.
A t-shirt that's got a penguin named Tux on it, just up in the corner.
Maybe a t-shirt that looks like a tuxedo, but you have to look like you're wearing a tuxedo.
Okay.
The people want to see it.
I don't wear buttons on shirts unless I really need to.
It's going to be a full, proper award show this time. It's going to be awesome.
Convince me.
Yeah.
All right. So this is one of the things we're changing from last year is, of course, less nominees. But if somebody makes a nomination, they are on the team to create a video for it.
Yeah.
Right. I'll make and whoever wants to support me the one for Flatsoid and you and Witsit and the other people. So you can't just listen. You can't just nominate. You're on the hook.
Yeah, if you make a nomination, if you come on and say, right, I nominate Nathan Oakley, you've got to make a Nathan Oakley video.
There it is.
Sorry, throw up in my mouth a little bit there.
Why do I taste bile?
Yeah. Oh, God, the thought of editing Nathan Oakley always...
Because you just can't do anything without hearing, this.
Now I'd like to know how my balls taste.
Ugh. I mean, yeah, it's just like, you know, you think about what it gets up to in his yeah, we know, Nathan. We know, Nathan.
Here's an exchange. Confirmed they're assessing it with level and plumb, holding true when they do flat Earth geometry, Euclidean geometry, not sphere Earth geometry.
So you don't need the toilet anymore. Why? Because your body has reabsorbed all of what was contained in your bladder that you would consider waste. Well, it's not waste, or your body would. There's no way it would have
in the chat.
reabsorbed it.
You see it in the chat. And people in the live stream, Glatt, whatever Sensei Glatt kept posting videos, and I was like matching him, but I couldn't. He's too good at spamming.
Yeah,
but he posted the flat Earth celestial navigation one. I'm like, hold on a second, $10,000, and none of them can do it.
None of it. It was my celestial navigation video that stopped Mitchell dead, I think. But yeah, so that's coming up. That is awesome. There is soon, once Professor Phil Bell finishes, there's going to be a relativity lesson on the channel. And you can come along, and me and you can both be students, I think, Toon, and let Prof. Phil Bell and PhD Tony teach us some things.
Awesome.
Sounds good. Anyway, I am going to read super chats because I've just realised I've got a fucking shit ton of them.
Get to it, man.
Yes. Zach Harrington, 499, says, can someone tell me the difference in space-time and ether? Both seem to be describing the same thing. Fan of the channel, I love what you're doing. Thank you very much, Zach. And as I said earlier, yeah, ether, as in the luminiferous ether, was a proposed medium that permeated all of space that was the universal reference frame that light would travel through. Space-time is literally just the 3 dimensions of space and the dimension of time. And is not any kind of universal reference frame. It's just the fabric of the universe. Anything to add to that, Toon?
No, that sounds good.
Cool. Stringer News 1 gifted 10 memberships because he's feckin' awesome. Siggy Sigworld, $10. Everything is relative to something else. Yeah, but why is there no absolute frame of reference, though? It's like he hears words but can't decipher what they mean. Yeah, Witsit's incredible that he can hear words, read words, and then just make up something that they mean that it didn't say. It's quite incredible. He just will not concede that point.
No.
Mr. QTube, first name Fa for $5. I need to drink some Absolute to make the Flerfs sound logical. Yeah, no amount of vodka can make that happen. Monkey Cat Pat Pat, my favourite name, $6.66 says, I'm wrong about a lot of things, but I always admit it and learn from my mistakes. I don't understand how Witsit refuses to accept that he is wrong. Yeah. What do you do when you're wrong, Toon?
Oh, this is a hypothetical question?
Yeah, I know it doesn't happen very often, but...
No. I don't want to be wrong. So my wife, I mean, she's like, you always think you have to be right. Well, yes, I do. And as soon as I find out that I'm not right, I'm switching to be right again. So
yeah. Yeah.
He doesn't like when I say that, by the way, so sorry.
But you do know that your wife is right. Right? I mean, even if you're right, it doesn't matter. Your wife is right. You do know that, right?
Maybe at your house.
How long have you been married?
Well, I'm 13. I don't know. Relativity, I don't get it.
It doesn't matter.
What's the?
They're right.
Velocity over speed of light. No, it's velocity times the speed of light.
Oh my god, that was so funny. He just read. He couldn't even see the format. He was. Oh. Not that Luke Perry, £5, no message. Thank you very much. Monkey Cat Pat Pat 666 says, Witsit, please admit you're wrong so we can all move on with our lives. Never gonna happen. Charlie Welch, $5. Flat Earth Civil War 3, 2023. The Oakleonians versus the Bev Luterians versus the Witsiarians. Be sure to RSVP. Happy New Year, FTFE and Toon and all. Thank you very much. Yeah, I do like it when flat earthers argue against each other. That's one of the best things.
It's good. It's good comedy.
Not at Luke Perry for £5 says, Happy New Year, FTFE and Toon. May 2023 bring more Flerf smashing. Forgot to add message, so have more money. Thank you very much. Matt Powell, unofficial, member for 19 months, says, Witsit is proof that evolution can go backwards. Evolution can go backwards. That is actually a thing. Stringer News 1 for £2 says burn baby burn. Yeah, I did turn on the dumpster fire a little bit. You guys don't know, but Toon is kind of my moral compass, really. I think between him and my wife, they try to keep me on the straight and narrow as much as possible. Because if I'm too much of a dick, Toon will tell me off. In fact, the first time we spoke was him giving me a bit of a bollocking because I was very mean to Flat Out Hero.
I mean, Flat Out Hero deserves it, but I had to call you on that. So. Are you
Excuse me.
there?
Yeah. Sorry, I've been getting over. I've had this cough for like 2 weeks.
Want some tab?
Yeah, thank you. Oh wait, that's not how that works.
I'll have Betty at NASA HR send it.
Yeah. I mean, we're just in different offices. You could just put it around the corner, right?
Yeah. Okay. I'll
Yeah.
just after.
Randomly Epic for $20. Thank you very much. Says just found this channel and really love it. Listening to Flat Earthers is like watching Jackass on an intellectual level. Well, welcome to the party, my friend. Welcome to the party. And that's a very apt description. Tim Tully.
Until tomorrow. Oh,
Yeah.
Tomorrow.
Oh my God, some.
I've been messaging him
No.
twice a day, so he knows what time it is and what day it is.
No.
Like I'm telling him today is Sunday. Our debate is in 2 days. It is Sunday evening. Our debate is in 48 hours. So people, there's a 14% chance that he'll be there.
Yeah. So, Toon, that is what I did with him, right? Up until a few hours before, right?
You have
And
to.
then he would still get it wrong.
Oh, he's so.
Oh, Tim Tully, $10. Jingle bells, Flat Earth smells. Whitsit ran away. Well, he came back because I guess he likes the sound of his own voice.
It's how many times was he leaving?
I know.
He's not from Minnesota, yet he does the Minnesota goodbye. I don't know.
Oh my God. Yeah, Whitsit. I've got so many issues with the guy. Pat distances motion in the chat for $5 says, Happy New Year, bud. I hope you have an ENT doctor to make sure your vocal cords stay healthy. We cannot risk losing your voice against these idiots. Oh, thank you very much. Schneider 49, member for 21 months, says, it's like a room full of tired, cranky toddlers. Tim Pryor, $5. Flat Earthers don't understand anything, hence why only 11 people are watching on that channel and over 600 on this one. It peaked at 723, I think, which is fucking awesome. Thank you very much. Jeremy, Mark Grondin for $10 Canadian. Happy New Year. Hope you had great holidays. Thanks again for everything. I had an amazing time. My wife gave me a meat cleaver. I was very happy with that. What was your best present, Toon?
I got this.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. This is a fake picture, but that's a real one there.
Yeah. No.
And then you can see my light. Look at that. There's my light right there. That's the one shining. It's right here.
Yeah, I can always see that in your glasses. Yeah, no. Emma bought me a meat cleaver, like a really big one. I loved it. I called it Lucy.
Why?
Why not? I like cooking. I do a lot of cooking, and I wanted a really good heavy knife. So she just bought me a massive meat cleaver, and I've been sharpening it, and I love it.
All right.
Jeremy, £5 says, this is my first super chat, Craig. It always annoys me when Flerfs just can't shut up. I popped a super chat, Cherry. Woo! Thank you very much, buddy. CVMCCULLAR, new member. Thank you. Welcome to Scrappers. Then a $2 super chat. Cool story, bro. Needs more dragons. Yeah. God, that guy at the beginning, that was so boring.
Oh. Yeah, just he's reading these things and like expecting read for 5 minutes and then expect a response, and one sentence into it you're interrupted. Where did he think this was? Did he not understand this was on a Discord server?
I know. And then they fucking kicked me out when I was like, all right, I'm bored of this now. And he's like, oh, this isn't your show. I'm like, actually it is. It literally says it there.
I know.
Oh, Delcos for $2. We built muon detectors in college. Truly pathetic, yeah. How do you detect the muons? Build a muon detector, dude.
Pixie dust is pixie dust.
I know.
Noah. And Noah's usually better than that, but I think that was like numpty Noah, right?
Yeah. String News $1, $2. Even the baby is calling you immature, Austin. Yeah. I love when Austin starts trying to point out how immature and nasty and horrible I am when he can't see what he's like. It's incredible. He's like blind to his own like hypocrisy and nastiness. I don't understand. Wayne Carr's been
just for reference, his chat is not polite.
No, absolutely fucking not.
No, not at all to us. No. So he has a whole lot of self introspection to do if he's going to be talking like he did.
Brenda has just joined my Patreon. Thank you very much, Brenda. I appreciate that very much. That means YouTube don't get any of your money. Wayne Carr's been a member for 13 months. Says, God, Austin Dipstick is so damn monotonal. I know, man.
But sometimes he's either like drunk or 2x speed.
Yeah. Tim Pryor, $5. Haha, a flat earther on the other channel is saying Witsit is a troll. I've had a few people email me saying that they think Witsit is a troll because he never talks about flat Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I understand, but no, he thinks that he's got a point, and he really doesn't.
Of all of the people that you might wonder if they're a Poe or not, he's on the other end. He definitely completely believes in this.
Yeah.
Whereas, it is his religion. It is he spent a year traveling the country doing flat earth evangelism on the street corners. People don't do that for fun.
No. And then he works alongside someone who's definitely a Poe called Jeranism. Crazy. String News $1, $2 says, give it up for the "You're spiraling, bro" chorus. I know. Janosch Takos for 1,024 huffs. I've got a 1,000-piece puzzle for Xmas. I already solved the top left corner. I'm now an expert puzzle solver. Upside down, 666 pieces to go. Hail Santa. Oh, top left.
He told me how to pronounce his name last week, and I think I can get Janusz. I think that's about it.
Janusz Takos. Takas? I don't know.
I called it. I said tacos, and I'm like, no, that's not right. He was very kind in my mispronunciation.
Oh, goodness me, there's so many super chats, guys. You're insane. Connell Silverfer for $20. Brave Sir Witless ran away. Bravely ran away. When Einstein reared his white-haired head, he quickly turned his tail and fled. Yes, brave Sir Witless turned around and gallantly he chickened out. Bravest of the brave Sir Witless. Brilliant, well done. Mr. Toffee's member for 12 months says, talk to the wall, FTFE, you'll get more sense. Yep, and I get better answers back. String News $1, $5. Please, FTFE, get to the part where the train goes off the cliff. How did they not get the trolley problem?
Like the whole thing is Witsit's position is he's trying to use relativity to debunk relativity of the globe or something, but he never really can just get to his point.
No.
He won't. And I asked him last time, I said, just start by stating your claim. And he wouldn't.
Oh, no, they never do.
When Lorentz and Michelson Morley in the ether and blah. No! State your point.
Yeah,
your
what
claim.
are you saying? Matt Powell, unofficial, £2, says, send all the Flerfs off on the B arc. Yeah, you've not read Hitchhiker's Guide, have you? So you wouldn't know what that's about.
Me?
Yeah.
Are you... You're accusing...
No, you have read Hitchhiker's Guide. Who is it that hasn't?
Them's fighting words.
I'm sorry. Did he just leave? I think I annoyed him so much he ran away. String News $1 for $2 says, get on with it! Yeah, that's what I feel like talking to Witsit all the time. Tim Pryor, $5 says, careful FTFE, he'll prevent 15 people from hearing you if you don't shut up. Yeah, I muted Witsit because he said he was going, right? And then he didn't go. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Is that all 5 books?
So for reference, book 1 is on my bedside stand.
Right, okay.
And you know what? I put it on my phone every night so that if I get a notification, it doesn't light up the room. So there you go. 2, 3, 4, 5.
Deep in the uncharted backwaters of the unfashionable western spiral arm of the galaxy lies a completely insignificant, unregarded yellow sun. Orbiting this at a distance of roughly 93 million miles is a completely insignificant little blue and green planet whose 8 descendant lifeforms are so amazingly primitive they still think digital watches are a pretty good idea. Best opening ever for any book.
Nice.
Did you do CVMC? Big name. $2. I would tell everyone here to watch Brian Cox. Yep, Brian Cox is a very smart dude. Mark Grondin for $5 Canadian says, Witsit goes on about you reading from a script when all he does is read the same quotes and say the same thing about them. Yeah. It's amazing that he says, I've got a script, when he's literally been saying the same thing for 3 months.
Yeah.
And I can't have a script because I've changed what I've said after studying.
Well, and you can't have a script because they come up with different crap every time.
Exactly.
To make somebody. Well, except for Witsit, because he only has one thing.
Yeah, which isn't anything to do with the Earth being flat, funnily enough. The plot hole. Hello, my friend. Member for 32 months and probably the best moderator I've ever had on the channel. Says, great googly muggly, this guy is stupid. That could apply to any of the flat earthers, so yes. Fog repair ship Akashi for $5. Second day of 2023, already getting great top left. Venti, damn it, citing a creationist paper as mainstream science. Also, Witsit is beyond triggered. Yeah, he is. I was wrong to attack his parenthood. Despite my feelings. But, yeah, he does get triggered. Dave Kircher, one of my favourite people in the world, for very specific reasons. For $10 says, somewhere in another part of the galaxy, an alien points its noodly appendage towards Sol and declares the third planet of the system is flat. And the universe wept. So, my theory as to why we haven't met any aliens is simply because they saw flat earthers.
Yeah, that the Fermi paradox has been answered.
Yeah. Wait, they think their planets... Yeah, we'll come back in 1,000 years and check again.
Yep.
String News 1 for $2 says, put your sorries in a sack, mister. Indie Tiger Sci-Fi Review for $10 says, flat earthers, we build our model on things we already understand. Einstein built his model on Newton's and the Lipinski's models. Newton built his model on Barrow's model, and so on. Yeah, we stand on the shoulders of giants. We learn more as we go. Science never claims to be 100% correct and 100% finished. We find more things out with better explanations, more accurate ways of describing things as we go. Newton wasn't wrong about the things he said because, you know, his law of gravity works. But that doesn't mean that there isn't a better explanation.
Yeah.
And you know what? We've got our explanation right now in Einstein, but who's to say there won't be a much better explanation to come along that makes it seem like some of Einstein's things were wrong? But maybe they're not. We just have a better explanation to come up with.
Yeah, it probably, just like, you know, Einstein didn't, like the flat earthers like to say, didn't refute or debunk Newton. Einstein's stuff explained it more, in more detail.
Yeah.
And completely is in sync with Newton and gives more explanation potential.
Yeah. It's way more accurate. But at the same time, if you're trying to figure out, you know, the load-bearing capacity of a bridge, you're not going to use Einstein's tensor equations. You're going to use Newton's law of gravity, right?
Or if you're going to try to find the unladen... Oh, jeez.
The airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow.
That's the one.
African or European?
I don't know.
Tim Pryor for $5 says, hopefully there's no flat earthers around, or they just ask a Pizza Hut delivery guy how to do CPR before the medics. When flat earthers go, oh, education's indoctrination, and I'm like, cool, say that to a doctor whilst he's performing heart surgery on you.
How about say that to the people that designed the computer that you said that on?
Yeah. Oh, it's hilarious. Throw the dwarf of the house. Throw the dwarf of the troll mafia for $5 Australian. Says hold his feet to the fire by asking him to explain how it works on a flat Earth. Witsit will not talk about the flat Earth because he has no evidence for the flat Earth.
How do you make a flat earther stop talking? Ask them to talk about flat Earth.
Exactly. Fokapershi Makashi. Sorry,
just for reference, Austin, do you have a model?
We don't have a model.
I didn't
Oh, right. That's a shame. What happens when you make a claim, Toon?
The person making a positive claim has the burden of proof.
You mean that?
Oh, right. Maybe
you make a positive claim of specificity, you have the burden of proof of specificity.
He just jumped in there, didn't he?
Maybe he didn't remember that
you
he said that.
You understand again that positive claims require the burden of proof.
Well, he just keeps jumping in.
Yeah, you're right.
Positive claims have the burden of proof.
There he is again.
You have the burden of proof of specificity of your specific claim. You make a positive claim, you have the burden of proof. Burden of proof always lies with the positive claim. When you make a positive claim, you have the burden of proof. You have the burden of proof to substantiate all of those specific. Now you have gotten to where you are just basically diverting the burden of proof. You're shifting the burden of proof.
Okay, Witsit. All right, Witsit.
That's enough. That's enough. We get it. You're right. For once, you're right.
We agree with you, Witsit. Well done. Fogapership Akashi, $5. If your source is biased, it has to be dismissed. Your bad whole argument by definition is in bad faith, Witsit. Go ask the Ivy League about it. Hey, Toon, did you know that mainstream science is a creationist institute?
No. But the citations were. All the citations were. Therefore, it's okay. Well, okay. If it's about the citations, then go after the citations.
Yeah.
Cite the citations and skip over the other one.
A flat earther can cite globe Earth stuff, you know? It doesn't mean they think the Earth's a globe. Oh, Tim Pryor for $2. So, still no flat Earth evidence? 4 years. When have you ever seen any? Star Sapphire Tomato Chan, member for 11 months, says, want proof of Flerf Edge? Press 1. There isn't any. Albeus for $10 Canadian says, Happy New Year to you and yours, Craig. May this be a wonderful, healthy year for you, and to everyone here, may all your dreams come true. Not all my dreams. I'd be in prison. Tim Pryor, $5. I seriously have to stop playing this game. Can I drink myself dumber than a flat earther? Because I always lose and then have a hangover. Yeah, your kidneys would fail.
Jeez,
like,
yeah, no, don't.
Way before. Liver, disintegrated. Fogapershi Makashi, $2. By Witsit's logic, the universe is shrinking. Wait, what? Wait? Yeah, I know. The problem there was you said by Witsit's logic, he doesn't...
Oh, he tries. He
doesn't have logic.
Do you know why? Austin, why don't you have logic?
I'm a stupid flat earther, right? And I'm just a loser.
If you say so.
It makes sense now. It all makes sense. Stringer News 1 for $2 says, Happy Groundhog's Day, everyone. Happy Groundhog Day. Rachbot, my favorite AI, for $2 says, Rip Witsit. After this year, he will be buried. Do not worry. Tim Pryor, $5. 11 people watching on his channel and over 600 here, and they think they're growing.
More people are on Discord every day. Doop doop. Flat Earth is winning. Oh my gosh.
No.
For 4 years, I've been hearing people say we're about to explode, and then you're going to be embarrassed.
Yeah. Once it becomes mainstream, they teach it in schools. What are you going to do? Kalina's agility partner, new member. Welcome to Scrappers. Thank you very much. Nerd Alert, member for 29 months, says, let me briefly summarize today's evidence. None. Correct. He says Flerf evidence as well. Star Sapphire Tomato Champ for $2 says, just mute Witsit already. I did for a bit because I got bored of his voice. Fogapership Akashi, $2. You are bringing it up. It shows that you care, Witsit. Shut the fuck up. Witsit doesn't know how to do that. Graham Price has been a member for 31 months, says, don't come here again, Craig. This has been awful. Sorry, I'm going back next Monday. Colonel Silver for $5 says, the people who say Witless woke them up are the same as his Ivy, spelled I-V-E-Y, League professors. That is actually just a substitute teacher. Pardon me. Zach Harrington, $4.99, says, whoa, are they really trying to convince you they don't insult you every Monday? Witsit makes me absolute sick. Get off your high horse. Yeah, they don't have any moral superiority over me. They're flat earthers. Stringer News 1 for $5 says, hey Austin, you could shut us all up simply by showing evidence of a flat earth. Why don't you ever do that? Why doesn't Witless show evidence of a flat earth, Toon?
There is none.
There we go. Star Sapphire Tomato Chan for $2 says, belief in God is irrelevant to the shape of the earth. Absolutely. I don't know any actual Christians that think the earth is flat.
There's some Flerfs.
I just don't see them as actual Christians.
Like, Austin doesn't claim to be, so I wouldn't put that in him. But Rob Skiba did, I think. Robbie Davidson, Nathan Roberts.
Well, they claim to be Christians, but their actions betray them.
You don't want to go for no true Scotsman, though, right?
Yeah, true. Zach Harrington, $1.99, says, flat earthers desperately want to be special. They already are very special. Just ask their mummies. Graham Price for $5 says, every time £5, sorry. Every time you engage with Witsit, as an LGBT person, I feel a little bit disappointed. I won't watch one of these Witsit shows again. Please stop.
For all the time that he complained that you stalk him,
he's in every one of my shows.
Time.
Totally.
He doesn't have to be there. He could just be somewhere else if he's so butthurt that you stalk him. You wouldn't address him at all tonight if he hadn't volunteered to be there.
No, absolutely. And I understand about your feelings about LGBT. Obviously, this channel is an ally. LGBTQIA plus, I am an ally and I always will be. If there is ever any transphobic comments made in my presence, you can believe that I will fucking call that shit out. Alright, I promise you that. It will never go unchallenged on my channel. Tim Pryor for $10 says, I remember when there's a flat earth debate almost every day of the week. Even FTFE is scraping the bottom of the barrel. Coming on this Discord, flat earth is dying like nothing else. Yeah, the problem is that me and Toon have debated so many of them, they're all scared. Siggy Sigwell,
Not all of them.
Majority.
SOM is not.
Oh my god, I can't. Siggy Sigwell, $5. I'm like 2 hours behind in this stream and there's no way it gets worse than this. Sorry, it does. Stringer News 1 for $5. If the earth was flat, I'd be wrong, but you'd still be a moron. Yes, he would be. Fogger Perisher for Kashi, $2. Morality by definition is subjective. It changes. Yeah, that was my point. Yes, I mean, what society thinks is morally correct changes over time. I mean, I guess even what the church considers morally correct has changed over time, right?
Yeah.
I'd say so.
The thing is, it's there's no one true interpretation of the Bible.
Of course not. No.
Yeah.
Unless someone can show me the note from God that says this is the correct one.
That's mine. That's mine.
Yeah.
You can have it. It's okay. It's okay.
No, I mean, I want to see that note as much as you. What do you think God's handwriting would be like? I think it'd be like really neat cursive.
He'd use his finger, wouldn't he?
I guess so.
I don't know. In stone, of course.
Oh, yeah.
Just like...
He needs to cut his fingernails.
More Roman. More Roman-y, wouldn't it? I don't know.
Tim Pryor, $5 says, dude, white people were slaves long before black people. Get over it. We're not looking for redemption. History is a sucky thing. Siggy Sigwell, $5. Is there anything that this guy Witsit is actually right about? Like, anything. How can he be this wrong about everything? It's got to be a superpower. That's why I've got so many videos ready to be scripted about him, because everything he says is wrong. And And another tenor from Siggy says, why did this went from science to philosophy? Also, Witsit, what the fuck makes you think anyone gives a fuck about your opinion on matters you clearly don't understand, but assume you know better than anyone else? It's called ego, and he has a lot of it. DD, $2, no message. K Opossum, member for 16 months, says, if you eject the water, that one person will die too. Yeah, that was a weird question. Lucci for $2.99 Australian says, lying and being wrong are two different things, right? Yes, flat earthers lie. They know they're wrong, so they lie. Ganymede for, oh my goodness, you guys have sent me so many. £5, I've just stumbled into the stream and I was less confused when moments ago I was staring at my cat's octopus-shaped poo.
Wait, octopus...
What are you feeding your cat?
Is it tinsel? Is there tinsel in it?
Oh, Indie Tiger Sci-Fi Review, $5 and you retracted the message. If you need that money back, please just let me know. Thank you though. Zach Harrington, $1.99. Morality is based on one's actions. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. Folka Persha Pakashi for $2 says, Flerfs don't even understand hypotheticals, for fuck's sake. I know. 1 or 5? 1 person dead or 5 person dead? What do you choose? Easy. Siggy Sigwald for $2 says, oh no, evidence. He said the E word. No, flat earthers don't do that.
No.
They run very, very fast. Graham Price for £2 says, soz if I've been caustic tonight, but I hate Wistit. Yeah, I'm with you there, dude. I understand. Don't worry. Star Sapphire Tomato Chan for $2 says, my New Year's resolution is 1080p. Well, mine's 4K. Hessifer 4.99 says, hi you two. Never do that to me again. Or do. It's up to you. You can choose. Should we do it again? I think we're always going to do it, aren't we? Sorry, guys. Pat distances motion in the chat for $5 says, super chat just because I fucking love this channel and your unrelenting persistence to debunk these characters. Also because this community rocks. No, you fucking rock. Thank you very much. Oh my god, my words. Astronomophily for £5 says, you'll get through this year. My wife and child are stuck in Ukraine, but we can all have hope and a laugh here. Hit me up if you do the documentary. That is in the works. Star Sapphire Tomato Chan for $5. Witsit deserves every bit of virtual that transphobic piece of shit gets. So do most other transphobic, homophobic pieces of shit like him.
Vitriol.
What did I say?
I don't know.
It's late. I'm tired.
It's okay.
King Crew for $2. No message. Thank you very much. I'm nearly there, Toon. They sent so many. Graham Price for £5 says, I've been a little too angry and sweary tonight, but I bloody hate Witsit. It's brilliant to see FTFE and MC Toon on one stream. Thank you guys. More than welcome. We love doing it, don't we?
It's my hobby.
Technics1 for $2 says, will there be some type of Poe award? Maybe we can have a side category in top left. Best Poe.
Oh, jeez. Interesting.
Yeah.
See what I did there?
Interesting. Ashton Philly for £5 says, and Happy New Year to all of you. Get it right up, yeah. I hope you all make the best of it and spend some more time with your loved ones. Trust me, all the best. Thank you very much. Albeas for $5 says, we stand on the shoulders of giants and see the curve over the horizon. Happy New Year, Craig and MC Toon. Thank you very much, buddy. And another 5. Thank you for always being a great ally, Craig. It's truly appreciated. It's the right thing to do. Folka Persha Bakashi for $2 says, who has the bigger ego, Witsy or Leaky Warrior?
Ooh. Witsit.
Yeah, he's still around.
Yeah.
Yeah. Chase Steve Warrior off the fucking internet. David Lee 199 says, Gary, you can't even spell gravity, so what the fuck? Oh, is my Gary bot not working properly?
Yeah, you need to update the vocabulary on it. It's gotten the...
I did give it the 2.0 upgrade for the new year, but I think there might be some kind of memory lock, and it just seems to be getting stuck in a loop.
I don't know. I'm not looking at that mess of code.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of taken on a life of its own, really.
It's probably written in Perl, which isn't really a programming language.
No. Siggy
Sigwell, Perl programmers.
Siggy Sigwell for $5. Last one says, Witsit and Sleeping Warrior have to coordinate the location. They can't be in the same continent. Their egos would not fit. Absolutely. Well, I finally got to the end of the super chats. You guys, as always, an insane amount of support. Thank you very much. I've been going for close to 5 hours, so it's time for me to shut up and go to bed. Toon, any final thoughts?
Yeah, reality has always been electrified with spiritual brothers and sisters whose third eyes are baptized in balance. A special message from me to Ryan Casey exposing Ma's tricks.
Oh God, that guy.
Thank you to the Woo Generator for making that up.
Thank you very much for coming on, Toon. I always love to have you on a stream with me. Thank you everyone for watching. I'll be releasing a new episode of Debate Shorts tomorrow, so look out for that. And then at 10 p.m. UK time, he's debating Som.
Yep.
So
hopefully he shows up.
What would you suggest? Level 12 facepalm protection, is that going to be suitable?
Oh yeah, you need to have both on your hands and on the desk, and cushions all around you. So.
Yeah. Yeah, and you've got to have something taped to your head to keep you back, so you can't headbutt the screen, and
Oh, good, new technology in facepalm protection.
Siggy Sigwell, $2 says, "Fuck that, keep reading. I want to go to bed." The Fogel Parachute Akashi for $2 said, "You thought it was done, but it was me, Dio." Thank you very much, guys. Honestly. The support is constantly mind-blowing, and here's to another amazing year of Flerf debunking. I'll see you all tomorrow. Remember, stupidity is not a right. Fight the flat earth. Fight the flat. 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 Good night, everyone. I love you all. Fight the flat. Not you, Witsit. Fight the flat. Fight the flat. The